Kai receives good news. The wheat is sprouting, and he leaves, filled with impatience to prepare for the harvest. At home, several girls warmly welcome Kai and invite him to sit at the table and join the dinner. Bis nervously brings a homemade dish and looks at Kai hopefully will he like it. Kai tries the dish, his eyes widen from the unexpected taste. He enthusiastically praises Abyss, and the others smile contentedly. They look with admiration at their sturdy stone house and remember, just 3 months ago the island was empty. In his previous life, he madly adored creating quiet, cozy villages in his favorite pocket farming game. He was born weak, spent his whole life in the hospital, and quietly passed away without reaching 20. Lonely, bedridden, he found solace in the game, shaping an ideal world from his dreams. In his last moments, he quietly met death, surrounded by love and peaceful silence. His soul rose upward, bitterly regretting the past and quietly dreaming of a second chance in life. A small hand twitched on the cold stone floor. His new life was just beginning. Under foreign skies, among unfamiliar buildings, the reborn infant lay alone near a chapel on the riverbank. Waking up in complete confusion, he realized this was not a hospital. His body was now that of an infant. Frightened, he crawled upwards, trying to get up, and with horror saw another abandoned infant nearby on the street. He was breathless from the realization he himself was still just a baby, helpless to help the other infant. A man in a robe approached and gently extended his hand. His kindness was palpable, even though he spoke in incomprehensible words. Even if the language was unfamiliar, his warm smile in the silence of the night inspired trust. When he was laid in bed next to the other infant, he joyfully felt that the rebirth had truly happened. To adapt, he resolutely set about learning the language of this world, its customs, and daily survival skills. Although his body was still young, he, as if possessed, tirelessly copied unfamiliar symbols, determined to understand everything about this world. 2 years passed. The kind man adopted them and named the children Kai and Rukia. Suddenly Kai realized that the world was filled with magic, unfamiliar forces, and possibly even gods. Rukia grabbed Kai while daydreaming. He jumped in fright, and she, smiling, jokingly threatened to carry him again. Kai's adoptive father was a priest and taught him, the god of this world is called Farley. There were 13 other gods, and some lucky children were smiled upon by fate. They received blessings, holy seals that endowed them with divine power, completely unlike destructive magic. Consecrated children receive holy seals at 12 years old. Until then, their true personalities remain in complete darkness. Kai secretly came across a forbidden book. Inside was a list of the names of gods that only the high priest was supposed to know. Although Kai lived in comfort, it pained him that he had no magic. He fervently dreamed of powers to protect and help. One day he cried out of frustration, but Rukia's kindness warmed him and gave him strength to smile again. Their playful bathing instantly descended into chaos when Rukia suddenly rushed to them and eagerly began washing everyone indiscriminately. Kai ran at full speed to report. During their bathing, a sacred seal appeared on Rukia. Kai looked at his chest and noticed that the same shining mark was beginning to emerge there. The priest nodded. The seal was genuine. Rukia smiled, shining proudly, and Kai loudly celebrated their shared fate. The father held them tightly to himself, overwhelmed with emotions, called them miracles, and sincerely thanked them. While the celebration raged, the priest questioned Kai. He suspected that Kai had previously sneaked into the forbidden office. Now Kai began calling the names of the gods, but there was no response, only a dull silence. He fell silent in thought. Could his god belong to that mysterious triad hidden in the book? Rukia felt his persistence, and Kai suddenly realized that she herself had not yet tried the names of spells. Kai gently asked if Rukia wanted to reveal her god earlier. She smiled and agreed. Together they repeated several names from memory, hoping that finally at least one would respond from the gods. As soon as Rukia pronounced that name, divine energy burst from her chest and shone with bright light. In awe, Rukia heard a voice. She was blessed by the idea itself, the god of truth. Kai asked her to use the divine power to find out exactly which god had blessed him. Activating her power, Rukia summoned the Eye of Truth, its piercing gaze fixed directly on Kai. Rukia whispered the name of the god Alamira. Kai froze. His connection with the god had just been confirmed. Kai confirmed and enthusiastically praised Rukia's talent, but at the same moment pondered Alamira. Her name had never appeared in secret notes. Rukia admitted that she only caught the name, and Kai quietly reminded himself to keep his transformation a secret. Kai felt as if he had taken a step closer to becoming a blessed person. Glad Rukia's ability helped reveal the truth. He resolutely decided to become a good son and dreamed that both of them would one day repay their adoptive father. Kai activated the power of Alamira and summoned his unique ability. A village appeared on his palm, came to life, and instantly began to expand. Kai stood before a wide, fenced wasteland, stunned by how his new world was being born right before his eyes. He declared it Tenohira Village, an incredible ability that grants full control over a fantasy world. Under the scorching sun, the empty land stretched into infinity, and his divine gift was filled with unused potential. The interface in Japanese loudly announced the village's status and clearly confirmed his power was made just for him. Kai realized this place was like a dream that grows stronger with each completed task. Under the blazing sun, Kai raised his hands high and resolutely declared that he was beginning to cultivate the land. Kai accidentally dropped a coin, greeted an elderly person, and then, filled with excitement, rushed through the crowded market. Returning home, Kai shouted Tenohira Village and eagerly prepared to enter his mysterious new place. He pulled out the newly purchased tool, explained where he had spent the money, and read what was needed to level up the village. Kai began digging the soil, looking excitedly at the smooth ground in his personal world gifted by God. Kai rushed back. He forgot the seeds, and divine rules that govern the hidden forces of the village Tenohira instantly flashed in his mind. Kai sneaked into the nearby forest, gathered materials, and suddenly realized one field was not enough. While planting seedlings into the ground, Kai mentally reviewed tree, stone, and fertile soil, everything needed for the village to grow. Immersed in development, Kai noticed with admiration how, thanks to the generous blessings of the gods, the crops grew incredibly fast. Kai strained to lead the people, but only objects passed through. Ruchin offered her support to him. Kai was wildly happy, but there were limits. One could only stay briefly linger, and the gods would expel you from the village. Days dragged on, and when Kai saw that trees had already grown beyond the village boundary, his heart clenched with anxiety. He looked at the forest and thought anxiously, are divine changes penetrating beyond the village? Kai saw the crops destroyed, dried up, and dead panic gripped him because he could not understand this sudden devastation. Kai checked the soil and fertilizers, muttering irritably. The plants were dying as if nothing was wrong, yet everything still died. Suddenly he realized the truth. There were no clouds and no rain either. This world was completely devoid of natural weather. Kai pondered the weather for a long time. There was no natural rain, so he decided to summon rain himself. He kindled a controlled fire, hoping that the smoke and heat would touch the sky above them. Although Kai was not sure if it would work, he held a flicker of faith that the smoke from the forest fire would make the sky send divine rain. Looking up, Kai stretched out his hand into the void toward something invisible, sincerely believing that his efforts would be answered. Finally, the rain poured down. Kai, filled with joy, began to dance alone, celebrating the miracle he had caused. Kai returned home completely soaked and joyfully exclaimed that the rain problem was solved, and his sister greeted him with a smile. With new ideas in his head, Kai imagined digging ditches to let full-flowing rivers run across the land. After a whole year of working in the field, Kai proudly admired the fertile field he had grown with his own hands. He harvested a huge crop and, rejoicing, celebrated his first harvest with growing confidence. The system loudly announced success. The village level rose, the first harvest was gathered, and the cultivation rank changed to reclaimed land. Kai heard another divine voice as the village fence slowly widened. It was another step in the village's growth. Enthralled by the progress, he read the next goal with excitement, to raise the population to 10 to advance to the second level. Despite plans for the future, Kai finally relaxed, baked potatoes, and happily tasted his first successful dish from his own harvest. Suddenly, a mysterious elf appeared before Kai. She smiled kindly and radiated some incomprehensible purpose. She cautiously approached and handed Kai something in his hand. He took it, embarrassed but intrigued by her. Kai asked with a curious look who she was, and she, in bliss, praised the taste of his dishes. She introduced herself, Enel, a spirit helper who protects the village created by Kai and Will. Enel asked for more food from outside and promised Kai happiness if he continued supplying resources to their private world. As a reward, Enel gave Kai a mysterious seed of creation. It could only be used outside. Suddenly, primitive villagers appeared barefoot and cautious. This was the beginning of Kai's plan to increase the number of people. Kai greeted the villagers, but they could not see Enel. She explained that he was like a god. Kai asked how to increase the population, and El simply replied, "Make life better first of all, take care of food." Kai chose hemp. It is versatile. From it you can make food, clothing, and oil, and this is exactly what the growing village needs. He decided to bring river shrimp and fish to diversify their table, not just potatoes and beans. Thanks to Anel's help, the crops flourished. Time passed, the villagers got used to it, and the solemn blessing ceremony was about to begin. Rukia shone with delight, showing off her outfit, while Kai jokingly worried that her enthusiasm would attract insects. They eagerly discussed the blessing ritual. The awakening was connected with names, and very soon they would become disciples of the priests. Before entering the sacred hall, Rukia asked Kai to protect her. He promised he would do exactly that. Inside, Kai gathered his wool and prepared to remove the sacred bandage that had concealed his mysterious seal for 10 years. When the cloth fell, the elders froze in shock, staring at the strange mark on Kai's chest. During the sacred ritual, the boy trembled, and the priest suddenly felt something dangerously wrong was happening here. The inquisitor in a mask suddenly burst in, whispering to the senior priest and intently staring at the bewildered boy. The inquisitor accused, an evil god was hiding inside the boy, and these words stunned everyone present. Without giving any explanations, the temple guards cruelly seized the boy, forced him to be silent, and dragged him away. Locked in a cell, then simply thrown onto a ship, the boy suddenly realized he was expelled. Bound and confused, the boy on the ship was gripped by panic, fearing death and thinking of his family. Docking near a remote island, the sailors released him. 2 locals silently extended a helping hand. They were fed and released. The boys came out, stumbling, and only saw the ship already sailing away. Left alone, he stood on the ruined pier, silently watching the waves. Looking at the huge rocky island, he could not understand how absurd the situation had become, which was suddenly imposed on him. Kai found himself on a deserted beach, and confused, thought about how to survive in this unfamiliar new world. The deeper Kai went into the forest, the fewer peasants there were, only deafening silence and growling around. Suddenly a giant beast appears, and panic covers Kai. He is completely unarmed and unable to resist it. The lion rushed into attack. Kai barely escaped. He rolled back down the slope near the trees. The worried elf notices Kai exhausted and all sweaty and offers him water. Kai says he is here only temporarily, and Nell suddenly realizes the situation is much more serious than she expected. Due to restrictions, Kai can only be out for 3 hours a day and then must wait a whole day. Kai, without real weapons, painfully learns the bitter truth. The village has only agricultural tools and no one knows how to hunt. They understand this isolated world outside will not help at all, so Kai must risk everything to survive. Inspired by Enel's trust, Kai grabs a hoe and is determined to protect everyone despite the god's misunderstanding. Kai made sure the lion disappeared and cautiously moved on, carrying only his farming tool. Suddenly, a terrifying giant boar emerges before Kai. He freezes in fear but grips the shovel and prepares to fight. Kai swings, but an invisible and mysterious force pushes him back, and suddenly someone intervenes with stunning power. Kai, shocked, realizes that a girl saved him. People live here. The girl nods toward a large tree and explains in a trembling voice that it is guarded by monsters, warning Kai not to approach carelessly. Kai stands and watches as the boar retreats, and the girl disappears, leaving him alone with the unknown. His heart tightens and he thinks about how the monsters look at him as if asking, why was he abandoned on this lonely island? Just remembering his family, Kai became unshakable. From now on he has one goal, to survive. Kai accepts his reality and resolutely stays here until he finds a way out. Exhausted, he collapses near the tree root and gives in to sleep as the morning light slowly rises. Kai wakes up cold. The night chill pierces to the bone and makes him doubt whether he has enough determination to survive here. Kai senses danger and immediately begins to build a shelter. Enel extends warmth and fresh water. Enel, with a sparkle in his eyes, talks about simple materials at hand, and although Kai has no tools, he can gather wood, ropes, and bark. Kai collects logs, lianas, and stone tools, stands over the pile, unsure if it will be enough for construction. He starts weaving plans. Enel is nearby. New opportunities have appeared in the village, and he prepares to build himself a refuge. Kai begins to dig. Though the ground is hard and stubborn, he is looking for only one thing, a place to sleep. Calmly and persistently, Kai builds a shelter from logs and lianas, using primitive tools, fully focused and determined. Though this hut is simple, rain does not penetrate here. Lighting a warm fire is now impossible. Kai again notices that mysterious girl watching him, and suddenly recognizes her from a previous encounter. He asks why she ran away earlier. She just remains silent, hiding behind leaves, not knowing what to answer. Kai finished the shack and, satisfied, lay inside on a natural bed made of material that repels insects. Sun rays break through the roof. Kai lies relaxed and content, proud of his shelter that he built himself. Nell greets him warmly, as if embracing him with words. Kai does not want to leave his cozy bed. He is completely enveloped in comfort. Kai enjoys breakfast with satisfaction. The village now flourishes. It has food, water, and fields. Life has become easier. He suddenly realizes food must be grown on the island, just in case teleportation ever stops working. Enel asks Kai to return with new discoveries, because as soon as he shares them, everyone on the island will only benefit. Kai agrees, and Elle's optimism calms him. Her positivity gives him the strength to endure this difficult situation. Although worried about his own safety, Kai sincerely loves working in the field. Farming gives him a sense of purpose and helps him endure the risks of survival. Kai finds mysteriously placed oranges nearby and wonders who could have brought them to his shelter. Kai suspects that the girl with horns might have helped, so he rushes after her, trying to catch up and speak before she runs away. Filled with gratitude and determination, Kai shouts, "Thank you." He is firmly resolved to survive and thrive. Running into the forest, the boy is gripped by panic as a terrible monster rushes toward him. The horned girl, accused and rejected, falls to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt and sorrow. Later, the boy receives an unfamiliar fruit and, with trembling in his chest, hesitates. Is it safe or could it be dangerous? He extends the fruit to his friends, his heart pounding. He does not know its taste or whether it will cause side effects. They together tasted the fruit and froze. Its deep, bittersweet flavor could help the entire village. They discussed planting the fruit and realized time flows quickly in the village and this would help it grow. The boy divided the duties. He entrusted one part to the bell and took upon himself to cultivate this island. After a few days, he went out to the fields, surveyed them with his gaze, and prepared to plant the rest of the potato tubers. Noticing that fruits were left every night, he finally caught that mysterious girl and thanked her with all his heart. While he was eating, he suddenly noticed a lurking beast, and immediately people started saying that weapons must be grabbed for defense. He suggested making weapons as tools, but she gently reminded him, in this world there are no enemies. She jokingly proposed to unleash monsters from the island onto the village, and he fearfully imagined that this would end in complete disaster. They agreed weak weapons are useless, and meanwhile nearby in Kaldkai, villagers were chatting about work in the fields. She decisively put him in his place for forgetting something important, holding before him a mysterious thing he could not even recognize. This is the seed of creation, incredibly powerful, and she now insists, plant it immediately. He planted the seed, whispered a wish, and prayed that it would pull them out of trouble. He was turning over in his head what it means to be a father, but he resigned himself, hoping for rescue was in vain. Although he pictured many options in his head, he quietly extinguished hopes. Reality rarely matches what you desire or remember. Planning an escape route, he kept working, while nearby silently watched a horned girl. The next morning he woke up with a fever, completely exhausted, and immediately realized that something was very wrong. He understood this was not some endemic plague, but a simple cold. His only hope was his own immunity. Lying sick, he felt this discomfort as the very familiar weakness of his previous life. Curled up in a ball in his wooden hideout, he shivered under the burden of illness. Dark tentacles of cold and weakness entwined him, sharpening loneliness and intensifying the feeling of vulnerability. The night dragged slowly. He lay unconscious, covered by silence under the moonlit sky. The girl with horns found him unconscious and mentally asked, "Is he really going to die?" Desperately wanting to help, she pressed him tightly to herself, hoping that her warmth would bring him back to life. She held him close all night, frightened but stubbornly refusing to let go. In his fading mind, he suddenly felt warmth, a sharp contrast to the cold penetrating his body. They lay pressed under the blanket, her body protecting him through that long, cold night. They woke up next to each other, relieved he survived. She quietly whispered how sincerely glad she was. He thanked her, confused by sudden hot memories. She nervously asked if he was afraid of her. She equated herself to a terrible devil and wondered if her appearance scared others as much as it scared him. He smiled, gently calmed her, and called her sweet. She did not expect that at all. When she approached, he was overwhelmed with shame and panic. Their cultural and emotional differences seemed to burst out and fill him completely. She confessed that she had lived alone on the island all her life. She was born during blessing rituals. Previous children were afraid of her. Some suffered from seizures, others weakened, and eventually she was blamed and abandoned. The ghosts of past defeats haunted her, and she believed she deserved loneliness since she could neither protect nor help anyone. He reminded her she saved him, cared for him, and was never truly alone. He warmly extended his hand, introduced himself as Keem, and asked to be friends again. With a gentle voice, she took his hand and whispered, "I am Abyss." Abyss sincerely smiled, greeted Kai truly for the first time, and called him her master. Kai, although surprised by such a title, still agreed. Abyss decisively declared, "Kai is my lord." Yuta slowly woke up in the tent, yawning, while the morning sun gently peeked through the fabric. Abyss, without hesitation, jumped into his bed, mechanically said good morning, and clung tightly. Worried about Yuta's health, Abyss began to ask questions, and sighing with relief, learned that he had slept peacefully all night. Although she behaved strangely, Yuta still accepted the Abyss. That day became the beginning of their shared life. Now, side by side, Abyss watered the plants, and Yuta firmly reinforced the hut and fields. Abyss came across a strange sprout. You would worry about them, there is almost no food, and again only potatoes and beans. He explained that it was a mysterious seed, while Abyss, in turn, hoped for meat and imagined the most bizarre possibilities in her mind. Days passed and the bud unnaturally swelled and quickly grew. No one knew what was hidden inside it. From the soft earth, a creature finally silently crawled out, eyes closed, feline features. Stunned, they both screamed when they suddenly realized what had grown was not food, but a living child who was breathing. When Abyss suggested preparing this creature, Yuta panicked and refused to eat anything that even resembled a living being. Despite doubts, they still started digging. Abyss became increasingly skeptical. Was it just a giant head? He would gently lift it. The creature turned out to be smaller than you expected, but clearly more than just food. He stared into its face, and suddenly the creature opened its eyes. They both flinched sharply. To their surprise, the fruit suddenly began to wave cheerfully. They could hardly believe their eyes, and wondered where it had come from. Yuta froze in thought. Was this child connected to his ability? It reacted instinctively like a warrior. Although doubting its strength, Yuta still handed it a hoe, deciding to try to help restore the land. They were stunned. The tiny creature seemed to effortlessly swing a heavy iron hoe with incredible strength. In an instant, it made neat furrows. Abyss and Yuta realized they had gained unexpected power for cultivating the land. Later, Yuta understood. Before him was probably a working creature, strong, obedient, and seemingly created solely for farming. Abyss suggested going hunting monsters for food, but Yuta stopped her, sternly warning about the dangers nearby. He appreciated her care, but anxiety did not let go. Fully relying on the Abyss for survival and safety was frightening. Yuta, burning with determination, asked Abyss to teach him the monster hunting techniques she used to survive. The Abyss hesitated, but finally agreed. You promised to retreat if necessary, and the warrior was to accompany them. Ready for reconnaissance, the three cautiously moved forward. You swore to follow instructions and learn. Wandering. Abyss warned Yuta among poisonous thickets and dark zones teeming with danger. Yuta noticed unfamiliar plants. They were completely different from those near the Livestock kingdom, and nearby. Abyss remained alert. Abyss quickly gathered materials, and Yuta did not hide his admiration. She was skillful and confident, but sometimes careless with dangerous ingredients. Yuta saw no monsters. Abyss explained that they avoid him until provoked because he seems tasty to them. Yuta nervously confirmed her words. The Abyss and the warrior only nodded yes, he does seem quite tasty. Just as Yuta was about to leave, the warrior Kun suddenly sensed danger and jumped up in alarm. Suddenly, a giant snake appeared. Abyss noticed it first and shouted to protect her master. Completely shaken, Yuta returned to the village. The villagers greeted him and carefully examined the harvest. Yuta laughed off after the meeting, but beneath the surface guilt and fear surged uncontrollably. Yuta, realizing that the heat had subsided, instantly rushed back, determined to protect Abyss at any cost. He begged you to return quickly. No monsters were visible, and he desperately shouted into the Abyss. To his relief, Abyss appeared whole and unharmed, and she quietly assured him that the threat had passed. Yuta apologized for fleeing. Abyss tightly pressed him to herself and whispered, "It will all end if her master dies." Shamed, Yuta kept thinking about his escape. Although he was safe, it hurt him that he left Abyss in danger. He resolutely decided, for her safety, he would find safer and smarter ways to gather resources. Yuta came to the only conclusion. He needed to strengthen the warrior Kun to turn him into their unshakable shield on the front line. To protect everyone and boldly set out on exploration, he lacked better tools and greater strength in battle. Suddenly, a huge beast burst from the ground and pulled Yuta back. He fell. A huge bird monster appeared, and you simply froze in disbelief when you realized you were no match for it. Abyss ordered Yuta to run, but he resisted this time. He refused to flee and resolutely stood to protect her. Yuta swiftly rushed towards the monstrous bird, covering Abyss while the bird wildly screeched and lunged into attack. In front of them, a huge bird monster landed with a dull roar. The villagers froze, and Abyss shouted to retreat. The monster suddenly lunged forward, swinging its claws. The hero barely dodged, covering Abyss. The beast jumped back in despair after missing, glanced down, spread its wings, and its aggression only grew. They closely watched every movement of the creature. There was no strategy here, only instinctive hostility and raw power. Realizing a plan was needed, he shouted "Abyss" and rushed to the nearest tree. When there was nowhere left to run, the main hero tightly gripped his axe and prepared. He sharply shouted to Warrior Kun, "Attack the monster's legs so it couldn't move immediately." Despite the danger, Warrior Kun rushed forward and struck the creature's paws with amazing speed and strength. The boy covered Abyss, calmed the others, and stood between the monster's claws and their escape. They executed the plan. For a moment they stole the monster and retreated together as soon as Abyss was safe. While the villager calmly roasted sweet potato, suddenly the boy ran in shouting loudly, asking for urgent fire support. He placed a sack of yams and tools before them and asked, "Make sharpened wooden spears." Clenching a burning torch in his hand, he resolutely said that materials were needed immediately to exterminate the monsters. Confident in his plan, he thanked the elf and, armed with fire, left the village. The villagers immediately rushed to help, carrying provisions. He dashed to the place where the monster was lurking, ready to engage in battle again. Rushing forward, the boy whipped the torch at the monster's feathers and instantly burned it in mid-flight. He grabbed another burning spear, dodged the claws, and instantly threw it straight at the monster's feet. Or your kun will sneak up from behind unnoticed, while the boy loudly shouts the next strike and distracts the enemy. With the power of the team and gratitude in his chest, he vowed never to fight alone again. The attack continued. Filled with new determination, he struck for the fourth time, aiming directly at the monster's burning weak spot. The monster jumped into the air, spreading its claws. The boy tensed, waiting for another sudden strike. Flames flared on its feathers, and the beast fiercely thrashed in the air, screeching in pain. The boys exploded with joy. The strike worked, and Warrior Kun returned. Their joint efforts finally bore fruit. Abyss did not run away. She silently watched, not believing that they had stood against such a powerful magical creature. Despite the painful burn, the monsters were still growling, so they decided to flee before it fully recovered. The scorched monster was advancing nearby, and Abyss tormented herself with guilt. During the clash, she had exposed the master. When a force surged behind her back, Abyss turned away and whispered not to be hated. Magical Abyss hung in the air, pulsating with power. With unwavering determination, she prepared her final devastating strike. From her palm burst a huge flash of lightning that struck the monster's face with stunning force. Smoke rose from his wounds, the monster collapsed, and Abyss stood calmly as silence finally returned. After the battle, they realized, Abyss carries hereditary magic, an ancient legacy called Wizard. The boy exclaimed with delight that Abyss was a sorceress, but she modestly and immediately refused this title. Insecure and with a trembling voice, Abyss begged Kai not to hate her despite her unknown origin. Kai gently replied, accepted her unconditionally, and asked her to stay close. The truth was revealed before them. Abyss is a magical battle doll, created in the likeness of a powerful wizard from ancient times. The Abyss quietly whispered its true name, Replicant Abyss, a name indicating its artificial origin. She explained that her body looks human on the outside, but is unnaturally constructed to endure endless magical life. Although she was created over 1,000 years ago, she awakened only 58 years ago. Kai calmly realized that her appearance, powers, and behavior corresponded to remnants of an ancient magical civilization's technology. Ashamed, Abyss admitted that she is not human. Her horned figure, as she thought, resembles a demon. Kai gently took Abyss's hands and sincerely thanked her for her trust, for revealing her true self to him. He called her beautiful and vowed to protect her because she saved his life. Kaisa saw Abyss's presence as a blessing and enthusiastically called her an incredible reward of fate. Abyss finally opened up. Loneliness frightens her, and she does not know how to live alone. Tears shone in her eyes, but the smile did not disappear. She chose Kai as her master and decided to live with him from now on. He learns and his heart tightens. Abyss is a combat doll, doomed not to live freely and not to have her own choice. Recalling his past, he quietly asks himself, is it not too late to offer her another path? The Abyss kneels down and begs him to become its master, desperately seeking acceptance and purpose in his guidance. Embracing it, he suddenly feels the values from his past life now guide every decision he makes in this world. The past taught him to understand Abyss. He does not push it away out of fear. He bravely says that Abyss is his, because he sincerely believes that it will find its meaning through experience and learning. They agree to live together in peace until Abyss finds its path and a strong bond weaves between them. Alone, he racked his brains. Did he sound too confident when he uttered his emotional confession? Abyss, without blinking, defeated the giant bird using magic. The group hesitates. Should they bring it to the village? The child in the red hood collapses, and the boy panics. He feels as if the spirit of the warrior has died. They decided to ask Enel for help. He rushes through the portal, carrying parts of the monster. The fanfare appears. A mysterious hand. Something unexpected is about to happen, an announcement or an award presentation. I will approach and sincerely congratulate him. The bird joyfully marks their 5th milestone, unveiling village updates and new crafting opportunities. The village has reached level 5. The guest system has opened, and this is a bright testament to a great leap in development. Anal explains how newcomers can now enter, and the state of the warriors again briefly explodes with panic. They decide to hold a celebration for the level up, and the boy prepares to explain everything to Abyss. Abyss learns that the warrior can recover, and she softens, finally feeling relief from this good news. Conversation between them boils. They actively discuss blessings and gods. The Abyss reveals ancient knowledge. Blessings disappeared over 1,000 years ago. When his power grew, the boy excitedly calls Abyss, "Visit my growing village." Abyss gladly agrees. They hold hands and teleport together in an instant, and so begins her first journey beyond imprisonment. They arrive. Abyss stands silently and gazes at the village Tenoria, captivated by its quiet beauty and modest houses. Colossal magic envelops her. The Abyss trembles. Suddenly she realizes something profound. The essence of her master strongly lingers here. Kai panics as the Abyss begins to collapse, and Elle quietly explains that this world does not accept everyone equally, even her. Kai stands by the unconscious Abyss and worries. Everyone silently hopes she will recover from the magical shock. Suddenly Abyss comes to life and rises. Magic pulses within her, and Kai involuntarily feels it. She explains she moves only thanks to magic, and in this world there is nothing that could sustain her. Abyss calmly says that she is not dead, she is just holding on with magic, and Kai held his breath, wondering how her condition could be so strangely technical. Having understood something new, Kai bursts out with an exclamation of delight, as if he had been struck by an idea or had just discovered something about the Abyss. Kai joyfully celebrates. After many modest meals, he finally tastes a real hot meat dish. He savors the monster meat, enthusiastically praising it for the slightly salty seasoning from seawater and for Enel's skill. Kai extends his hand to Abyss, and she only looks, touched by his sincere enjoyment. 3 months past the quiet campfire counts the days, and life on the island silently goes on. Abyss senses danger and releases magic to protect Kai. He says that everything is fine and fully trusts her power. Abyss examines the island's plan and notices that it has the shape of a gorge, with a large tree towering in the middle. The memory revives those strange green fruits she had seen. The group comes across an unusual tree and carefully examines it. Kai recognized it is an olive tree, and he suggested planting it to improve their oil supplies. Now mandarins and bananas are grown here, and banana leaves are a real find. Food is cooked in them, and roofs are covered with them. They do not let water through at all. Kai suspects that these fruits are an ancient import, and a plan is already taking shape in his mind to recreate the ocean from everything at hand. Kai, with a passionate voice, explains his dream to one day escape, to build boats and develop the village. He tries his best to let his family know that he is still alive, but surveillance complicates his return home. Kai remembers his father and sister. Abyss listens silently as he includes her without hesitation. Kai says firmly, Abyss is family too, and she, moved by his acknowledgement, quietly whispers the same word. Abyss, overwhelmed with emotion, hugs Kai tightly, but Kai panics, feels that the chasm between civilizations is still vast. Kai returned home, and he was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of warmth. Energetic villagers in red hoods greeted him warmly. He says that while the village grew, new seeds appeared. Of them grew into a creature resembling a dwarf warrior. Kai reflects on what has been done and on his limits, and suddenly realizes, for a ship to withstand the sea, iron and good preparation are needed. Kai is sincerely grateful for the help but honestly admits there are not enough hands, so he plans to consult with NL. Kai smiles slyly and asks for more seeds, insisting that they find a way to help. Over food, the village leader speaks sincerely and decisively about her priorities. She is focusing on developing animal husbandry to ensure a sustainable future for the community. She is firmly convinced horses or cows are best suited for the work. Kai agrees but wants the animals to be more tame. Kai burns with insatiable curiosity about the northern creatures and decides to set out to explore them and find out if they can be tamed. Having made sure everyone was safe, he declared in a firm voice, "I am heading to the northern island and will prepare." The team raised their hands together. Their next mission had started, to find livestock that could be raised on the farm. They crossed the heart of the island, leading the group to scout a possible base location in the north. She shone with joy to be traveling with him. The mood was light despite the numerous dangers of the island. They studied the map intently and heatedly discussed how magical obstacles change the behavior of monsters in the north. Although the threats were retreating, moving would deprive them of natural protection, and he felt that moving north would not be easy. On the open plains, they came across wild buffalo, valuable livestock, but attempting to tame them could jeopardize their safety. Abyss, though feeling unwell, still gathered his last strength and tried to cast a spell, hoping that stunning one beast would be enough. She struck the buffalo with lightning, and they feared in horror that this blow might have been fatal. The group approached cautiously, but the surrounding buffalo became hostile and were already preparing to charge without hesitation. Suddenly one buffalo fiercely charged at them. Abyss instantly rushed in front of the boy to shield him from the attack. While Abyss ordered the boy to retreat, he himself rapidly cast spells, trying to disable the entire herd. Abyss struggled, desperately trying to control her magic, while the pressure of the buffaloes grew around her. In the air, she fired a double fire burst explosive magic, knocked back several charging buffaloes. Though she attacked, the herd charged forward again. She staggered, stunned, and he shouted, full of anxiety. Grabbing Abyss's hand, he summoned a mysterious power and immediately made a magical contract with a buffalo. He whispered that she absorbs wild magic simply by breathing. If she restrains it, she will remain resilient. After the tense confrontation, Abyss caught her breath, and the group, exchanging glances, quietly confirmed everyone survived. They carefully examined the stunned buffaloes. He decided to take one back, glad that it survived unharmed. Having completed the quest, they were sincerely praised and gifted Livestock 1 male and 4 females so the village could confidently manage. Planning future growth, he imagined how livestock farming for meat, leather, and milk would spread throughout the settlement. When spring came, he thoughtfully recalled how far he had come through harsh seasons since he arrived on the island. At the height of the harvest, the team worked tirelessly, gathering the fruits and sincerely giving thanks for the generous yield of this season. When the cold crept in, preparations began. Magic and warmth became a shield against the growing seasonal threats. Winter came fiercely, the snow did not stop them. They continued building and living daily life inside their sturdy homes. Returning from work, he felt how the abyss of warmth greeted him now in winter clothes. Dressed in fur garments made from tan monster hide, he enthusiastically claimed they were much warmer than hemp ones. Glow burned in his voice as he told how he learned to tan hides, and in the cozy hut, they sat close and shared warmth. With the support of the warriors, the construction quickly came to an end. He stood, admiring the ceiling, grateful for the teamwork and strong shelter. Even under thick fur, the cold only intensified, and he increasingly feared whether they would survive that harsh winter on the island. Feeling his fear, Abyss sat closer, becoming a silent support while he held the warm cup. They exchanged gratitude, and although it was cold around, both felt safe because they knew, now they were one for each other. Exhausted but satisfied, they rested side by side, wrapped in warmth and faithful friends. The village peacefully flourished. People prepared food, chatted, and lived simply under the clear winter sky. A new group approached the village with goods, and livestock. Their growing settlement noticeably strengthened. He recalled the past year, a year of challenges and growth, with seasons sometimes harsh, sometimes gentle. Suddenly, a dazzling glow spread around him. He rose to the next level. Progress in the role of village head completed. Reaching level 10, he received a wooden stake, and new opportunities to expand the village opened before him. She explained that this stake allows one to set off in exactly the right direction you stick it in, and the village barriers open permanent exits. He was wildly fascinated by the potential, calling it a distortion point, a thread connecting distant places, even across oceans. He stuck the stake into the fertile soil and waited hopefully for the result. Working the land now gave him true satisfaction. After a few days, animal ears grew from the ground. Everyone froze in confusion, not understanding what had appeared. They cautiously peered at what was sprouting. Abyss, without hesitation and without fear, tore it off. Suddenly, a girl with fox ears jumped out of the ground, and they froze in shock. She proudly exclaimed that she was a powerful fire sorceress, and striking a dramatic, energetic pose, introduced herself. The group froze in stunned silence. Her eccentric behavior and unexpected magical announcement overwhelmed them. From the sky suddenly appears a powerful girl with fox ears. She was gifted by a high-level magical reward. Curious and lively, she asks for a cute little name for herself and captivates everyone with her courage. Kai pondered about how names are given here, and suddenly he remembered how people in this world once mispronounced his name. Kai calls her Ren and solemnly titles himself Abyss. Between them, a new, tightly bonded group is born. Filled with joy and excitement, Ren hugs them tightly, thus officially their shared life begins anew. A terrifying magical beast appeared, but Ren calmly stepped forward and firmly declared that this fight was hers. Focused and precise, Ren releases blazing power through her fingers, preparing a destructive fire spell. Ren unleashes a fierce whirl of flames that stuns her allies and instantly vaporizes the enemy. Kai and Abyss are stunned by the consequences, unsure if what they saw was real magic. They understand, Ren's magic does not drink the local mana. Her power seems to contradict the very laws of this world. While Ren and Abyss guarded the outskirts and drove away monsters, peace returned once again to Tenohir. Kai pays tribute to the hunted beast, and the villagers joyfully celebrate the new gifts of the sea has finally appeared. Without ships, they are forced to fish only near shore. Kai instructs L to gather materials for construction. Filled with determination to set out, Kai oversees the construction of the raft and announces that they are moving forward. Kai loudly declares that he is going to travel the world, hoping to share it with Abyss. The raft is finally ready, and everyone gathers around excitedly as Kai prepares to leave the island. Using ancient knowledge, Kai draws a map, full of hope to reach the distant land to the southwest. Supplies gathered, Plan B at hand. They embrace uncertainty and prepare to depart. A moment before departure, Abyss feels something strange. She leaves without a word and Kai immediately follows. Standing on the cliff, Abyss watches as a mysterious ship suddenly appears. Kai freezes in shock. Kai instantly recognized the approaching Sheepa Carrack, and the sign on its side clearly showed it was from the temple. He suspects it is not a rescue but something sinister, so he quickly hides their raft and watches cautiously. Abyss is anxious before leaving, and Kai is silent, hesitating over which choice to make. Kai gently soothes her and decides to go scouting alone, while Abyss and Ren remain hidden. Hiding in the shadows of the trees, Kai keenly notices movement on the Persomyon unknown is landing on the shore. A figure in a cloak led a young girl to the shore and threw magical shackles on her embarrassed body. Kai froze in shock, quietly whispered to his comrades to hide, and stared intently at the mysterious newcomer. When the ship sailed away, the girl woke up on the pier alone, frightened and confused. Kai quietly and gently greets her, calms her down, and prepares to explain everything to earn her trust. The little girl Katie quietly cries, and Kai gently assures her that she will temporarily live safely on the island. He understands there is no returning home. She tries to respond but slips and clumsily falls. Wet and embarrassed, Kai says that returning now is impossible, but promises to help her someday. Ren bursts in angry and threatens Keed's doll, and Kai rushes to stop her, sternly demanding that she retreat immediately. When the temple began pushing the children out, Kai stopped their escape plan and directly asked Ren what she was plotting. Kai swears to save all the abandoned children. Abyss, smiling, knew he would never abandon the defenseless. Keed recalls her native Godii, but remains confused herself. Where is it on the map, and what is the politics there? Kai, with a sparkle in his eyes, enthusiastically tells how the temple influences the whole world and offers Kite to complete the interrupted blessing ceremony on the island. Keed admits that her power is a gift from an evil god, but she is not sure if it is truly acceptable here. Kai gently reassures her, it is your choice. Blessings have power only in the hands of the one who uses them, not in religious interpretations or fear. The dwarf peeked out of the hut. Kai confirmed that he is part of the blessing of Kai's day and is probably meant to protect. Kai suggests revitalizing the abandoned field, and one day suddenly wonders, does he ever feel lonely when working alone? Abyss says that Kai has a family he misses, and although he is full of hope, he hides his pain behind hard work. Kite silently watches, whispers about parents, and suddenly realizes she herself is waiting deeply inside. Kaide performs a rare blessing ceremony, quietly whispers the name of God, and Kaide himself watches this with obvious approval. She, with a glow in her eyes, asks to test her new power, and Kai warmly smiles and allows it. Keed awakens her divine power, temporary life. Its bright glow instantly floods the plush animals. Suddenly, the plush bunny and cat came to life. They moved and spoke, and everyone shuddered with surprise. They were filled with anxiety. Keed explains her blessing is different. The revived dolls now act independently and communicate clearly. Seeing how useful she is, the leader enthusiastically praises Kaide, and she confidently promises to help with the settlement's daily tasks. 3 peaceful months flew by. Kaide merges into the life of the island, and through joint work becomes increasingly close to everyone. Time passed quietly, and the group grew closer. Meals, laughter, and shared tasks on the island made them closer. Keed stayed with Ren, guarding the home while the others prepared for the risky journey. Biss and the main heroes set off on a wooden raft and sailed together to an unknown coastal city. Thanks to GPS magic, Abyss's group rushes across the open sea, breaking away from the remote island. Kaide, exhausted, stays behind, while the others rush forward, relying on their decision and the map's hints. Disputes flare up. The raft cannot hold everyone, and Kaide is entrusted to guard the village. Ren, though with a heavy heart, is chosen to stay. Abyss is needed for navigation, so there is no other choice. Returning to land, Ren helps Kaide around the house, and without any complaints merges into the peaceful daily life. Food supplies still exist, but Ren doubts, is all this work really necessary right now? Kaide reminds her, in trouble, one must be ready. We must preserve independence from other villages. Kaide skillfully assigns roles and organizes helpers, and Ren, with a heavy heart, joins the team fetching water. Bored and disappointed, Ren sadly recalls dreams of fun that never came true. Disappointment presses on her from all sides, but Ren still stands up to defend the island and supports everyone who remained. While doing house chores, Ren quietly wonders to herself, when will their lord return to the island again? A sudden sound from above tears Ren's attention. Her ears twitch, she senses something unusual nearby. Kite lures the suspicious creature into a trap it falls, and her assumption is confirmed. It could not move. Rumors still buzz in memory about fierce beasts that once roamed here. Perhaps some of them survived and still hide, unnoticed. Heed carefully surveys the rocky area. Although everyone says it is safe here, something disturbing stirs among the rocks. Heed feels someone's presence, her eyes widen with fear. She freezes, clutching her plush friend tightly. Suddenly, a monstrous bird swoops low, and Kite presses the plush toy hard, preparing for an attack. From the raft, Abyss catches Kite's distant scream and instantly sends wind magic toward the island. Thanks to the wind spell, Abyss's group breaks free from the current. Abyss creatively uses supportive magic. Lucas admits, in battle, Ren is much stronger than him, and despite how things seem, he understands her value exceeds even his own. Ren arrives on time with a single explosive strike in the air. She knocks down the beast before it can harm Kite. Ren destroys the threat with precise spells and instant blows. Her instincts are hardened by survival. Ren proudly calls herself Kite's protector, and Kite, now safe, sits overwhelmed with emotions and a sense of relief after her rescue. Kite bursts into tears. Ren holds her close and promises to always be near and protect her. Lying on her back, Ren Kite apologizes and regrets not trying harder to protect herself earlier. Returning home, Kite quietly whispers to herself, will their brother ever come back? The thought that she will never see him again shakes Kite. A fear awakens in her that she cannot ignore. Tears flood Ren. She does not want to even think that she will be abandoned and forgotten forever. Kite feels that her words hurt Ren. She sincerely apologizes and, filled with regret, does not know how to comfort her. Kite holds her close. She quietly whispers to Ren that he will return, and soon everything will be all right. Under the evening sky, Kite and Ren quietly promise to wait until their brother returns. Later that night, a strange rustling wakes Kite and Ren from sleep. Something is moving outside the walls of their quiet refuge. Kite cautiously peeks outside and sees how figures of warrior Kun silently gather in the moonlit forest. With relief, the girls see that those creatures are completely harmless. They cheerfully dig under the glow of 2 shining moons. Ren explains that they reproduce naturally, and Kite watches with curiosity, still unsure. Is it magic or some kind of ritual? After a few days, even more warrior Kun appeared, and Ren explains. They multiplied thanks to seeds given to them by their lord. The more there were, the more Ren said she felt less lonely, but admitting it directly was very difficult for her. Kite tightly embraces warrior Kun and promises their brother that they will all wait together for his safe return. A distant island emerges on the horizon after a long sea voyage. Lucas and the group finally spot land. The pain from the journey grips him, but Lucas, examining the topographic map of Abyss, confirms their course was accurate. Lucas realizes teleporting in the middle of sailing is too risky, so he decides to temporarily moor his raft. Finally, they land on the shore. Lucas asks Abyss to find a nearby river, hoping to come across signs of civilization. Abyss says the road will take 3 days, but Lucas insists they must hurry because Cade and others are waiting at home. Lucas urges the group to speed up. Everyone agrees, and together they set off deeper into the land. Before entering the village, the main character hurriedly pulls a hood over Abyss to hide her horns. Abyss confidently poses in hooded clothing, and the main character, openly admiring, praises her appearance before they set off on a journey in an ox cart. They calmly travel through rural expanses in a wooden cart pulled by 2 mighty buffaloes. Abyss catches voices nearby and hesitates. Should she approach the strangers to learn more about the area? During the investigation, they suddenly see a bound girl fleeing from kidnappers. Trying to escape, she stumbles and falls. The slave traders catch up and seize the fleeing girl again, mocking her resistance. They have no intention of pitying her. One thug fiercely grabs her by the hair, while another sternly warns him not to spoil their merchandise before the sale. Hiding nearby, 2 hesitate whether to intervene or not, and seeing the girl's condition, the hero urges Abyss to act. Abyss unleashes lightning magic. The current instantly strikes one slave trader. The others freeze in fear and confusion. While Abyss relentlessly casts spells, the enemies fall one by one, and the girl stands stunned and amazed by the sudden rescue. The rescued girl doubts this magic, and Kai, sensing the tension, apologizes and gently soothes her. Kai calls himself a merchant, and smiling, explains that the magic was cast by his companion Abyss. The girl calls herself Sarah Bianchi and remains silent about everything else, showing only what is visible on the outside. Sarah hints the merchants are already on edge, waiting for the return of the money. Kai's vague answer leaves her doubtful whether he even wants compensation. Kai asks instead for a local guide, and Sarah gladly agrees to help. His casual generosity awakened curiosity in her. Sarah froze upon hearing Scorpu and hesitates, is it worth risking again and returning to the town? The memory of how she was barely saved does not give her peace. She doubts whether it is safe for her to be a guide now. Sarah, although doubtful, still agrees her conscience does not allow her to refuse the polite request of the merchant. Sarah admits that she ran away on her own, but she still has unfinished business, and she calls this meeting of theirs a joke of fate. Having asked for a scarf, Sarah quickly hid the collar. Kai suspects that it might reveal something from her past. Kai carefully examines the equipment of their attacker. Sarah immediately recognizes them as mercenaries from the trading company. Stunned by the rare equipment, Kai decides to carry everything to Tenohira to take a closer look. He firmly ties the men to the trees so that they cannot immediately chase after the group. During another journey, Sarah, with anxiety in her voice, explains why it is so restless here. Empires constantly change, and problems with mercenaries constantly arise in port towns. Finally, they arrive at Skopra, a bustling port town, and Kai looks at Sarah and asks, "What is your next step?" Kai treats the group to a hot meal, his face glowing with the thought of tasting city food again. Kai enjoys and joyfully celebrates the return to civilization, while Sarah and Abbas quietly observe his reaction. As they survey the city, one of them nervously looks around for her. This is the first visit to any city. Kai hesitates whether to stop for shopping before the journey home or leave immediately, but he feels magic does not work in the crowd. After calculating expenses, Kai boldly agreed to open a food stall in the busy, crowded market. Kai asks Sarah about her future, and she quietly says she would like to stay with him a little longer. Kai guesses that the one who called was just for show, and Sarah laughs as if to say he looks noble, although he knows almost nothing. Sarah reveals the collar is a magical shackle that suppresses a wizard's abilities. She explains that enslaved wizards are sold for huge sums. Blood magic makes them a coveted commodity among aristocratic circles. Sarah sincerely apologizes for the hidden truth, and Kai suddenly realizes this world is much more dangerous than he imagined. Sarah suspects that Kai is from a wealthy family. She notices his silence and devotion to Abbas. When Abbas says that her loyalty is voluntary, Sarah begins to doubt. Did Abbas suppress her own feelings? Sarah says that the collar cannot be removed. It was created by a blessed person with mysterious divine powers. Kai suggests escaping by boat, and Sarah, though hesitant, still agrees, not entirely sure, but ready to go with him. Kai promises to continue helping her, even to remove that collar. Sarah accepts his support with gratitude. Sarah feels that there is almost no time left, and is no longer sure if she can trust Kai now. Kai hands her an outfit and quietly suggests changing her appearance for a while, so as not to arouse suspicion or expose herself to danger. Sarah, in a hood with cat ears, blushes deeply, and Kai jokingly asks her to behave like a bis. Merchants compete for the goods, shouting increasingly higher offers. Demand suddenly overwhelmed the small stall. Locals instantly gather the sweet fruits, and calm livestock attract them like a magnet, and they ask to buy in bulk without hesitation. The crowd erupted with excitement, and three of them bustle about, trying to serve everyone. They are shocked by the stunning success. Later in the tavern, they count the crazy money. The gold is enough to buy an old manor. The leader emotionally explains why these goods are so valuable. They are rare, pest-free, and grown on a secluded island. As soon as the profit settles in their pockets, they immediately write out all the essentials: materials, livestock, grain, and vital knowledge for production. In the tavern, they once again confirmed their plan, and then, with anxiety, recalled the allies they had to leave behind. The boy offers Sarah shelter on their island and assures her, although it is remote, it is safe there. Sarah, silently grateful, is unsure of their trust in her. After all, they know nothing about who she is. He gently extends money to offer comfort, with kindness without judgment, and quietly trust begins to grow between them. They watch silently. The tension in the air rises, because Sarah is about to reveal her mysterious, hidden past. Moved by their kindness, Sarah decides to trust and begins to reveal her true past and intentions. She admits that she comes from the noble Mondial, and he froze, pretending as if he knows that name. Sarah tells that during the fall of Mondial, she served as a court sorceress and protected a fleeing princess. Bandits set an ambush on their escort. Now the bandits see them either as valuable hostages or easy prey. Confident in their strength, the princess's guards rushed at the bandits without fear or hesitation. Suddenly, a fiery spell burst from the enemy, and it turned out that one of them is a mage. Sarah breaks through the flames and, like lightning, launches a counterattack with unstoppable speed and magical power. During their clash, a terrible weakness emerges. The enemy's mysterious power instantly erases her magic. While Sarah fights desperately, another bandit grabs the young princess, and the tide of the battle instantly turns in their favor. In captivity and helpless, Sarah fervently demanded the release of the princess, but the slavers only mocked her despair. Sarah recounted she was sold separately, escaped captivity, and during her flight encountered others. Sarah, overwhelmed with emotion, falls and begs them to save Princess Yuri Cecil before it becomes too late. Kai froze in place, his heart tightening with doubt about whether he could manage, but then learned that the kidnappers were not official soldiers of the Empire. Sarah shouts loudly that she will pay a huge sum to ransom the imprisoned princess. Sarah does not back down. She demands to be sold, insisting that her magical status will raise the price even higher. She pleads with him, use this money and save the princess and her companions too. Magical lineage attracts nobles. Selling Sarah might tempt buyers to ignore the rules for their own status. Kai quietly nods. The logic truly makes sense, and he understands. Sarah's offer might be their only way out. He tests her trust by asking what she will do if he betrays her and takes everything. Kai sincerely assures her that he will not let her down, but her proposal still weighs on his heart. Sarah insists that she completely trusts him, even though they have just met, and Kaya is both pleased and wary of this. Kaya runs through all the good deeds he has received in his memory and feels he cannot abandon a person with such a pure, sincere heart. He agrees to help but sets two conditions. The first, to believe him unconditionally, no matter what happens. Here comes the second condition. Sarah must take off her cloak to show what she is hiding. Sarah froze at the sight of Abyss. Her horns immediately revealed that she was a demon. Demons are terrifying mythical creatures. They are feared and called embodiments of evil, although many people associate them with divine legends. Kaya is terribly worried that Sarah might panic, but she completely rejects the idea that Abyss could be evil or dangerous. Kaya sighed with relief at Sarah's agreement, sincerely thanked her, and gently ended the night, soothing her with warm words. When asked again, Kaya resolutely promised he will save the princess at any cost. Suddenly Abyss felt a heat engulf her, and persistently asked Kaya to lie down next to her. He remained puzzled. She is confident that a shared dream will heal her, but Kai is in panic and cannot believe it. Kai tries to stop her, but Abyss with her enthusiasm knocks him onto the bed. Through tears she asks if he does not love her, because she takes his hesitation as a rejection of her feelings. Kai nervously fusses, blurts out excuses, and then suddenly realizes that he is still too young to handle this situation properly. At the village gate appeared a mysterious girl. With horns, her demonic appearance sowed confusion and fear among the villagers. Rumors about demons settle in people's hearts and give no peace, and the appearance of the Abyss challenges their ancient myths and beliefs. Worried about cooperation, they argue about Abyss's appearance, and her beauty makes them doubt old prejudices. The boy gently calms Abyss and kindly invites everyone to rest tonight. He prioritizes harmony and emotional safety. When asked if he will help, he firmly says he will save her. His voice shows confidence and calm leadership. Sarah tells him she is not afraid of slavery. What scares her is something else, that the princess will suffer much more. She asks them to befriend Yuria and rely on her care, because the principality is already in ruins. The boy watched her sleep and suddenly realized, although her situation is desperate, she is honest, kind, and selfless. He silently promised to save those like her, those who suffer, and never ask for help. He rummaged through the noisy bazaar, looking for ores, but no seller had any. Confused by the local materials, Sarah did not offer any help, so they decided to buy simple iron tools. He postponed rescuing the princess. Supplies were more important than anything and encouraged Abyss to say aloud what she needed. They wandered among the tents, bought vegetables, masks, and livestock, and from what they found at hand, instantly devised a plan. Although the prices were biting, they still bought dogs, goats, and chickens, but there were no horses or pigs. They reviewed their loot tools, crops, oils, cotton, and sugar, yet they still lacked supplies. Kai asked Sarah to wait, and he himself headed to unload their heavy cargo. Kai asked Abyss to stay in place, and he carefully led the cart through the alley. He returned to the village, and by the gate a girl met him. Her eyes burned with curiosity. She really wanted to know how their trading trip ended. Pleased, armed with the results, he introduced the new animals, and at the same time calmed his dizzy companion. Exhausted by fatigue and on the verge of fainting, Sarah sat alone nearby, and Kai later puzzled over how to divide the supplies. Kai returned in a mask. Sarah gasped in panic, but when he whispered that he remained faithful to her, she sighed with relief. Sarah confessed, when she was alone, she felt weak, but next to Kai, it was as if her strength awakened. She could move him. Kai hopefully asked for directions to the princess, and Sarah frankly named her location. The princess was inside the trading company. Inside the building, a mysterious woman gently combed the princess's hair, completely unaware of the rescue attempt. The trader coldly greeted the princess he saw in her, only a valuable commodity, deprived of any freedom. He warned her wizard had abandoned her, and others would not be kind to her either. He insisted that in the hands of slave traders or soldiers, her fate would be even worse, like flowers crushed underfoot. He mocked her imprisonment, laughing and saying that a fallen princess should only be in a beautiful locked cage. Suddenly, magical power burst from her body, sharply throwing both captors across the room. The princess swiftly raised a transparent barrier, and the man sharply demanded that she immediately remove her magical protection. Irritated, he exploded in a scream. A warrior named Fazil arrived and, with obvious mockery, commented on his boss's shameful behavior. Fazil coldly confirmed no attack would break the barrier. The boss sternly ordered him to get rid of her. Loud disputes erupted over past failures. Although she made mistakes, Fazil firmly assured that her strength did not allow her to flee. The boss warned that failure was unacceptable. Vasil agreed with a self-satisfied smile, but tension was rising in the air. Their old battle feats were taking their toll. Fazil accepted the order to appear later and warned the princess that her struggle would only get worse. The princess withdrew into herself again and summoned a protective barrier, while the maid looked at her puzzled. Kai in disguise appeared near the company building, his steps confident he was preparing to carry out his plan. Sarah stood confused, while Kai stubbornly insisted that he had a plan and began to pretend to be noble. Kai decisively opened the door and completely transformed into an arrogant, upper-class aristocrat. Entering confidently, Kai called the owner and announced that he was going to make a big purchase. The host warmly welcomed the group and had no idea that deception was being woven right before his eyes. Kai transformed into a king under a mask, introduced himself as Melini, and did not even suspect that Kai was manipulating the situation. Sarah and Abyss swiftly staged a dramatic return, as if they had brought back a captured fugitive. Melini fell for that performance, and Kai immediately began demanding a reward, claiming that he had safely returned the slave mage. Kai stubbornly demanded compensation. Melini doubted his motives, but Kai cunningly turned the conversation to the prices of mages. Kai lied. He said she begged him to resell her and give the money to someday free the princess. He pretended to be captivated by her devotion, as if her sincerity gave him the right to demand a worthy payment for it. Sarah, with tears in her eyes, reminded him of the promise she doubted, whether there would be enough money to carry out the plan. Kai quietly whispered to her that his intention had not changed. He would definitely buy and save her. Kai whispered quietly that he was not short of money, he just wanted to better deceive Melini. He pretended that it was a benefit for everyone, covering up Sarah's collapse and her emotional breakdown. Kai asked to be told where the princess was, and Melini agreed. She allowed Sarah to meet with her before the final sale. Kai subtly flattered Melini with her own cruelty, and she, although knowing that the reunion would cause her emotional pain, still agreed. Melini maliciously boasted about the soldiers' failures in the slave springs, and Kai inquired, and it turned out that they were located in another room. The disguised trader mockingly sneers, hinting at the value of the mage, and the girl trembles. He says that she voluntarily agreed to the sale because she wanted to use the proceeds to ransom her captive princess. Her devotion entertains him. The rare loyalty of a slave seems to justify his manipulative sincerity in matters. She cries, and each of her tears strikes him as a promise. Her words awaken guilt in him, though their entire exchange was coldly calculated. He quietly and confidently soothes her and swears again to buy the princess no matter what happens. The merchant presents a silent girl, a slave of the highest quality, right before the hero in the mask. He lingered on her features, golden hair, gentle facial expression, and did not know whether to believe the merchant's words. She reminds him of someone from the past, and hesitation and quiet curiosity awaken in his chest. The merchant names such a wildly high price that for that money one could buy a modest house in the city. Noticing that a secret discount is hidden in the offer, the hero accepts it with cautious confidence and sincere curiosity. The trader enthusiastically praises Yuri Cecil, calling her the pearl of Mondal one that even kings admire. 3. Sarah rushes forward, overwhelmed with emotions. The merchant admits it was her return that allowed giving this at a discount. Tormented by past actions, Sarah sinks into reflections. She is ready to accept her fate if it will save Yuri. Sarah apologizes to Yuri. With guilt and gratitude living simultaneously in her chest, she understands that she must thank her, not pity her. Holding back tears, Sarah asks for a final farewell before they part, and she loses her forever. When Sarah reunites with the girls again, the boy in the mask silently watches, as if absorbing their touching reunion. He calmly asks to buy more guards, and while the merchant steps away, a list of the next purchases is already forming in his mind. The lonely merchant stared intently at the boy and thought, who is he really too refined for his age, but somehow very grounded? Sarah begs the boy to buy each of the remaining guards because she fears they will be separated again. Understanding her pain, the boy apologizes. He feels her despair and the full weight of her request. Suddenly one girl cuts the ropes holding Sarah. Everyone froze, and the boy shouts that he will not let her suffer. She swiftly cuts the ropes of the others, and a commotion instantly rises around the captives prepare to act. The boy shouts for everyone to run and lights a tiny spark of hope, though he has neither evidence nor a clear plan. He promises to create a chance and passionately calls them to act if they truly want freedom. Yuri, filled with determination, steps forward. Her appearance surprises everyone and further strengthens their faith. Yuri catches his gaze, gentle, determined, nothing like the greedy gleam of the merchant or the pitiful look of the mercenary. She quietly ponders, while his eyes, unlike hers, are still full of hope so strong they can move others. Touched, Yuri suddenly grabs Sarah's hand, showing her his trust and igniting a wave of unity. Sarah gathers her courage again. Everyone lines up in a circle, quieting down, preparing for the plan the boy devised. At the boy's signal, magic flared. A dazzling light enveloped the group, and they dashed into a desperate escape. The guards reported the failure, and the chief, upon learning that the mage was found, fiercely scolded them. The merchant froze in panic upon hearing that his people were ambushed, stripped, and tied to trees after the defeat. Angry over the report, the merchant bangs on the floor. The room shakes from his wild fury. He orders reinforcements to be called, but panic spreads. An unknown enemy has already infiltrated their base. Through the broken wall emerges a mysterious figure, and at that moment the whole room froze in shock. The girl in the cloak suddenly breaks through the wall. The merchant frantically shouts to his men chase her. Suddenly Falsel appears, and the traitor stubbornly claims that his failure was caused by magic and Yuri's loss. Irritated, the merchant sternly demands decisive action, while Falsel, overly confident, boldly assures he can handle it alone, without any help. Although Falsel behaves arrogantly, the merchant is insanely angry about the escape, and Falsel reluctantly agrees to take responsibility. Hiding in the alley, the girl prepares a distraction. She will pretend to be a cover to deceive the pursuers. While fleeing, the girl hesitates, whether to use magic or not, and quietly worries about her master's safety. Just arrived, and Sarah is in panic. Unfamiliar landscapes and sudden change of surroundings simply overwhelm her. The group found themselves in a quiet glade, and everyone froze, confused, asking how they suddenly teleported here. Kaikam Sarah, the others remain reserved, and Yuri especially. She stands without any emotion, and her unshakable calm astonishes them. The cheerful girl happily greets Kai and asks about their supplies, while Kai dodges the answer and focuses on gathering weapons. Kai apologizes for the deception. Sarah, simultaneously relieved and embarrassed, wonders where they actually ended up. Kai fiercely swings his sword, breaks chains, and pushes others, while Yuri quietly asks where they are. Yuri explains, this space was created by her blessing, and if they step beyond the boundary, triggers will activate that instantly return them back. Kai insists he has nothing to do with Mondial, says he accidentally met Sarah and helped without hesitation. Kai admits his goal is to save everyone, and Sarah, stunned, tries to comprehend this misunderstanding that supposedly she was the one sold. Old Cecile remembers how she lost her country and people. Now she lives alone, just herself, and is sincerely grateful to Sarah. Kai releases another prisoner, inwardly convinced that Cecile sees Sarah as a sister, but he will not say this aloud. She was rushing down the snowy street, and behind her soldiers were shouting and chasing her. Seeing her in human speed, they panicked. She was not running away, only buying time for others to escape. Recalling her master's order, she resolutely rushed to hold back the pursuers even if she had to use force. When they accused her and laughed at her, she calmly said, "All the slaves have long since escaped." Unleashing her power, she stood ready to fight. Lightning crackled. The goal was clear, to defeat them and cover the escape. Abyss released a lightning strike. The enemies froze in shock, and her hidden magical combat power was revealed to all. Surveying the destruction, Abyss wanted with all her might to return as quickly as possible, but another mage stepped forward and smiled confidently. A powerful enemy mage challenged her to a duel. He eagerly desired to test her stunning magical power. Meanwhile, the master gathered everyone, and as soon as Abyss held back the pursuers, he raised his hand and gave the signal it was time for their final escape. He explained their plan. As soon as Abyss fulfilled her role, they would all rush out of the city at full speed. The slave trader nervously waited and grumbled about the delays, completely unaware that the group he was hunting was already nearby and watching closely. Caught off guard, he was gripped by panic as the group boldly stepped out of the shadows behind him. Armed and serious, the girls cornered him with sharp blades. His resistance fell silent before he could react. Hearing the fight in the distance, the group instantly tied him up and prepared to move together. There was no time for questions. They brushed off his outrage, reclaimed their freedom, and grabbed the names of friends. In the quiet town, a distant explosion rang out. It was a signal that the abyss fight was still ongoing somewhere behind. The group hurriedly prepared to flee, loudly arguing about how to carry the exhausted so everyone could move at the same pace. Suddenly, armed enemies appeared. Recognizing the fugitives, they instantly closed the ring around them, allowing neither retreat nor reaction. Trapped and outnumbered, panic spread around, but Kai remained calm, ready to decide their next move. Kai realized that Abyss was facing an experienced mage, and became worried her lack of combat experience could become a serious danger. The others insisted that Kai retreat with the princess. They themselves stayed behind and prepared to defend them, though the odds were against them. Kai confirmed their expectations and noticed that the strongest mage had not yet returned. This gave them a brief advantage. Kai asked his friends to cover him for a moment, and at that very moment disappeared to make his next move. Kai returned with powerful reinforcements, combat experts ready to counterattack and turn the tide of battle in their favor. Chaos erupted. The experts rushed into a clash with the enemies, and the guards nearby only heard the noise and never learned the details. The guards approached the wounded soldier and barked at him fiercely for causing trouble in the city without permission. The Chaos Guard demanded submission and was about to enslave everyone again when suddenly reinforcements appeared ahead. Kai unleashed his secret army cute, and at the same time deadly warrior kuns, secretly trained precisely for this unexpected moment. In the darkness, the enemies panicked. A pack of small, nimble attackers fell upon them, too fast and unpredictable to be stopped. While the warriors raged on the battlefield, the girls stood watching in awe and with relief realized, this time they were allies. Kai enthusiastically praised the raccoon warriors for the stunning victory, then gently ordered them to rest like seeds. He got everyone on their feet and shouted, "Run, quickly," until enemy reinforcements arrived and trapped them. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, explosive magical attacks of Abyss fiercely lit up the streets. The enemy mage froze in fear. The endless magical power of Abyss and its continuous hail of spells simply stunned him. He tried to turn the energy into a shield, but the pressure of the Abyss did not relent. Its magic was stunning and endless. From afar, Kai and the others watched as Abyss began to gain the upper hand in the duel, creating a real storm of explosions. Seeing her alive and victorious, Kai shouted. The Abyss smiled with relief, seeing its master safe. The exhausted enemy sorceress, barely holding on, asked why during their national war was no one with power like hers involved. Kai explained he does not belong to any country, he just happened to help. Exhausted to the limit, the mage still refused to give up his pride, demanded one last fight, no matter what. Kai proposed a plan. Abyss would distract him for about 3 minutes by changing the angle of attack. The enemy mage rushed forward with incredible force, and Abyss and Kai instantly scattered in different directions. He tore aggressively through the smoke, unaware that they were leading him straight into a coordinated counterattack zone. Abyss immobilized him with precise magical shots, and the chains exploded, tightly closing off movement from all sides. Seizing the moment, Kai rushed from behind and finally knocked the exhausted warrior to the ground. Kai proudly shouted Tenohira, and the enemy, who doubted his origin, froze in amazement. A sudden blow struck down the man in armor. He fainted and slumped beside the bewildered attacker. He opened his eyes and was confused. Under the bright sun, he found himself in a field that seemed peaceful, and around him animals and strangers. Still disoriented, he got up and, seeing an unfamiliar village, screamed in shock. The boy ran away together with the elf, and the man froze in place, bewildered and not understanding what had just happened. Alarm signals spread, and the girl, shouting warnings, ordered the villagers to take up arms. The enemies were approaching. The girl rallied the villagers to defend, warning, "The bandits will steal the harvest if they are not stopped now." She instilled terror, saying that if no one stood against the threats, they might even take the daughters. The man in armor shouted for peace, saying he had only cut down one boy, and this instantly confused the armed crowd. Although he was misunderstood and found himself in the minority, the man warned them. He was a mage and would not give them an easy victory. Before he could move, some invisible force threw him off balance. He froze in shock, not understanding why his magic did not work. Panic gripped the sorcerer when he realized there was no mana here. The villagers were crowding closer and closer, while the allies stood silently watching. In despair, he squeezed out his reserves of inner magic, swearing that no one would underestimate or mock him. A fiery sphere burst from his palm, the peasants were frightened and gripped by panic, responded with coordinated strikes. The peasants howled in fear but did not retreat. One man, gathering his last courage, raised and lit a torch. Stunned, the mage grabbed his sword, disappointedly realizing he had to fight hand to hand. Cornered and enraged, the mage gritted his teeth and could not believe that such a humiliating resistance had worked. Looking down on the boy, he refused to believe he had lost to someone so ordinary and inexperienced. The peasants attacked him. Exhausted and covered in bruises, he collapsed. The elf woman finally drove them away. The peasants celebrated joyfully, and the children with curious eyes watched as the unconscious mage was carefully tied up. Walking alongside, the elf and the boy pondered. Human threats now seemed scarier than the wild monsters outside. Aniel encouraged Kai with a gentle smilish, believed in his choice, and sincerely supported his determination. Night fell and Kai rewatched Bound Mage, planning to hide it and quietly prepare to leave. Under the cover of darkness, the group moved unnoticed, making sure the mage had hidden somewhere and stayed away. Abyss felt guilty about her limitations, but Kai gently reassured her, saying that all their success was precisely thanks to her help. Moved by his words, Abyss smiled and quietly asked him to hug her so that her heart could calm down a little. The group watched as Kai warmly embraced Abyss, and this lifted the mood and surprised the other girls. People thanked him for the rescue, but Kai just brushed off the praise and calmly asked where they would go next. Kai quietly hoped they would join him, but did not dare to force anyone to go to his island. The girl confessed their group had nowhere else to go, and she offered to give herself into slavery. Kai froze in surprise. They believed that slavery would protect them, and he, embarrassed, admitted he was not a traitor. Kai warned their base was a harsh, lonely island where survival was possible only by giving oneself completely. Interested villagers bombarded him with questions, and Kai confirmed. On that land there was forest and water enough to start anew. They mocked the bad reputation of their homeland, and this stunned Kai. He underestimated how little it could offer. Kai asked for a promise in return, threw behind old ties, and plunged into island life. He resolutely declared, revenge was forbidden, only those who choose peace would be allowed to their new beginning. She confessed revenge had lost all meaning, no one was left, so she chose peace. The group walked together, their hearts beating with curiosity and admiration, and they headed north to their new destination. Kai explained that the path leads to the island, and with a quiet plea in his voice, asked them to cooperate. Walking through the portal, they froze before a huge cliff that loomed menacingly over the entrance to the island. Kai gladly welcomed them to the island of no people, but immediately warned, it is empty here, so at first, it will probably be a bit boring. Ren, the fox girl, pushed Kai and sharply scolded him for returning too slowly. Kai apologized for being late. Ren confessed through tears that she was afraid he would never return to her. Together again, the younger girl hugged Kai tightly, and the group sighed with relief. Everyone returned together and was safe. Kai solemnly introduced the newcomers as new residents of the island. Then Kai politely greeted those who already lived on the island, one by one. Kai explained that returning home is not yet possible despite family ties. This place has become a refuge for everyone. The main character points to the empty island and explains, they will have to start from scratch, there is nothing here. He shares the plan: farms, houses, roads, wells, gardens, and builds a functioning settlement from nothing. He says openly, the goal is not just to survive, but to build a country that everyone can call home. The peasants were inspired, some joyfully chant, others sincerely promise their support in his grand plan. They see hope. One girl quietly decides to follow him, calling herself family loyal beyond duty, bound by trust. Grateful for a second chance, these women hope and believe that together they can rebuild a life filled with meaning. Someone gently squeezes his hand, silently encouraging, hold on and lead us forward. Her words touched his heart. He agrees, and together they vow to build a country without sorrow. Suddenly another woman claims she is his wife, and those watching are left in complete confusion and embarrassment. Peasants watch intently. The girl swiftly chops wood. Her unusual strength instantly arouses suspicion and anxiety. The children sincerely stand up to defend Abisjan and firmly say from the heart that she is kind, nothing like those terrible demons they have only read about. Ren-chan releases flames, and the peasants whisper among themselves, debating whether she is a beast person or something else. Hesitating slightly, the peasants accept Ren-chan. They are won over by her fluffy ears and lively, completely harmless nature. The group anxiously discusses the lack of equipment. Worn-out shoes clearly show how much they need better clothes and supplies. Kai stood before the peasants, declared that he was the moderator, and solemnly opened their first gathering of islanders. Peasants fervently raise questions about tools, food, hygiene, and clothing. The daily needs of their growing settlement become increasingly apparent. Yuri takes notes and Kai finally understands. Some problems, such as plumbing, cannot be solved by simply quickly gathering materials. Yuri explains, for a nation to arise, it needs its own land, people, and power, and he especially emphasizes what this island lacks. Kai already holds both the land and the power in his hands, but he constantly puzzles over how to quickly and effectively increase the number of citizens. Yuri throws out a bold idea on how to multiply the population, subtly hinting, the solution lies in Kai's personal efforts. To everyone's astonishment, Yuri confidently says, having children is the fastest way to grow. Yuri solemnly proclaims Kai the king of the new country, proudly emphasizing her royal origin. She stubbornly insists that an heir is indispensable, and this drives Kai into even greater panic over his new responsibilities. Kai awkwardly yielded to the arguments. Yuri shyly asked for some informal intimacy, and this further deepened their unexpected political and personal connection. Kai, sitting next to Yuri, blushes and feels embarrassed. He is still confused by her motives and does not understand at all what her intentions toward him are. He suspects behind her decision might stand royal duty, and he doubts whether it truly arose only from her own heart. Everyone froze when Yuri proposed that she and Sarah immediately move to live with Kai. Kai decided that this year a stronger house is needed for the winter and asks if anyone has experience in construction or the necessary knowledge. Inspired by volunteers, Kai joyfully exclaimed that together with the raccoon warriors and peasants, they will build 10 houses. Yuri suggests building only one huge castle. He says one king is enough for one palace. Kai almost panics at her grand proposal because he understands that she is really serious and is waiting for magical help. She insists mages are both an army and citizens at the same time, so living together in a castle is quite logical, it is more efficient, and our unity strengthens. Kai admits she is right, keeping many houses for 14 people would be too wasteful and impractical. Yuri, with eyes shining with a dream, tells, one exquisite castle, a common home where everyone lives together as equals. Kai and the group stand shoulder to shoulder with one common goal. They set out to build their own country. Yuri proclaimed, the castle is their courage and symbol, a common home under the sacred tree. Everyone agreed to put the castle above all, not for luxury, but to avoid loneliness and separation. Kai sets off to Tenohira in search of materials to realize his dream to build a real castle. The village reached level 20. Everyone is wildly excited and eagerly awaits rewards and support from the city to expand. The cheerful elf Kuromo appears. She introduces herself as Inel's younger sister and a clothing specialist. Kuromo proudly says she can create clothes, which fascinates Kai, who still didn't know what to wear. Kai enthusiastically praises Kuromo's talent, while Inel firmly defends her role, listing tasks from monitoring food safety to caring for the nutritional value of dishes. Kai admits his mistake. He underestimated Inel and now finally sees she is vital to maintaining everyone's health. Kai sincerely thanks both elves, and Kuromo promises, every 3 days she will provide a new outfit if they supply the materials. Kai requests leather boots, and Kuromo, agreeing, already estimates how much time it will take to make them from scratch according to the local Tenohira time system. Kai dashed off in excitement, and El reminds that other functions have also been unlocked. The village has become a magical hidden settlement. It gained new functions and rose to a new level of development. There are no mages here yet, but the village still feels magic. It remembers those battles when combat spells were cast. Seed synthesis allows combining creation seeds and making raccoon warriors stronger, but these seeds have sprouted again. Kai, overwhelmed with curiosity and anxiety, thinks about how to raise the village to the next level and have a mage born there. He does not know what is needed for this. Meanwhile, the villagers, spread out by the water, enjoy free moments while everyday life quietly flows on. In 3 days, Kuromo shows stylish boots made of buffalo leather. Her skill amazes everyone. Kai immediately tries on the boots, and Kuromo watches anxiously, holding her breath, waiting to see if they fit. They fit perfectly, as if made for this. Kai beams with Kuromo's success and asks her to make boots for everyone else. Kuromo boasts that he is more useful than Inel, sparking a fierce rivalry between them, who has done more for Kai. Kai quietly smiles, looking over the new boots and enjoying the playful banter of the girl echoing in the background. Sarah asks Kai to point out a well or water source, and suddenly realization dawns on her. She is filled with deep gratitude. Inspired by Sarah's idea, Kai decides to look for clay and mold pots for water from it. The main character enthusiastically suggested making clay vessels to store water and cook food for their settlement. The girl admitted she had little experience and warmly recalled how her merchant father would stop and watch as clay pots were molded during trade. Unsure about the materials, they turned to Abyss, but she did not recognize clay and did not know where he was now. Another girl pointed towards the swampy areas she believed that clay hides where moisture gathers under dense vegetation. Following Ria's hint, they rummaged in the mud on the riverbank until Ozer emerged triumphantly, holding a basket packed full of clay. The main character looked more closely at the sample. The viscosity of the clay was still not suitable for pottery. He tried his best to convey what the texture of the clay felt like to the touch, but without a translator, and the team of creatures looked confused again. Despite the language problems, the creatures enthusiastically repeated after him, as if they really understood his instructions well. He and Abyss stood watching the group, all covered in mud, and were not sure if their explanation had really been understood completely. They still hadn't found good clay, so the group decided to comb the open areas along the nearest cliffs. Suddenly, Wasp emerged from the water, proudly carrying a large basket filled with clay. Others from OSS rushed after them, eagerly throwing their clay baskets. Their coordination and energy amazed the main character. The main character touched the clay soft and pliable under his fingers, perfect for later molding water jugs. He was praised as knowledgeable, but he honestly admitted he really only understood superficially, mostly from his own observations and memory. With clear instructions, they set to work on the clay, drying it, pounding it, and carefully sieving it until all impurities were removed. The main character chose Tanohira for killings and construction. Here time flies faster, and resources are abundant. From memory, he detailed a kiln with several chambers, and the group froze in amazement. It looked very unusual. Peasants responded eagerly, some even shared their experience working with bread ovens to help in the construction. Everyone worked in unison, molding bricks, forming chambers, and smoothly assembling the complex oven structure. After several days of exhausting labor, the multi-chamber oven finally stood ready about to fire the first pottery products for the village. The oven was without a roof, but the hero finally confirmed its frame was ready. Suddenly it occurred to him, by showing examples, he would give the peasants the opportunity to learn through their own attempts. While others were dozing, he came across a girl with mysterious companions, and they instantly captured everyone's attention. The agility of that creature fascinated him. One girl invited him to play, but he had a question. She asked to join a trip to Tanohira, and the main hero immediately agreed with joy. Arriving in Tanohira, the girl gasped how much the village had grown. She noticed wheat fields and new houses, and watched with admiration how the village was progressing and how more people were living there. When asked, she quietly admitted that she missed her parents and wondered how they were at home. She recalled walking to the castle, with her mother. Joyful moments of her childhood came alive again in her memory. Once she promised to find her native town, even if she had to wait. The girl tenderly held memories of her parents' kindness in her heart, while the leader anxiously prepared an important announcement. The hero revealed his plan and stunned the villagers by igniting a bright magical flame. They said that a dry fire was needed for the killing, and gathered everyone to witness the magical ignition. The crowd was introduced to the so-called Witch of Hellfire, and the villagers, who had no idea about her power, froze in astonishment. Everyone held their breath before the demonstration. She agreed anxiously, and the main hero quietly reminded her not to overdo it. The witch directed controlled tongues of flame into the furnace, and the villagers froze. Her powerful, precise magical fire stunned everyone. The crowd erupted with admiration. They saw real magic. When the furnace proved it worked, people began making real pottery. Heidi silently molded clay, frozen in concentration, carefully shaping her first work without saying a word. Others struggled with the form, while Kaide amazed with her skill, responding with only one word. Heidi carefully reviewed her results, her eyes shining with admiration. Another villager proudly presented her finished creation to the Lord. Kaide proudly raised her clay doll, smiling, but the protagonist sternly warned about the risks during firing hollow items. Sarah laid out a huge collection of kitchen utensils, energetically highlighting the most practical items for cooking and storing supplies. As the pottery dried all over Tanohira, Sarah whispered that her work brought her joy. Again, the group loaded finished ceramics into the kiln, trembling with anticipation for their first full firing. The villagers helped with the final steps, and the hero watched intently to do everything properly. Kai stubbornly refused to open the kiln early, and Anil gently explained that it needed to cool gradually to prevent cracks. The next day, the villagers eagerly began learning to work with kilns, and knowledge slowly passed from Kai's group. Kai carefully looked inside. Although there were small cracks here and there, the fired clay products mostly turned out well. The group burst into applause. The majority of the work survived, and everyone immediately rushed to find their creation. The kiln proved to be functional. The village erupted in celebrations. Pottery officially began in the world of Tanohira. Although they smiled contentedly, they understood that this was only the biscuit fearing glazing, and the final firing were still ahead. A deafening blow splits the earth, leaving a wide crater in the very heart of the camp. The villagers dig a well because they are already tired of constantly running for water to rivers and distant villages. A young girl, shining with excitement, pulls him aside and insists that he follow her. She urgently wants to show something. She led the group to a clay shed and, smiling quietly, confessed that she wanted to bake something special. Inside the shed, they came across a giant clay golem. Why it was there, they did not yet know. Kite explained why the clay golem was fragile and advised firing it to make the structure stronger. Keed suddenly coughed in the middle of a sentence, instantly worrying the others. She tries to hide her discomfort, and Ren immediately offers help. She quietly admits that her throat hurts, and the group asks Ren to stay and help her. Ren brought the huge golem out to the square, and, gathering his strength, asked the villagers for permission to burn it in the kiln. The villagers argued about its complexity, but eventually agreed, and with Alamel's blessing, their pottery skills continued to grow. As demand for ceramics increased, everyone buzzed that it was thanks to Sarah's cooking skills and her cheerful spirit. Kite smiled warmly and greeted Kai. While cooking, she had been preparing something truly special for the village for some time. Kai approached the street oven, and at that moment Sarah asked him to help carry more ingredients inside. Sarah suggested changing their staple food, and Kai gladly agreed. He was eager to try something other than the usual potatoes. From the ingredients Scorpa and Tino Hero farms, they create a richer lunch for everyone. They prepare the ingredients, looking hopefully at the future harvest, and Kai joyfully says that now they have wheat flour. Sarah scrutinizes the bag of wheat flour. Its texture and appearance instantly make her wary. Surprised, she notices the flour is too fine and white. Its quality is not at all what she expected. Kai explained he ground the grain on a water wheel, and they bought the main grain in the city. Kai, puzzled, rushes to ask someone, while others suspect that his unusual perception changed the course of events. They realized Kai's faith touched the flour and purified it, silencing the yeast and wheat bran. Anil says that because of how Kai perceives the world, everything looks different. Even food no longer seems safe, and the chicken raises doubts. Later, the reserved eggs, as if under the spell of Kai's rules, transform and in his logic become safe. Kai silently stares into the void, understanding how the world's logic was distorted by his false knowledge and careless assumptions. Kai returned with a confident step and said, "The flour is real, it's just his perception distorting it again." Kai and Sarah started baking, and to Kai's surprise, in her world there were both eggs and bread dough. Suddenly they freeze. There is no leavening agent. Kai thoughtfully asks, did she mean yeast? Sarah instead offers a flatbread. Kai suggests searching Tenohira, and Sarah meanwhile recalls someone with baking roots. Kai finds Enel again. She smilingly confirms that no one bakes here, and jokingly teases him for frequent visits. Kai is surprised to learn that villagers make noodles from wheat, and Enel smiles and says that this is another thing that reflects Kai's preferences. Kai suddenly suggests noodles instead because he realized they have no leavening agent. Sarah is puzzled but intrigued. He admits he desperately wants them. Sarah recalls Scorpy's street noodles and suggests making them again. Sarah proposes to make again the same dish they once tasted together, to become even closer through cooking together. They agree and start making dough, their hearts filled with joy from the shared memory and new purpose. While the dough rests, Sarah is already thinking about the sauce, and Kai worries, will dinner be ready? While preparing the ingredients, Kai suddenly stopped and, looking at Sarah, asked if she is satisfied with her current life in the village. Sarah warmly smiles and says she feels fulfilled. Even without magic, she has finally found a place where she belongs. She happily reflects, feeling the peace and meaning she never had when she previously served kingdoms. Sarah whispers that her happiness is cooking next to Kai, and this deepens her emotional connection with him. Kai blushed and turned away, embarrassed. They silently continue cooking side by side, as if in unison. Kai comes to Katie at night with warm food to help her recover from a cold. He brings Scorpo-style kamatama udon, warm and rich, specially cooked to lift Katie's spirits. Kate slowly eats, savoring the warmth, and her face softens. It is clear she enjoys the cozy flavors. Sarah and Kai proudly shine, while others enthusiastically praise Katie's reaction to their delicious homemade dish. Kai serves more food. The girl asks what happened. He silently turns and looks intently at the newcomers. Everyone gathered together, savoring the hot dish and feeling the warm comfort it gave them. Later, alone in the kitchen, Sarah prepared ingredients, focused on creating something meaningful and heartfelt. Bis quietly approached Sarah and whispered that she wants to learn to cook and someday become more useful. She confessed, lately she feels useless, as if unable to support her master like others do. With sincere eyes, Abyss gladly promised to feed the master, hoping her dishes would soothe him. Sarah opened the drawer, smiled warmly, and began explaining the real difficulties of cooking. Biss, full of enthusiasm, accepted the challenge, and their training began with preparing a simple, modest omelet. Kaide bakes a sturdy clay body, while others gather magical energy to breathe life into it. Kite's partner aims her spell at the clay figure and pours artificial life force into it. The newly created golem awakens, bows politely, and mesmerizes everyone with its smooth, flowing movements. They watch the polite golems with fascination, and Kaide explains where they come from once they were made like living dolls. They decide to test its abilities. Keed gives commands, and the golem responds enthusiastically. At Kaide's signal, the golem suddenly lunged forward, launching into a lightning sprint. The steps thunder throughout the settlement, raising wind and clouds of dust as it races through the terrain. The spectators froze in amazement despite its fragile-looking ceramic. It impresses with unexpected speed and strength. After completing the sprint test, they give the golem a new challenge to lift a heavy stone. Suddenly Keed realized, this is not just a stone, but a massive boulder, and she is not sure if Golem can lift it. To everyone's surprise, the golem lifts a huge boulder high above his head. Everyone praises the might of the golem, and suddenly it turns out that Kite is the chosen one with hidden power. Kaide believes that the golem's strength obeys his logic, and this is what impresses others thanks to the extraordinary blessing of a Lamilla. Filled with pride and warmth from being appreciated, the girl promises to create 2 more golems for their village. With the help of the golem, the villagers enthusiastically build structures, prepare hearty meals, and efficiently cultivate the fields together. Their daily life becomes better. Somewhere else, a traveler carves a message into stone, leaving a quiet proof of his arrival. Keed walks among the peaceful fields. The villagers warmly greet her, and the community steadily prospers. They laugh and talk lively about the green shoots of wheat, eagerly awaiting the day when the harvest ripens and they can bake bread. Wren with fox ears, shining with excitement, reminds Keed about today's celebration. It has already been 4 months since everyone arrived together. Keed prepares to set off, and the others gather nearby, finally ready for what lies ahead. At last the castle stands. The villagers hold a celebration, tasting food, fishing, and chatting cheerfully. Biss proudly shows her first homemade dish, and shyly offers it. She has just learned to cook. Kaide impatiently grabs food, while Abyss watches, tensely waiting for his reaction after the first bite. Kaide enthusiastically praises the taste, and Abyss beams with pride. She is delighted with her first successful meal. They watch how their home has grown, and with quiet, modest tenderness and pride, call it their royal fortress. She called the castle the heart of their nation, and these words ignited the people, urging them to give their best. Kaide is seated in the most honorable place at the banquet table. He is revered like a true king of the community. Surrounded by joyful villagers, Kite silently resolves to work even harder to be their responsible and reliable leader. Later that night, Keed found himself in the bedroom right between 2 determined girls. Both girls argue over who will sleep next to him, and playful tension sparks between them, who really deserves that place. Keed stands confused by the situation, while the other girl quietly whispers that she will wait her turn. The girls snuggled closely to him, called Keed their king, and insisted that they were the ones who should keep him warm. Keed's soul tightens with panic, as he realizes that their idea of loyalty does not at all match how he imagined leadership. They agreed to spend the night together peacefully, says Keed, glancing at the overly large bed that Yuri personally arranged. Kaide tries to fall asleep, but Yuri suddenly rushes to him, obsessed with the thought of providing heir for the future. Yuri begins to doubt Kaide's motives. She feels that behind his obsession with genealogy and inheritance issues lie much deeper intentions. Keed is still recovering and quietly listens, while others say they want to question Yuri in more detail. Yuri calmly recalls his blessing and subtly implies, "Let's discuss this over a cup of tea." Kite sincerely admits that he knows almost nothing about her blessing, so he arranged this meeting to learn more. She explains where the secret of the temple came from, but now that Mondial is gone, there is no point in keeping silent. Yuri smiles warmly and agrees to tell about his blessing, while Keed prepares to listen attentively. Suddenly she demands something in return, insisting that this opportunity is too valuable to give away just like that. Yuri jokingly asks for hugs instead of payment, and this completely caught Kaede by surprise. She immediately blushed with embarrassment. Embarrassed, Keed tries to break free from the embrace, but Yuri swiftly approaches without any hesitation or restraint. Yuri suddenly throws himself at him and hugs tightly, playfully declaring himself, while Keed stands completely stunned. Keed sharply pushes away from Yuri's embrace and jumps back suddenly. A mysterious invisible wall grows behind his back, blocking his way. Yuri unleashes his divine, blessing the gift of the line of the god of shields, which creates an impenetrable protective barrier. In Sunday school, children were told how saints protected people with warm blessings, not destructive magic. Priests insisted that blessings were peaceful miracles, but the boy in the midst of war doubted if they really were. Later it turned out that the blessing of the girl, granted by the god of the line of shields, concealed incredible combat power. Her ability wove invisible barriers, as they already did on Scorpio, and gave birth to a defense called War Maiden's Sanctuary. He hesitated for a moment about the range limits, but she only smiled confidently and said she could expand them even more. She deliberately narrowed the barrier, just to have an excuse to stay close. With a light, confident smile, she chose Kai, the perfect person to test her ability to create a divine shield. Their moment was cut short when Abyss appeared, confused by the barrier that suddenly divided their voices. The girl's barrier muffled even sound, showing both tactical power and unexpected weakness in communication. With a knowing gleam in her eyes, she launched something else, leaving Abyss even more bewildered and suspicious. The girl clung tightly to Kai, driving him crazy and not intending to let go for a moment. Abyss looked confused, his awkwardness was obvious, and he anxiously said that the boundaries inside the private barriers were being violated. Suddenly, energy flared around Abyss. She activated her blessing and prepared to strike back with all her might. Rushing forward with fierce momentum, Abyss struck the barrier and aimed directly at the surprised couple. Just before the strike, Kai's and the girl's eyes met. They froze in the unbearable tension of that moment. Abyss hit the barrier with all his strength and was stunned it did not crack or even move. Kai assured her that it was invulnerable, but Abyss somehow misunderstood this and perceived it as a real threat. He shouted about cancellation, but she hesitated. She was clearly more troubled by something deeper than just safety. Kai shouted to Abyss because he felt that behind her increasingly strong and growing magical explosion hid inner pain. Others demanded that Yuri disable the ability, but she clung even tighter and, against all odds, teased Kai amid the chaos. Kai tried to shout the words of cancellation, but Yuri interrupted him with an urgent, emotional exclamation. She admitted that something remained unspoken. Her thoughts were still trapped while the barrier gently pulsed around them. Meanwhile, Abyss intensified the magic. The building trembled, and she had no idea about their internal conversation. Kai realized her tactics had crossed the line. If she was not stopped, she would set the barrier on fire. Overcome with despair, Kai shouted to Yuri and Cecile, begging them to finally stop everything. Yuri's eyes softened. She caught the moment and decided to release her protective barrier. Sighing, Yuri extinguished the sanctuary and finally retreated, watching as the magic quietly faded. Abyss instantly rushed forward and firmly grabbed Kai, mistakenly taking his release as a distress signal. Kai assured her that he was fine. Yuri calmly reproached Abyss, "You are too defensive again." Yuri frankly warned that Kai might get tired of her and insisted that they both behave more reservedly. Yuri firmly reminded Kai, "Mages serve the defense of the country and cannot succumb to personal emotions." Kai stubbornly said that Abyss was not just a weapon. His feelings for her went much deeper than usefulness in battle or duty. He declared Abyss his family because in her he saw a copy of himself, a protector, a friend, even a savior from ancient times. Surprisingly, Yuri agreed Abyss could become his lawful wife, but only on one condition: he must take the rest as well. Kai denied any romantic relationship, explaining that the Abyss embraces everyone, but its closeness still confused and made Yuri blush. Kai looked straight into the eyes and firmly stated that he does not feel romantic attraction to Yuri or Sarah yet. Alone, Abyss quietly asked if he would ever get tired of her constant presence and devotion. Kai smiled and promised that he would not. His quiet warmth and confident words calmed her. The tension in Abyss finally eased, and when Kai quietly whispered to her, "Be yourself," her face blossomed with a deep smile. Watching their embrace, Yuri quietly murmured that Kai is as protective as Abyss herself. Yuri ran into the room in panic. A magical surge had just occurred next to Kai. Kai pretends as if nothing serious happened, calls it a lover's quarrel, and Yuri awkwardly lets go of the tension, although questions grow in his mind. The girl questions Kai's mysterious power. Her ability to create, supply, and deliver resources simply amazes. She compares this power to religious myths. She is shocked by such scale, and Kai remains silently thoughtful. Kai finally dared to tell everything because he realized that now, since she also lives here, honesty is needed. Kai warns them, the truth is dangerous. If the temple finds out about it, their lives will be at risk. He calmly utters the name of God Alamla. The girls freeze from obvious shock and tension. Kai says with trembling that Alamalu was called an evil god and hidden even in the most secret circles of the temple. Children blessed by Alamelia were expelled here, and the girls finally understood the cruel hidden purpose of the island. Kai, bitterly pressing his lips, confirms. He was exiled in the middle of the ceremony, forcibly separated and thrown onto the island without any explanations. Kai explains that once this island teemed with monsters, he and Keed were supposed to die immediately. The conversation turned to her incredible ability. The girl can breathe real life into dolls and golems. Kai fervently begs them to think deeper. At least 13 gods clearly do not fit into the official doctrine. In the old records of the priests, there is not a single word about 7 gods. They were never proclaimed. Only 3 were known. Kai suspects a conspiracy. The last 3 gods were simply erased even from the priests' texts. They argue whether Alemelia is one of the hidden gods, or she was simply unfairly recognized as evil. She is stunned, cannot believe that such oppression could have existed, since once temples were part of daily life in Mandal. Only in large cities did these ceremonies take place, and the lowly children blessed by Alamilla were recognized at first glance. The Inquisitor, a priest in a black robe, mercilessly judges the children. Perhaps one of them attended their last ceremony. Kai whispers about the dark cycle. Every spring a ship comes here to throw out the cursed children. They cannot understand why death was not chosen instead. The children were expelled to distant, uninhabited islands in the middle of the sea. Kai swears that he will survive and help every abandoned child start living with hope again. A dream ignited in his soul to create a country where exiles can live freely, without persecution. Tension grips them. If the temple finds those who survived, revenge may come quickly and mercilessly. If the temple becomes hostile, they fear that the military will come, impose control, and open war may break out. They agreed the new nation must become strong. Only strength can give it lasting security and freedom. Kai sits silently in the room and thinks. He does not know where to start building a strong country. Memories of former weakness surged again. He vowed to live firmly and die without regret. Suddenly Keed falls right on him, and his room instantly drowns in confusion and physical chaos. Jealous of Yuri, Kaida defiantly declares that he will do the same act, which causes her amusing irritation. Kai is stunned. The abyss clings to him, stirred by envy and love that was misunderstood. With a determined look, Abyss promises to protect his master, no matter what danger lies ahead. She promises to protect him from monsters, from enemy soldiers, and even from Yuri's unexpected antics. Kai reflects on Yuri's efforts. She unites the group and seriously, selflessly cares about his future. While plans are still being made, Kai cannot get Yuri's words out of his head. If war comes, they will soon need military power. Kai earnestly asks Anil for advice on how to craft weapons for the raccoon warriors, because supplies are dangerously low. Anil says they lack iron, and their raccoon warriors barely hold back the onslaught of enemy archers in battle. Kai learned that traveling merchants visited the village. They distributed iron tools, and suddenly pushed the village onto the path of development. Enel says he traded for tools, but cannot give Kai what the villagers have never made. Enel suggests trying seed synthesis, and Kai enthusiastically agrees. He is eager to find out if stronger and more diverse warriors will be born from it. Kai activates the synthesis, raising 2 red seeds. A bright glow flared between his palms. A mysterious purple seed appeared, and shrugged. It did not know what would grow from it. A few days later, Kai learns that the purple seed has produced another warrior, a raccoon, and everyone bursts with joy, celebrating this success. Suddenly, Anil announces that a new religion has arisen in the village, and everything in it is built around their growth. Kai froze speechless, stunned. His actions somehow sparked a religious movement, although he did not want this. The village of Tenohira was steadily expanding, once a border outpost, and now a quiet, peaceful settlement. Wandering alone, the boy suddenly noticed a new shop building and cautiously approached its entrance. When the girl was sharpening tools inside, a sudden noise made her nervously look outside. She entered, her heart pounding wildly. She called out into the empty workshop, and the creak sounded threateningly. She suddenly screamed, but it turned out to be just a friendly traveling merchant who approached and greeted them cheerfully and briskly. She insisted that those strange sounds were real, while the merchant doubted and thought it was just her imagination. Suddenly the hoe hovered in the air. They both froze and watched this impossible sight. Flying tools hurriedly stomped in the air until they fell. Frightened, they all rushed out of the workshop together. Elsewhere, an elf girl cheerfully exclaimed that a new religion was being born, and named Kai its first prophet. Rumors spread, tools suddenly rose into the air, food disappeared, doors moved by themselves, and all signs pointed to Kai's mysterious behavior. Kai remembered that moment. He came in, lifted the hoe. The frightened peasants immediately misunderstood everything. The elf confessed that she taught the peasants to believe as if Kai's actions were divine, and thus, almost by accident, a religion was born. She assured that Kai brought prosperity, but he only frowned skeptically at her vague words and did not understand how seriously they believed in it. Worried, Kai pondered, wouldn't it be too dangerous and confusing if he revealed the truth about the world his creation? She gently calmed him the peasants wouldn't understand anyway, so she simply simplified everything for their sake. Kai admitted that the whole world rested on his shoulders, but deep down, he secretly dreamed that the peasants would live without suspecting this truth. They encouraged him to live long and strong, but Kai knew their peace was fragile. The girls swore together to help Kai and promised to stand by him no matter what happened. Kai finally acknowledged their bond. The whole village, even Enel, now shared his fate. When they began unveiling the statue, Kai quietly dreamed that someday he could show the world beyond it. The peasants solemnly unveiled the statue of Kai. On it, he held a fruit in his hands, and the people reverently honored him for his divine deeds. Kai stood silently, not uttering a word, and the elf proudly smiled. She was the one who directed the creation of this unusual statue. She explained that it is a monotheistic religion, everything is focused on Kai, and the faith rests on his image and miracles. Kai accepted this story, and what an irony, the voice of the statue was once expelled due to religious disputes elsewhere. Somewhere else, a strange figure in a mask suddenly broke a tree as if a hint, a new turmoil is approaching. The stone axe cracked, and Kai sighed bitterly. How unfortunate that there were no strong tools in his native village. Kai openly stated his goal, to become independent from Tenohira through farming, firewood gathering, and better infrastructure. The conversation turned to the weather, and suddenly Kai warned about harsh winters on the island. Others simply froze at this. Alone at night, Kai trembled in bed. The cold season had clearly started early. The abyss appeared silently and gave warmth. Its face was calm, but its intentions felt direct. Kai tried hard to persuade Abyss to live in separate rooms, but she stubbornly insisted that she was his futon. The Abyss clung to Kai and whispered that he could die at any moment. He barely protested, as if stunned. Confused, Kai abruptly left the conversation, apologizing, saying he had to check Kuromo's clothes because of the cold. The Abyss silently loomed. Meanwhile, Kai consulted with Kuromo, asking about winter gear called Deutera. The celebrations exploded. The girls cheerfully announced that they had raised their level, loudly greeted Kai, and rejoiced at the village's growth. The Kai group joyfully celebrated their 25th level and enthusiastically discovered that creating a religion gave them the same sharp leap in progress. Mysterious black television appeared. It stood silently, idle. Nearby lay the remote and the manual. Kai and the others no longer doubted. A television had miraculously appeared in Enel's house. They realized that it pointed to the place where Kai's ability first awakened, not to any earthly programs. Enthralled, the elf decided that this happened because of her desire and impatiently prepared to observe everything. She loudly exclaimed that the television gave her an unobstructed view of all of Kai's actions, even his pranks. Enthralled, she turned on the television, and on the screen appeared a demon lying on a large bed. Abyss lay alone, staring at the ceiling with a vacant gaze, her body strangely motionless and tense. The group instantly understood. Abyss was not sleeping, she was just loafing. Kai felt her gaze on him and blushed because of her quiet devotion. Again and again the elf insisted that she was his futon. Kai hid, once more overwhelmed with shame. Kai reluctantly allowed Enel to peek from afar, but only if she remained in a cheerful mood. Turning to Abyss, who stood silently waiting, Kai hesitantly greeted her by the bed. Abyss rushed into his arms and immediately, without any hesitation, suggested spending the night together, pressing tightly against him. Looking at the television, Enel blushed and shyly explained that Abyss's adult form warms better. Kai quietly thanked Abyss when she hugged him tightly, while Enel watched with gentle satisfaction. From the top of a tall tree, he intently gazed into the northern wilderness of the island, the land that no one had explored yet. 2 years had passed since arrival, and the northern part of the island still remained untouched and shrouded in mystery. His crops, onions, turnips, garlic seemed to come alive and grew abundantly, while the orchards and wheat fields continuously yielded more harvest. Although they were moving forward, everything seemed dull and sluggish. He prepared to descend and ordered his companion to securely fasten the equipment. The creature drove in a guide stake, shouted orders loudly, and swiftly slid down the trunk. Kai rushed to Sarah. Her cheeks were glowing with a blush. She stumbled while asking what ingredients were needed to prepare lunch. Seeing her high temperature and pale face, Kai instantly panicked, and Sarah admitted that she felt dizzy. Although she stubbornly insisted on continuing to work, Kai ordered the companion raccoons to take her to rest. Sarah was gently laid in bed, and 2 little creatures did not take their eyes off her while she quietly slept. Then another girl, noticing the cold herself, without hesitation, offered to take care of Sarah, while Kai nervously hesitated nearby. Kai warned that the cold was spreading. firmly insisted on washing hands and resting, and was going to consult with the abyss himself. Despite all the warnings, Kai feared that the illness could worsen. He knew, without treatment, it would become a real danger. Kai asked Yuri for something for Sarah, primarily something light and easily digestible. Others gave strange advice, but Kai stubbornly demanded only warm, nutritious food to recover faster. The memory of the potion from the temple flashed in Yuri, but real, effective medicine was still lacking. The potion cured colds, but was too expensive. Kai bitterly regretted not buying more before winter. Guilt seemed to choke Kai. He blamed himself for all the troubles that befell the people because he brought them to the island. Yuri reminded him of their warmth, of food, a roof over their heads, and clothes, all of which they built together, shoulder to shoulder. The villagers looked at him, eyes full of gratitude, and said they were no longer afraid, thanking Kai for hope in these difficult times. Encouraged by their unity, Kai promised to survive together with them, drawing strength from each person's faith in him. Preparing for winter, Yuri insistently reminded Kai that in spring they needed to strengthen their defensive forces. She feared that exposure could lead to a bloody reprisal, so after the defeat of their homeland in the war, she insisted on preparation. Kai felt her pain and silently promised that he would never allow such a tragedy again. He imagined how the island's terrain, steep cliffs and narrow approaches, would become his tactical advantage against the invaders. Filled with inspiration, Kai proposed to make not just a map of the island, but a map of the entire world for defense. The container rolled and thudded heavily, and it immediately became clear. Serious planning was beginning. Kai gathered everyone together and sternly ordered Abyss to draw the map from memory. With superhuman accuracy and lightning speed, Abyss began making sketches, capturing every detail, fully focused and full of skill. On her drawn map, coastlines and continents emerged, an endless world beyond the island unfolded before their eyes. They clearly marked their island, the Imperial territory, and Scorpiton, indicating all important strategic points. Kai learned that the Empire controlled most of the western lands and began asking about countries that produced iron. Suddenly, everyone remembered the merchant from the Magni Federation, the very one famous for negotiations about iron trade. The Federation of Magni stretched directly south of their island, although trade negotiations had previously fallen through. Kai was eyeing the Federation of Magni as the next stop, considering it as a strategic option. Then he asked where Laverda was, looking for new allies and resources for his future plans. Yuri shyly apologized for not understanding trade, while Kai sank deeper into uncertainty and difficult decisions. Kaidi and others gladly showed the new boat still under construction and brought Kai food and thanks. Kai explained that Ren would join the journey, although the boat still lacked proper safety measures. Kaido, with tears in her eyes, begged to be taken along and insisted she could help their mission. Despite her pleas, Kai still hesitated, and others advised her to look for her family on her own. Kai, shining with excitement, explained how teleportation stakes allowed travel between the island and the city across the ocean. He detailed the stake system and offered Katia a way to briefly visit the city. Kite happily agreed. She promised to wait and support him, but behind her smile hid a bittersweet feeling. Burning with the desire to help somehow, Kite decided to act in her own way right at home. When the cold bit to the bone, she suggested building a large bathhouse so everyone could warm up together. The fox suggested building a real bathhouse, and this stunned everyone who was used to washing only with cold water. Winter was retreating, spring was sneaking up, the village was coming to life, preparing to grow and welcome new conveniences. The plan was agreed upon. The group rushed to gather supplies, ready for a big shopping run. They raised the sails and set off to the Magni Federation, determined to trade and buy the necessary building materials. Kai was resting with his comrades, and NL cheerfully brought drinks. They were celebrating their progress in their quiet village. Meanwhile, Abyss stood outside with a frowning face, and Kai looked at her thinking she might be something more than just the village gatekeeper. Returning home, Kai offered Abyss a new task to help lay magical paths into uncharted lands. Sailing away from the island, the group set off. Kai relaxed, while Abyss silently kept watch. When they flew up to the new land, steep cliffs rose before them, and Ruddy asked if they could land here, but the approach seemed too dangerous. A hidden local girl silently watched their ship, her heart tightening. What should she do as they approached the shore? Kai refused to go along the coast and decided to climb the mountain, although he felt that a monster route lay nearby. He decisively ordered the demon to climb the cliff and drive a stake to securely fix the point for the ascent. Without hesitation, for a week, Abyss rushed upward, jumping from ledge to ledge and heading straight to the summit. Quickly reaching the summit, Abyss drove a stake into the ground and firmly secured the path while the others only watched. They estimated the journey would take half a day, so Kai set a guard and in his mind, a route through the mountains was already unfolding. During the ascent, Kai barely managed traps, rock walls, and mud, clearly unsuitable for off-road travel. Shyly but with determination in his voice, Kai insisted that not everyone needed to climb. He wanted to avoid further personal difficulties. When asked about other routes, Kai smiled and revealed his plan to use palm bend magic to bypass the slope. Rowdy himself offered to go ahead, drive a stake, and signal as soon as it became safe. As soon as they moved forward, a pack of fierce monkey-like monsters suddenly appeared on the forest path and blocked the way. The beasts howled and charged forward, bursting with incredible strength and obvious cruelty, without any hesitation. Calm and unshakable, Abyss and Rudy charged their magic and mockingly called the attackers mere trifles. Quickly coordinating, they struck powerful attacks as one and swept the monsters away with fire and magic. From afar, Kai watched the end of the battle, calm because he sincerely believed in the incredible strength of his comrade. Kai noticed a signal from Biss at the edge of the cliff, a clear sign that it was safe to proceed further. He sincerely thanked his comrades and warned that there were more monsters ahead, earnestly asking to proceed carefully through the dense forest. The path was difficult, but eventually the steps became lighter, and Kai began to doubt whether the town even existed. They noticed that their steps strangely circled. Although their feet led forward, they felt lost, and a silent anxiety inside only grew. The magical GPS Abyssa guided them and quietly reassured Kai. The summit was near, despite all doubts. Above the jungle canopy, a dazzling light exploded, and something huge slowly descended, casting wide shadows. The group noticed a figure above and froze, bird, human, or monster. As if from nowhere, a winged girl appeared. She quietly hovered in the air, her feathers shimmering, and her eyes cautiously and curiously surveyed them. She landed right in front of them, her huge claws touching the ground, and everyone froze, stunned by her powerful presence. She asked why they were here. They sincerely explained that they were from the island and did not know that this mountain was sacred land. He explained that they were climbing in hopes of finding the town, and she only asked, were they lost? She looked at the group with interest before helping. She first needed to clarify one thing. She asked if those girls were his slaves. He answered decisively, they are family, not property. Impressed by his kindness, she understood that they were not ordinary people or werewolves, and her suspicion disappeared. At first, the sun hid behind the horizon. She called them to her village. He agreed, gratefully and somewhat hesitantly. The group held their breath in surprise. Deep in the mountain rocks, a village was hidden. She sincerely offered shelter. Kai, filled with gratitude, introduced everyone. They accepted her kindness without fear or hesitation. Her name was Label, a winged creature. She greeted them with a bright, cheerful smile. Kai inquired about the hidden village, and Label, as if it were a trifle, calmly replied, nothing strange here. It was simply carefully concealed for safety. Label revealed to them the sanctity of the mountain. Their village remained hidden, and she asked them to keep this truth. Kai doubted whether it was really worth trusting strangers, and Label, as if not worried at all, answered with naive sincerity. She lit up with a smile and said that he could be trusted. Kai responded with a smile, surprised by her casual warmth. They reached the entrance. Label rushed ahead to explain why they were here, leaving them waiting. She led them to the village's simple wooden huts surrounded by forest, which were their home. As they walked, Kai silently gazed at the village. It was peaceful but clearly backward and poor. Ren hesitated whether to accept the hospitality, but Kai insisted that they stay. He sincerely thanked Label for the trust. Libella turned around and blossomed with a broad smile. Behind her stood the village elders, silently observing the arrival of the guest. The elders bombarded Kai's group with questions. He told them about their journey, and although resources were scarce, they were still offered hospitality. Kai thanked them embarrassedly. The elder met him with calm wisdom and unexpected kindness. Jian stepped into the village, and the beastfolk warmly welcomed him, extending peace and loyalty. He doubted their loyalty, but they responded decisively. They were not slaves, but a family bound by choice. A young beast girl sincerely believed in Janna's kindness. She saw in him something completely different from cruel people. Although hidden from the eyes of the whole world, the beastfolk knew no fear, only quietly trusted Janna. Janna pondered. The village was shrouded in mystery, but its people lived simply and openly, as if they had nothing to hide. Jian came across a strange dark stone. It was heavy and unfamiliar. It was by no means ordinary coal or just a stone. Interested, he picked up several stones nearby. The weight and tactile sensation hinted this was something valuable, metallic. He questioned the village elder. The origin of these stones troubled him. They were not from here. The boss said, this is iron, or their job was only to dig it up. He immediately offered to pay, but sadly learned that all supplies were already reserved by contracts, so he proposed to buy the next batches. Jian offered to take over the negotiations, confident he could squeeze better terms for them than the old contractors. But the elder hesitated. The promise bound him, and no one knew when the next delivery would come. Jian looked at their modest huts and could not understand. Why did they live so poorly, selling such valuable iron? A young animal-like girl shyly brought him porridge, simple, but made with love. Jian realized it was not porridge, just rice water, but prepared with soul and incredible sincerity. Jian smiled gratefully and took the porridge, hiding his reaction under a strained, polite joy. To thank for the kindness, he sincerely treated them with potatoes and invited Labelle to join their simple meal. Out of happiness, Labelle agreed and, filled with excitement, rushed forward, promising to tell everyone in the village about everything. Jan quietly immersed himself in thoughts, intently looking at Ren. Even Katie, as always serious, silently nodded in approval. That night the porridge was simple and thin, but unforgettable. It had the taste of effort, warmth, and unexpected tears. In the dead of night, Jian woke up. Something stirred outside the village, and that movement echoed centuries. Label suddenly appeared in the doorway, out of breath. She insistently asked him to get up. Something was wrong. The city guards reached the foot of the mountain. Now, their appearance threatened the hidden werewolf village. Jin finally learned the truth. People were never allowed here, and the werewolves lived in complete secrecy. He quietly agreed to go. Labelle patiently waited, and his companions silently prepared nearby. Jian thanked with food, a pot of potatoes, unexpectedly surprised and pleased everyone. Labelle prepared for flight, and Jian, though hesitant, still climbed onto the wooden sling with cautious determination. Seeing this strange belt, Jian immediately understood. This is not a cart, it is for flying. They soared through the sky. Jin panicked. The world suddenly disappeared beneath them. He was afraid he would fall now. They landed safely. The girls, laughing, teased him, and Jiang trembled. His courage had melted still in the air. Jian sincerely thanked Lebel and others, and promised to keep their village a secret. They said warm goodbyes, and joy blossomed in Lebel's heart. He was happy to have met strangers again, and sincerely hoped their paths would cross once more. She joyfully flew away. Jian waved goodbye and left a gift in her house. They safely reached the city gates. John and his companion, Tense, tried to blend into the crowd to remain unnoticed. After a long journey, John first ordered meatballs. Hunger overcame all plans, and so their life in the town began. John saw a crowd bustling around and learned, this city is an important pilgrimage site. Interested, he asked if he could open a shop and suddenly learned, sellers need a permit to trade. The merchant simply explained how everything works. Jean had to go through the state trade guild. Jian agreed and immediately began investigating. First, he decided to gather information and contact allies. For privacy, he asked friends to form a human curtain while he secretly prepared something. He noticed KDE wandering the streets. Her eyes shone with amazement, and she carried vegetables with childlike delight. She broke into a wide smile. Many years had passed since she left the island, and everything seemed truly exciting. They decided to ask around. The city was teeming with people. Someone had to know something. Ren steps onto the bustling city market, calmly leading the animals behind him while traders noisily haggle around him. Noticing a guild worker, Ren raises his hand, hoping with eyes full of hope to ask if he can sell his goods. The merchant looks at everything with eyes full of admiration and asks Ren where he is from, and Ren explains that he came from distant Escorpi. While they were sorting through the goods, Ren's companions started talking about a huge castle, and the locals seemed confused about its name. They point to the largest building, the old cathedral. There is no castle here, ahead is only growing uncertainty. Ren stood, staring at the towering cathedral. The name of Saint Tess Rukia suddenly touched something deep inside him. When Ren heard about those miracles, his heart tightened. The saint's name reminded him again of his missing sister. His sister Rukia bore the same saint's name. Perhaps this journey connected more than he realized. Though he was trembling, Ren resolutely insisted, "First, let's find the town of Katie," and the team agreed. They watched both together. Despite the failure, Ren's trading business flourished, and with the money earned, he planned to build something entirely new. Ren first grabbed medicine and iron. He intended to send them from Kaiti to the island. The group hurried through the city streets, questioning every passerby. The locals listened, but still did not give clear answers. The group of pilgrims recalled Godier, that distant town that a soldier once told about after his journey. This name stirred ancient memories. It belonged to the old Lime League Empire, which was once a mighty power. Finally, they found a place. Grateful, Ren brought gifts, and this brought them one step closer to the lost city of Kaiti. Ran assures Keti, if they follow the imperial paths, reuniting with her parents will become possible. Cade smiles through tears and calls him Anishan, his heart filled with new hope and sincere gratitude. When the sun sets, Vren stands firm, ready to face any trials. the journey must continue. In the temple, they collect holy water, preparing to move on divine protection now in their hands. Ren reveals the truth. The temples control the iron trade, and all materials pass only through the hands of their servants. Ren suddenly felt a chill in his chest. The temple turned out to be not just a religious place, but a secret master of national industries, such as iron production. The temple keeps the islands under control through complex supply chains. Ren sincerely thanks the clerk and dives deeper into the investigation. Ren senses treachery. The temple buys iron for pennies from the defenseless settlements of winged people. Through her demonic appearance, Ren could not summon the abyss, so she herself is going to investigate. The cleric addressed the blacksmith, avoiding talk about raw materials, and this disappointed and confused the blacksmith. Two mighty horses pulled a heavy cart. Ren suddenly turned around and shuddered at its formidable appearance. The temple cart brought tribute, and Ren stood silently, watching as priests gathered around him. And inside the cart, Ren suddenly recognized a familiar iron, the very one he once gave to the village of winged people. This only confirmed his suspicions. The temple, under false pretenses, lures out tribute and profits from villages without giving any explanations. Returning home, Ren found himself face to face with his group. All looked irritated and exhausted. They were fed up with constant delays and poor communication. Ren intercepts a video broadcast from the temple. Figures emerge in the shadows, confirming the suspicious delivery of cargo to the bishop. The bishop, dismissing demands to return the hostages with contempt, coldly admitted they are weakened and suffering from malnutrition. They plan to use the prisoners even more, but when they expose them to danger, it will become clear how exhausted they are. The bishop does not allow himself to be exposed. Like a shadow, he hides the truth, manipulates events, and adjusts outcomes to avoid accusations and watchful eyes of people. He piles up mountains of stolen goods, hiding behind moral excuses, and decides that the only witness for the hostages can be a blessed girl. The bishop boiled with rage. They were executed anyway. He thought the townspeople believed they were already extinct. Ren silently boiled with rage. In the temple's delusion, he no longer saw even a drop of light. Enraged, Ren cursed the temple. He and his comrades rushed forward without hesitation or fear. They rushed to the carriage to expose secrets and put an end to the temple's insidious plans. Inside, the girl feels the presence of Libel, and Ren understands. The spirit of the village still lingers nearby. Ren shouts, exposing the temple's lies. His group encounters resistance and asks him not to overdo it. Summoning hellish flames, Ren unleashes a terrible magical power. Scorching heat swirls around, and the enemies realize they have brought the storm upon themselves. Ren's comrade attacks. Her beastly magic explodes, shocking the priests. Their power is no longer hidden. The mage with fox ears raised flames to protect the carriage. The guards and curious passers-by nearby jumped up. Kai swiftly rushed to Libel, while the soldiers instantly erupted with aggression due to the sudden appearance of the beastman. Libel trembled in Kai's arms, filled with gratitude for his protection after the fierce magical clash. The villagers gathered, whispering in horror, as flames of the beastman flared near their sacred ritual path. Fear swept through the city. People pointed fingers. Winged creatures and beast people appeared again, awakening ancient memories and anxiety. Peasants, blinded by fear and prejudice, screamed wildly and threw stones to drive away the beast people. Ren trembled with rage, confused by their hatred, while Kai begged to keep calm and quietly retreat. Kai decisively ordered Ren, create a distraction with magic. The divine soldier approached suspiciously fast. Ren fired a giant fiery flash into the sky. Everyone froze and averted their gaze downward. In the whirl of chaos, they simply vanished along with the cart, leaving the soldiers confused and empty-handed. The priest, consumed by fury over the escape, ordered his men to immediately call the heavenly commander. Meanwhile, Lebel exploded with panic and screamed when she realized they were in a completely unfamiliar place. Kai gently calmed Lebel and quietly said they had ended up inside Tenoher Katakumura, a sanctuary created by divine blessings. A cheerful girl with drinks greeted Kai and was impressed. He returned whole and with everything, despite the chaos. When they regrouped and sipped tea, Kai confidently confirmed their exit route: hidden, inconspicuous, and fully prepared. Ren swallowed calmly, but inside she burned with hidden anger. She imagined punishing everyone who would expose them. Kai looked at Label. She had already calmed down and, holding her breath, was admiring his blessing and the village with awe. Together they returned to the tavern, where Abyss was already waiting for them with a smile and rejoiced at their safe return home. The Abyss greeted them warmly, as if opening its arms. Label froze in amazement when she realized this was not the only hidden refuge. Elsewhere, the villagers were loading iron, and the temple servants watched, as if winking and hinting at secret plans ripening in the mountains. The exhausted bird people begged for mercy. They had been gathering iron for a month, and their bodies could no longer endure more work. The priest insisted, saying everyone was struggling and the temple workers lived better, but their families were still separated. The villagers begged to see their relatives, but the priests did not allow it until the term passed. The father, overwhelmed with despair, begged for mercy, but his daughter did not. For 6 painful, lonely months she teased her mother. The heart tightened, but the priest finally relented. He let in only the daughter, no one else. The priest found a clay vessel, said it was not for the villagers, and suspiciously asked where it had come from. Despite all protests, he sternly declared it was stolen and ordered the soldiers to immediately take it away, having no evidence. The soldiers looted the forest warehouse and scattered the carefully gathered goods without remorse, not thinking about others' property. The priest mocked their despair and threw the truth in their face. This food is not for people, but for livestock. Liebel could not hold back and cried when he realized that the peasants were deceived simply because they had no strength. Kai silently watched as the tension thickened in the room, and Liebel finally spoke. Outside, a crowd gathered, frightened by recent events, and Kai decisively ordered Abyss to lead them to a safe place. Abyss hugged Kai tightly goodbye and whispered that she would set out quietly and unnoticed. She would use magic only when truly necessary. Abyss waved goodbye and headed to Tenohira Kaitakamura, while Kai prepared to act in her absence. Abyss slipped unnoticed into the city, cloaked and focused, blending with passers-by as she walked. Townspeople begged Bishop Sama to intervene. Rumors of beast people and resurrected winged ones spread true terror among them. Peasants argued and fueled lies about the winged ones, accusing them of thefts and diseases, and claiming they supposedly had primitive minds. The bishop calmed everyone. The divine warriors were roused, and voices of dissent fell silent in the cathedral. Despite loud protests, the bishop smiled coldly and said that winged people never existed. It was always just a myth. Suddenly, the frightened bishop heard a scream from inside. The name, Mariella, thundered in the holy hall. The bishop called for elite reinforcements. The heart tightened with fear. Even the divine warriors might not cope with the werebeasts and the consecrated threats. With a spark in her eyes and a hint of interest, the mysterious priestess finally agreed and directed her gaze straight at Kai's group. Later, in a funny scene, Ren confessed. In the middle of the battle, she burned her clothes and everyone just froze speechless. Lebel rushed forward, wings spread wide, and the father firmly embraced her. Lebel felt tears welling up in her eyes as she admitted, everything they believed in turned out to be a lie. Kai saved her. Their kidnappers never sought peace, only wove manipulations and hid their true intentions. Kai whispered everything he knew. Eyes fell on the enemy, who stood calmly and without reproach. Kai, full of determination, loudly declared that patience was over. They would save everyone and break free. The peasants insisted with faith. In the temple they were safe. It was their only home and reliable refuge. They whispered about slavery, persecution, and survival, about a history buried under rituals and stone dogmas. Kai noticed strange inconsistencies. No pilgrims, strict isolation, and the teachings were hidden behind invisible chains of control. Libella shouted, the temple's promise is a trap. Their agreement is pure lies. Libelle had special gifts. They exploited her gift of finding iron all for their hidden purpose. Lebel confessed her blessing was Mitra, the god of search, who gave her the power to detect. While some doubted the true role of the temple, others defended its rules, despite the struggle raging inside. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Lebel cried out for freedom from burdens, loneliness, hunger, and a life in constant hiding. Kai watched as Labelle curled up in pain, and hearing her truth, determination flared in his eyes. An ally with sharp hearing warned that enemies in armor were approaching. Kai recognized the divine warriors. A clash was inevitable. Scouts estimated 30 minutes, and the tension thickened. Would they manage to talk, or would blood be shed? Kai ordered the villagers to hide and watch silently, while he would go forward face to face, trying to peacefully establish contact. If negotiations fail, he ordered, protect the winged ones. Their safety is now above all. One of the allies suggested erasing evidence by throwing away the bodies. Kai recoiled, shocked by this cold, calculated cruelty. Kai did not break under pressure. No killings. If confrontation occurs, they will fight but not kill. Kai felt he was not ready yet, but the world gave no choice. It demanded action, not peace or delay. He sternly ordered Abyss, if trouble comes, strike quickly and immediately knock out any damn enemy. Lebel sincerely apologized, and Kai resolutely promised to act swiftly if the negotiations fail. He himself will free the imprisoned women. Kai revealed his plan to save the mothers, and then together break free from the temple's control forever. Ahead of them awaited a new home, abundant food, green nature, warm shelter. Libel and her people could finally live freely. Lebel doubted Kai's kindness, but he only smiled and said that fate alone had brought them together, nothing more. Encouraged, Lebel agreed to help what she managed to find something more than just iron. She promised to try. Lebel summoned her gift, the eyes of a cormorant, the eyes of a hawk, God's eyes, vision awakened beyond the usual. Her eyes suddenly flared, images surged like a wave, now she could see from afar. Lebel suddenly noticed hidden soldiers in the trees. Kai instantly asked, "How is that?" She immediately focused. Near the mountain, she noticed two enemies and accidentally saw Kai himself right in front of her. Lebel felt the women coming towards them were strong, both as if blessed, and at the same time dangerously alien. A group in armor approached the village. Complaints about insects were just a cover hiding their true intent: domination and control. A beast broke out of the jungle and, like lightning, lunged at the dark-haired woman with wild, dazzling speed. Before it could strike, the curly-haired girl rushed and delivered a powerful blow to the warrior with divine precision. The woman with black hair stood opposite the beast, calm and composed. A terrifying, irresistible confidence radiated from her. The guard shouted. His cry shattered the silence. A column of dust rose behind the trees. A delegation in armor arrived. She walked through the village, brushing off greetings. Her guard was significantly larger than usual. She sharply interrogated the elder, giving no rest, searching for the witch beast and her elusive master. Lebel was cornered. When asked about the kidnappers, she faltered and answered uncertainly. Her memory was foggy. The vague answers irritated Lebel. She frowned. This was simply wasting her time. She decisively demanded they hand over Lebel. The guards tried to calm her. The blessed had become temple priests. Lebel roared, desperately refusing. Family was above all for her. She begged them not to separate her again. She mocked diplomacy. Their true mission was crystal clear: to take Lebel by force without excuses. With an icy smile, she turned to her soldiers and hissed, "Then do your job." There was no mage nearby. She struck. "No offense," she said with a smirk, tightly clutching the slander. Her eyes sparkled. She whispered her spell, the puppeteer who binds souls. Control and cruelty merged into one. Suddenly, a puppeteer appears, who ties souls and unleashes dark forces. Yudo and his allies find themselves trapped, helpless. The puppeteer was suddenly shaken. An explosion passed through her, and her control over the allies was broken. Shock gripped them. A battle cry sounded. The fight intensified, but the attack hit unexpectedly. Yudo and his comrades face the soldiers. Tension rises, because with every step the truth breaks through more clearly. The eye of truth exposes lies, reveals deception. Yudo remains calm. He knows the truth. The Udafans launched the eye of truth. It revealed the bitter truth. The soldiers only wanted to kill them. The soldiers panic, get lost, and do not know what to do. Yudo's determination only grows stronger and orders thunder around. Yudo and his allies, full of determination, stand firm and ready to repel the advancing attack. A huge magical burst exploded in the air as Yudo and his comrades unleashed their powerful spells. The soldiers, gripped by fear, felt the full power of the mages. Yudo demands that they surrender. Yudo does not believe the soldiers' intentions and feels that a deeper conspiracy with the winged men is hidden behind this. The soldiers loudly express their prejudice, accusing the winged men of stealing the harvest and saying that they live reclusively. The winged men protest and defend themselves. "We are just following orders and living quietly in the mountains." A woman with one wing shouts out, condemning the soldiers' unfair verdict. Her anger is met only with cold indifference. Yudo and his comrades anxiously consider what to do next. Ren's absence raises many questions, so they quickly make plans. Yudo laughs, briskly picking out clothes for their winged friends, but in that laughter, anxiety is barely noticeable. Suddenly, a violent whirl rises, throwing everything into chaos. Yudo does not believe what is happening. Emerging from the chaos, teasing Yudo and checking if she is safe, this shows their closeness. A new, powerful opponent steps onto the stage and loudly declares that Ren belongs to him. Yudo's determination hardens. Tension rises. Yudo realizes that now everything is at stake, and he is torn by guilt for having escalated the situation. Gloatz realizes that she has turned Ren into her puppet. Yudo is stunned and enraged. The puppeteer coldly demonstrates her control over Ren. He freezes like a puppet, and Yudo just stands silently. Ren slyly smiles, as if sensing her control and teasing others, while Yudo worries because of her blessing. Doubts crept into the group. Had Ren been hypnotized, her behavior was completely out of place. The puppeteer orders to act and coldly threatens to deal with anyone who stands in her way, even Yudo. The puppeteer teases Yudo, giggles because Ren is under her control, while Yudo struggles with his feelings. She mocks him with her actions, pushes him to doubt the consequences of his deeds, and fuels the conflict. Yudo demands answers about the winged people and pressures the puppeteer, squeezing every word out of him before it's too late. The The puppeteer, as if it were a trifle, calmly explains. She sells people with wings like expensive items. The Birdman, stunned and boiling with anger over her indifferent devaluation of life and how she uses others, lunges at the puppeteer. The puppeteer exposes the dark truth. The bird girls carry special traits that make them valuable. Yudo is furious. The puppeteer calculates her next moves, already imagining how she will display Vren as a trophy and boast about the catch. Chaos erupted when Ren suddenly attacked, and Yudo instantly found himself in the midst of violence. Despite the clash, Ren calms Yudo. It was all a cleverly planned trap to extract the needed information. The group learns in shock that Ren's blessing allows her to use another god's skill without any restrictions. Yudo gently calms the Birdman, explaining how his timely intervention saved their lives, and for a moment a quiet understanding is established between them. The Birdmen clenched their claws and resolutely prepared for battle to protect their village, although the odds were against them. Resolutely deciding to change their fate, they swear never to be weak and ignorant again. The young bird girl sincerely thanks them. She was deeply moved by Yudo's support and his determination to help their village. Yudo leads the assault with his team. They go on a rescue mission to save the village and shed as little blood as possible. Kai flinched when the fox girl got so close and immediately became worried. What if Abby gets jealous and angry? Libelle looks suspiciously and asks, is something going on here? But in reality, everything is completely innocent. Kai and his comrades soar over the mountains, straining their eyes downward in search of possible enemies. In the distant city, Libella came across 8 blessed people and says that there was not a single mage among them. Kai and his allies noticed a dark building and his heart clenched. His mother was inside. One of the team members reports seeing soldiers in the house, but everyone sighed with relief. Fortunately, they are still alive. The group froze in shock. It seems the enemy has some mysterious ability to see them. The fox and Kai suddenly realize the security in the building is much stricter than they expected, and the tension only grows. Ren and the fox girl, holding their breath, prepare for a fierce attack, throwing fireballs to distract attention. Their efforts caused a powerful explosion that shook the building and sounded like a signal the battle begins. Kai sharply orders a temporary retreat and insists that everyone clearly remember their position. It will be needed when the time to act comes. The group stops to regroup, and before them unfolds a harsh panorama of mountain ridges like a warning of danger. The old griffin leader, voice firm as a rock, confidently spoke to the group. Staying in the mountains is our only option. The decision to remain hidden is questioned. Someone asks if it is really worth continuing to hide. The young girl insisted that she would stay with Kai anywhere as long as they were together. The griffin leader thoughtfully recalls their struggle for freedom and with a heavy heart realizes that fights ahead are unavoidable. 2 tiny feline creatures quietly scurry in the darkness, searching for the needed items. One of them, sighing with relief, finally finds the needed thing while they shoulder to shoulder carry out their mission. From the neighboring tavern, rumors spread throughout the town. Supposedly, the winged people are still alive. Anxiety grows. The villagers whisper about their fears and ask themselves whether those winged men really pose a threat. A figure in a cloak with a trembling voice says, "Those winged ones must be destroyed so that there are no problems in the future." Another figure boldly stood up for the rights of the winged men, fervently insisting that their teachings must decisively reject any discrimination. The one who just spoke feels pressure, retreats from the argument, and clearly hesitates because of the constant noise. The winged men openly protest with placards in their hands. They demand their rights and loudly shout for justice and recognition. The protest does not subside. The city is divided. Kai intervenes, gathers support, and calls for peace. Kai tells how cruelly the winged were treated. They were forced into exhausting labor and driven into lonely mountains. Shock, it turns out the temple controls the distribution of iron, and evidence of corruption was almost destroyed. Kai prepares for the demonstration, does everything to ensure it proceeds peacefully, and resolutely defends the rights of the winged men. The group nervously wonders if their plan will work. Pilgrims arrive, and the city drowns in fear of the winged people. The plan is to knock on the hearts of the pilgrims, who may have more progressive views, to strengthen their cause. Kai, with burning eyes, urges the group to act, insisting that the truth must be revealed to the people. Tension rises. Kai fervently insists that they must stand against the temple's lawlessness to prevent further harm. Kai, with a trembling voice, addresses the pilgrims, pleading, "Tell the truth and side with the winged men." The conversation becomes emotional. Kai and his comrades beg for unity, emphasizing shared beliefs and the pursuit of justice with pain and hope in their voices. The crowd froze, attentively listening to Kai's passionate speech, while others whispered about the growing unrest. A huge crowd gathered under the shrine. Winged men and city residents marched side by side. The bishop and his assistants responded to the unrest. With each new noise, they became increasingly anxious. The bishop froze in horror when he realized the situation is escalating and tension in the cathedral is mounting. The bishop boils with rage, realizing their plans have failed because rumors about the winged people spread like wildfire. Hostile forces are tense, preparing for battle, and the bishops are already anxiously beginning to doubt whether their plan has failed. The winged men proudly march into battle, loudly proclaiming themselves and standing shoulder to shoulder against oppression. With a burning fire in his heart, the leader of the winged men vows to break free from his chains forever. The temple looms with a gigantic shadow as a man desperately demands the return of his wife and daughter. A heated rally has erupted near the temple. People loudly protest against unfair treatment and exploitation by the church. The bishop exits the temple bewildered, stunned by the frantic commotion stirred up by the enraged crowd. The man, alongside his loyal bird, begs the bishop to fulfill the promise he made a year ago. The bishop pretends to know nothing, dismisses the man and all his claims, and the tension instantly rises. The bishop manipulates the crowd, loudly calls the accusations lies, and accuses them of serving the devil. The bishop, full of anger, threatens the group with violence and shouts that their disobedience is blasphemy. The tension reaches its peak. The man challenges the bishop, exposes him as a liar, and accuses him of hiding the truth about winged women. The bishop slyly smiled, pretending to be innocent, brushed off all accusations, and with a confident smile declared he was guilty of nothing. The tension grows, allies discuss a plan, and one is already ready to act, determined to protect the group. The bishop whispers a conspiracy with his ally and grimly promises strict security to keep their secrets safe. The guards around the chambers of the winged women proudly snort. No one will get through that easily. The determined ally launches a powerful attack that cuts through the defense with furious force. The leader clenched his teeth and shouted to the squad to charge forward, urging, "Faster, let's break through the enemy lines." A fierce clash swept across the battlefield, shockwaves radiated from it, and the guards barely hold back the onslaught. The group rushes through the building, tense with the proximity of winged women hidden inside. The winged women, pressed close to each other in fear, had no idea that the rescuer was already approaching as they awaited freedom. The rescuer bursts in, burning with determination, and reassures the women he has come to free them. The winged women froze in horror when they learned their husbands are alive, they did not die. The group rushed to flee, the women impatiently breaking free, still not believing they had been saved. 2. The bishop rejects the accusations and hides behind the fact that the city is large and full of discrimination to justify his actions. The bishop coldly brushed off the pilgrims' fears and firmly stated that families of winged women do not exist. Tension rises. The bishop grimly orders the arrest of protesters, accusing them of creating chaos. The bishop's mask slips, and he angrily denies that there were winged women here, but his words tremble. Suddenly, winged women burst into the room and challenged the bishop, his lies and authority. The audience gasped and froze in shock when the winged women displayed undeniable evidence of the bishop's lies. The mother tightly embraced the child. The joy of reunion filled them, as if driving away all their troubles. The family was together again, beside them the father with wings, and everyone felt a light relief from being reunited. Once chaotic, the city now enchantedly watches a powerful spectacle, dozens of winged figures rising in unison. The bishop found himself face to face with the moment that decides everything. Before him stood the truth and the defiance of the women. The bishop, still in denial, waved off everything, suspecting that this scheme was arranged by a subordinate. The figure enthusiastically praises the hero for his courage and calls him a man of justice because of those deeds. The hero, not knowing what to do next, listens to the priest's praise, yet remains wary of future trials. The priest's smile darkened. It seemed to hide a greater plan as he spoke of bringing the bishop to justice. The priest's last ominous words escaped his lips. He said the real judgment for the bishop is still ahead. The mysterious figure named herself Closer, the infamous inquisitor, and a wave of shock instantly hit the room. The bishop nervously tries to hide it, brushing it off, supposedly just a coincidence, but doubts still do not go away. Calmly, Bihi reveals the Empire's plan to invade Ravalda and prepares the ground for even greater chaos. The main hero felt a piercing surge of horror when he saw the sinister figure, the shadowy evil god. His heart clenched with horror when he recognized Bihi, the one who sent him to the island. The protagonist froze at the news of the Empire's invasion. His native city was now under threat. Inquisitor Closer, whose voice carries an admiring gleam, praises the main hero for his sense of justice, comparing him to a saint. He admits the gods guided the hero, proving that his actions are part of a higher plan. Having completed the task, the hero says goodbye, and the women with wings sincerely thank him. Noticing that he was already tired, the companion gently encouraged him and quietly reminded him why this journey was so important. He assures his friend that he is fine, although heavy, unbearable thoughts press in his mind. The companion embraces him, a comforting gesture that gives a quiet moment of peace amid the chaos. When they embrace, his friend gently presses him and whispers, "Everything will be fine." Overwhelmed by what happened, the hero involuntarily smiles. Suddenly, he realizes how much he has actually gained. Filled with new determination, he vows to be strong and promises to lead his people to safety and a better future. Kai stumbled upon an underground water vein, a discovery on which the development and survival of the village depended. The group agrees to dig a well near the bathhouse. Now, getting water will be much easier. Exhausted from hard work, the team finally rests, catching quiet moments of peace together. A week passes. Kai's group embraces the newcomers warmly, feeds them, and gradually makes life on the island better. But worry appeared on Kai's face, his thoughts caught on the deeper problems of the island. Libel smiles and asks Kai to gather firewood and gladly invites him to go with her to help. In the distance towers a mountain. Its steep cliffs seem to whisper about the island's secrets. Libel recalls ancient clashes with the temple and with deep gratitude feels how Kai protects her here on the island. Libel is terribly worried about Kai since they returned. Something is wrong with him. Kai's friends resorted to comforting lies, suspecting that his silence was caused by family troubles. Libel, without hesitation, decides to search for Kai's family and vows to fly across the ocean to find them. Libel is eager to take off, but her friend loudly warns her. Such a reckless act can be very dangerous. In a desperate flight, Libel is saved by a friend. He grabs her and prevents her from flying out of control. Libel protests, but her friend insists. She is worried because Libel's impulsiveness could disturb Kai even more. Libel wants to calm down, but the desire to help Kai feel better is stronger than everything happening. Ren, shining with joy and trembling in his voice, suggests trying the water and the bath. This is the first real test of the spring. Kai sits alone on the shore, watching the waves and tormented by thoughts about the Inquisitor's actions and the role he might have played in the past. Kai recalls reading about the history of the temple and their harsh treatment of heretics. The truth shocked her. Kai turns over in his mind how the Inquisitor could have been involved, and anxiety tightens his heart. The island's survival is at risk. Although he doubted, Kai was never sure if the Inquisitor really knew about the curse that haunts him. The worried man warns Kai about the approaching invasion of the Empire on Leverdu and hints that danger is already looming over their island. Libel, stunned by the news about Leverdu and the Empire, fears the very thought of becoming the Inquisitor in this conflict. Kai, carrying the burden of responsibility on his shoulders, decides to protect everyone on the island and swears to become their king. Libel catches Kai's distant gaze, but he walks on carrying the heavy burden of responsibility alone. Libella, full of determination to help, demands that Kai go with her without any questions. Her resolve is evident in every movement. The golem picks up Kai, and he is completely confused. He does not understand where they are taking him or why. Dragged to the half-built area, Lebel demands that the golem undress him for something. Kai loudly protests when the golem tries to undress him, firmly insisting that he will do it himself. He came across an unexpected sight. Many women had gathered, as if preparing for something he did not expect at all. The women warmly welcome Kai, promise to heal him, and suddenly, the mood of the moment changes completely. The women easily tell Kai about the custom of naked communication in his country, and their ease completely surprises him. Libella offers Kai a warm bath and gently reminds him that it is just to make him feel better. Kai immerses himself in the pleasure of bathing, but the unfamiliar customs of this new world still overwhelm him. Lebel sits nearby and carefully checks if Kai is comfortable, worried about how he is reacting to the water. Lebel teases Kai, smiling, "Today you are the real star of the day," and happily praises him. The bath was a great success. The girl with a sparkle in her eyes exclaims, "I'm first in line to be next to Kai," and all the others just stand and watch. When the bath fills up, several women reach closer to Kai, and playful chaos flares around. Libel, smiling, tells about a method she learned from her big sister Nell to lift Kai's spirits. Kai wonders, could his gloomy mood have been so noticeable if Lebel claims that everyone noticed his change? One of the women gently whispers that Kai is a king loved by all and comforts him as he reacts. The group calms Kai and sincerely promises to stand by him no matter what path he takes. One of the women softly encouraged Kai to open up and speak out his worries, quietly reminding him that he is not alone. Holding her hand, he realizes, by sharing his problems, thanks to the support of his people, he will become stronger. In a newly built treehouse visible on the horizon, two gay men sat patiently waiting for guests. The boy anxiously talks about unexpected appearances, implying that there are long pauses between them. In a distant temple, a sacred ritual solemnly honors the moment when a child receives the divine seal. Looking at the island, they whisper about their mission to help the children marked by the evil god. Immersed in the past, they find no peace puzzling over the mysterious organization and the strange timeline unfolding over decades. A mysterious bird flies overhead, as if it knows the true intentions of the secret Farley religion. After the morning patrol, they said, no ships in sight. The island is still cut off from the world. Discussing the dense trees of the island, they suddenly realized smoke from the fires where food is cooked helps spot ships. The bird-like companion went to wash, and the tension eased a bit until the annual threat to the island passed. They talked about how the little bird loves to bathe after flying, and for a moment melted into light, cozy camaraderie. While they watch the bird, the young man feels as if the sky is blowing coolness, though it is warm outside. The bird-like companion excitedly talks about everything in a row, knowing no bounds. The girl hands Kai a strange stone and says he has never seen anything like it before. Stunned, Kai understands what kind of stone it might be and feels that something deeper is hidden within it. The girl proudly says that it is iron from their village. It grew and formed on the island. Kai was stunned when he learned that the peasants call that stone amifugin. This word has a special meaning. Realizing that it might be meteoritic iron, and being stunned at how much history is rewritten here. Laughing, they joke, saying they absolutely do not want meteors to fall on the village. They walk through the village, chatting lively about how, by trial and error, using the new iron, they make clay pottery. A character with shining eyes enthusiastically suggests using magic to make the iron more spectacular, but Kai disagrees. A peasant with eyes burning with excitement joins the magic lesson and practices fire magic, REN. The peasants started learning magic, and some were already demonstrating new skills. Bright tongues of flame burst from their palms. Kai watches, his eyes shining, and dreams that he too can control the elements fire and lightning. When one of the peasants teases Kai about his envy of magic, a playful moment suddenly sparks between them. Kai thoughtfully feels the difference. Ren's magic is a completely different, powerful level. While the peasant's skills are simple and basic, they are still learning. The group tensely discusses the arrival of the ship, and Kai warns in a cold voice, everything he does not recognize is better to avoid. Suddenly, a bird-like companion appears and urgently warns Kai that something is wrong, sending alarming signals. In panic, a comrade shouted that a ship was heading to the island, and the tension instantly rose even higher. They panic and ask every little detail: how many ships? Are there any special people on board? The anxiety only grows. Cameron approaches and gently calms Kai, saying that in the distance there is only one tiny ship. Kai, burning with the desire to feel the heavenly swing, asks to be let go first. He needs a better view. When they approach, they see the ship barely moved. It neither moves forward nor retreats backward. The ship clearly emerges into view, a simple vessel with only a few people on board. Their sharp sight catches the crew throwing a net into the sea, and this only fuels their curiosity. Looking more closely, they decided it is a fishing boat, although there was still a chance that it was actually a reconnaissance ship. Kai, without hesitation, ordered to keep watch on the boat. He will not rush into action until he learns more. Kai landed, tensely inspected the ship, and discussed its condition, while Cameron dryly said, "It's just a fishing boat." They both froze over the mystery of the island, and Kai asks, did the ship know about their hideout? While they were throwing out options, the ship sailed away without docking, leaving more questions than answers. Feeling a possible threat, Kai again rushed to check the island's defense, and with horror realized that it might not be ready for an attack. The next day, Kai knocked on Enel's door, and with a trembling hope in his voice, asked to try synthesizing a few warrior-cune seeds. He calls El, but not hearing a response, he goes inside and looks around. He is just looking around when suddenly, a celebration erupts. He reaches level 30. The announcement caught Kai by surprise. He stood bewildered, while others loudly congratulated his success around him. Feeling the full weight of the moment, he looks and notices. The village sign has been updated and now directly speaks about this new milestone. Kai was stunned when he learned that the village was renamed to Village of the Mage of Infernal Fire. In the village, Kai and Cameron, with eyes wide, open in surprise, watch as the ordinary settlement slowly grows and transforms into the land of mages. The village council launches a new feature, Meet the Mage of the Village of Infernal Fire, with a special trading zone. Cameron says that craftsmen have come to the village. They create unique, one-of-a-kind items that villagers can now buy. An idea of special shopping for real money sparks, and Kai, with distrust in his voice, asks, why do we need those gold coins? Walking around, Cameron nostalgically recalls the village's iron products already in circulation, and eyes shining, tells Kai about new things that soon s. Kai and Cameron come to the smithy and look with admiration at the bustling place where everything is boiling with work and the hammer blows sound continuously. In the smithy, the experienced blacksmith urges the apprentice, keep hitting the hot metal. The blacksmith intently watches the delicate work with metal, leading his team with precision and calm confidence. When the metal begins to cool, the blacksmith resorts to his magic. He releases fire to complete the work. The spectators, among them Kai and Cameron, watch with admiration the blacksmith's power that combines magic and craft. Kai and Cameron gaze in fascination at the skillful hands of the blacksmith, who also protects the village. Cameron advises Kai to take the offerings left near the statue erected in his honor, as if he were a god. Kai approaches the statue and asks himself, is this the offering he should accept? Holding a knife, Kai thoughtfully looks at how far the village has come and feels, this is an important step forward. The villagers enthusiastically greet Kai, glorify his divine presence, and notice that the knife is suspended in the air. Kai suddenly realizes that the villagers around him have created a new faith and now glorify his influence. Kai thoughtfully looked into the distance. The village is already at level 30, and even more opportunities lie ahead. Kai gathers everyone we need to talk about the village's plans for the future, and all attention is now on defending the island. Kai looks anxiously at the temple. Possible threats make him seriously consider relocating the village for safety. The villagers said without hesitation that they are loyal to Kai and will follow him wherever he goes. The villagers worried anxiously about the children. The temple was going to leave the island. The girls trust Kai's decision and ask him to find a safe place before the temple strikes. Yuri reproaches Sarah, but others tell her Kai is very concerned about everyone. Kai faced a painful choice, to abandon the island or lead it with him. Kai stands firm, his voice steady. The place does not matter, only the people and their well-being are important. Kai gave the villagers a difficult choice. Will you stay and fight the temple for your land? All 49 villagers, like one heart, raised their hands, deciding without hesitation to stay and defend the island. Komorian asks if anyone was against it, and Kai says in a firm voice that everyone agreed to stay and fight T. Kai, overwhelmed with anxiety, speaks of possible threats from the powerful forces of the temple. He feels a real danger. Komorin quietly calms Kai, saying that despite the threat from the temple, they want to stay with him. The villagers, with grateful smiles, told how life on the island had become much better despite all the difficulties. They swear to fight the temple if it comes for them, but Kai insists they need to prepare. Kai, with fire in his voice, calls those who still want to follow him to join his cause. Cameron thought gloomily, being a leader is cruel, and Kai will have to make hard decisions. Kai the Resolute says he needs only one thing for everyone to be happy while they are alive. Kai finally decided to live to the fullest, to catch up on everything he lost in the past, and boldly move forward. Kai tensely outlines a plan to defend the island, focusing on strengthening the hidden landing site where enemies might come. A villager anxiously asks Kai if they will fight on the island if the enemy attacks before they have time to prepare. During strategic discussions, Kai cannot get rid of one thought. A safe retreat plan is needed if the temple forces attack. Kai insists we need a detailed map of the island for tactical planning. Kai decisively orders Abyss to draw a larger map of the island so they can better plan their actions. Abyss energetically works on the map, and suddenly an expanded version appears, showing the island's plan. Kai sincerely thanks Abyss for the map, and is already about to turn to the winged people to work on it together in detail. Kai, with a trembling voice, asks Abyss what he thinks about the unexplored northern side. The magic there felt somehow unnatural. Abyss quietly admits that she also woke up on the northern side of the island. Kai holds his breath upon hearing Abyss's revelation. On the northern side hides a laboratory over 1,000 years old. The group slowly ascends the mountain by cable car, as if entering the very heart of the forest. Interested, they argue whether to go explore the ruins, but some are afraid. They say it's dangerous there, everything is falling apart. In the ruins, they find strange stones, as if a hint that once a human structure stood here, long abandoned in the wild wilderness. Ahead lies danger, so they think about how to burn obstacles with fire magic and make their path safe. While they were exploring the ruins, one of them stumbled. He was clearly shaken by something eerie. Abyss feels unwell, and this worries the whole group. Everyone nervously worries about her condition. They decide to return Abyss back south, avoiding the dangerous path through the village Tenohira. To protect Abyss, they instantly devised a lightning-fast plan to transport her back as quickly as possible. They rush through the wilderness, more determined than ever. Every step brings them closer to safety. Biss returned quickly and safely. Everyone froze in amazement at how swiftly the journey ended. Abyss assures that everything is fine, but she is constantly tormented by the thought that she might be a burden to others. Biss admits that she has amnesia. She only remembers that 1,000 years ago she was a copy of a mage. The group thinks that Abyss might have been created without her memories, like a blank sheet. The team decides not to rush into the ruins again, first to prepare well and take care of Abyss's safety. Biss apologizes for what happened earlier, and with a barely noticeable smile says that she always relies on Ren. Yuri suggests building a defense system, and meanwhile a heated debate erupts in the team about the best way to fortify the island. Ren felt her enthusiasm fade when she heard that their plans to explore the ruins were postponed, leaving an emptiness in her chest. Kai leans over a detailed map of the island and thinks intensely about where to best build the fortress. The tense group discusses that they will have to enter the forest to break through to the next zone. A new plan was born to deploy long-range strike means that will outpace the enemy and prevent ships from invading. Kai is burning with determination and suggests digging a deep trench in a strategic location so that breaking through the defense becomes almost impossible. Yuri notices the place is hidden far from the coast. From afar it is barely visible. Kai passionately explains why both bows and magic are so necessary when digging the earth to build defensive walls. Kai perceives this situation as a tower defense game. He is having fun, and he is already outlining his plan. Kai understands our defense will not hold, and decides a new weapon is needed to cover the entire defensive line. Yuri, with a mischievous sparkle in his eyes, suggests betting on the seeds, but Kai firmly objects. They will just keep working without any bets. Kai makes white seeds for Mung-chan, but they are so beige that they are hard to distinguish. Kai tries hard to create a camouflage seed, but the pattern turns out so that it completely blends with the honeycomb. Next, they create transparent seeds, but they are so barely noticeable that they are scared will they disappear completely. Kai counts the created seeds black, camouflage, and transparent, but stubbornly cannot figure out the last one. The next day the scene changes. 3 small creatures quietly nap in bed. Kai and the others do not believe their eyes. Their creations grew right before their eyes. It's already time to harvest. Each creature has its own special abilities. Mage Kun controls all 4 elements, Ninja Kun skillfully acts in the shadows, and Angel Chan enhances magic. The little creatures, as if by instinct, reached out to the first warrior Kuns who were born earlier. Ren jokingly says that warriors do not suit her, and teases them because of how they behave. Kai sincerely shares how things are going with building the regime. Ren suggests resorting to magic and burning the tree roots. Ren wonders, can Kachin really make the trees leave on their own, while Kai meanwhile praises his skills. Kai suspiciously asks if the shape of the trees matters for the spell, and Ren slyly smiles and says no, it does not matter at all. Kai asks Ren if Kei-chan can carry the dug-up earth to the fortress, and Ren agrees to try. Ren uses her magic to move the dirt, and something incredible happens. A giant slimy creature appears. Ren successfully creates Dirt Kun, a strange, slimy creature made of dirt that begins to move. Kai thought to himself, might this earth come to life if given at least a name? Ren hesitantly tries to breathe life into the earth, but is not sure herself if it is even possible. Kai begins to suspect, although the conditions are similar, naming might work. It's worth trying. To everyone's surprise, the creature made of mud twists into shape and seems to come alive, emerging with a cheerful, smiling face. The muddy creature named Dirt Kun amazes Kai and Ren with its movements, showing what it is capable of. Ren beams with joy and says she is glad how useful Dirt Kun is, and Kai jokingly adds that she is praised only for her painted face. Kai says that due to population growth, they need to go on an expedition for supplies, and Ren immediately supports this plan. Ren quietly whispers, her goal is to find Keed's family, and this journey is very dear to her heart. Ren imagines meeting her parents again, and clings to that tiny spark of hope. 2 plush animals curiously look at the distant village, and on the sign, Temporary Life. Kaidi sits on the grass with a sparkle in his eyes, and excitedly tells his plush toys about a dream that was about them. Keed recalls her 5th birthday, the moment when her father gave her 2 plush toys. Caddy gazes at the horizon and wonders if her father will ever find her tea. Tears glisten in Keed's eyes. She so dreams of seeing her parents again. Keed hopes to meet her parents again. She longs to calm them and whisper that she is fine and safe. Kaide bitterly regrets and calls herself foolish, suddenly realizing all the risks. The already tense atmosphere around becomes even stronger. Plush toys gently hug Keed, warming her and reminding her of her father's love, fueling her hope for rescue. Kai, lost in heavy thoughts, feels there is no hope. His older brother has already given up. Kite is now more determined, says she doubts help will come, but cannot hold back her sorrow. Plush toys gently encourage Keed, whispering that showing her feelings is normal. Keed finally got down to business. She will give all her strength and promise to do everything possible to improve her situation. Kai actively discusses his plan for the expedition back to Skorpu, nervously preparing for the next challenge. Worried about Kai, she quietly warns him a slave trader might be hiding in the city. Kai thinks he may have finally found a solution for Sarah's collar, and this idea wildly excites her. Ren enthusiastically talks about his experience in the village of winged people and their powerful priestesses. They whisper about how Kei-chan tried with all her might to remove Sarah's collar, but failed. Kai feels that the one who called might be a consequence of the blessing, and has no idea what to do with it. Kai addressed the captive, "Do you know anything about slave collars?" and promised her freedom in exchange. Captive confesses, it is a magical collar pinned to the ceiling, but she insists that it is in no way connected to her blessing. The prisoner quietly explains that her blessing is not enough to break the collar, but it is dangerous. She says she is sure to the bone. A blessing was placed on the collar, so it became unbreakable. Kai is passionately intrigued, watching as she eagerly tries to uncover the secret of the collar. After all, it is a hidden secret. The captive admits the collar is a means of control over mages and female slaves. She hints only the one who put it on can remove it. Kai recognized Marina, a slave trader from Scorpio, and immediately understood this is a new obstacle on their path that must be overcome. While they were considering the search for Kaida's family, the conversation about the one who called suddenly turned into a request for help. Kai, with a burning look, says he wants to fight for the country because he believes that mages are its indispensable force. Kai is glowing with excitement. He can't wait to see Sarah's magic. It's a rare opportunity, although Sarah herself is very modest. Sarah, blushing, shyly asks Kai to go with her as soon as she leaves the island and regains her magic. Kai smiles and, with a slight flutter in his chest, agrees to try what Sarah suggested days ago, awaiting a new experience. Asking everyone around what to bring from the expedition, the group lively discusses alcohol and grapes with laughter and jokes. Wondering where the master is, Ren notices the horses and wonders, aren't they looking for a bridegroom? The group notices the boat for Keed's experiment, and at that moment, all eyes focus on the new project. They are thrilled. They feel the boat rushing, while Keed's experiment brings unexpected sharp sensations. Kai is frozen with surprise. The boat Santa Maria-chan, named after him, is racing incredibly fast. Keed, with a sparkle in her eyes, excitedly tells Kai that she will go with him on the next walk. She craves adventure. Keed insists on going with him because she knows the sea can ambush those who stay alone. Kai reluctantly agrees, understanding that having the power of Kai-Day on their side on the road is a huge advantage. The boat tears through the waves forward. Keed shouts passionately, "More power," and Santa Maria-chan speeds up. Ketty, more determined than ever, vows to do everything to see her mom and dad. Kai and his team have already left the island, and their friends anxiously discuss their departure. On the screen, Kai is frozen in shock, his wild expression vividly highlighting the unexpected turn. The team is glowing with excitement. The new boat created by Kai works so smoothly and almost magically that everyone is stunned. Kai takes a short break and says to Kate, "I'll rest for a minute," while they prepare for the journey. Kaida joyfully greets Kai, not hiding her surprise. How did she manage to survive that crazy boat trip without any problems? Kai is lying relaxed on the grass, and Kite, smiling, jokingly threatens, "I'll kick you out." Kate is ready to comfort Kai with everything she can and gently asks him to rest if needed. Kai, still tired, nods and agrees to tea, while Kai-Day orders Kuromo to bring it to him. After 4 days, the group reached the destination much faster, but Kai is still exhausted. After the last chaos in Scorpio, Kai decided to be cautious but ended up in confusion again. Kai entrusts Abyss with an important task to stand guard while they go to the market for supplies. Kai-Day suggests watching over Kai, even while he continues to implement his plans. The group arrives in Skorpu, scanning the streets with watchful eyes and studying the town's layout, preparing for the next steps. Kai and his team quietly moved between the rows of the market, pressing into the shadows and tensely dodging strangers' gazes. In the midst of the noisy market, Kai and his companions examine a wide variety of things, but do not lose vigilance for a moment. Kai receives an unexpected offer for the cow, and the trade suddenly turns upside down. Kai abruptly breaks off the negotiations. He does not want to waste time, and emphasizes the importance of the abyss. Price negotiations flare up, and Kai, so as not to raise market prices, agrees to a fair offer. Kai finally agrees to sell the cow for 7 gold coins. He hopes this will finally put an end to the deal. After the sale, Kai and his group are impatiently ready to buy everything needed and set off. Kai talks briskly with a local craftsman, impatiently inquiring about the progress on the items he ordered. Kite, with a sparkle in his eyes, excitedly notices another big catch and joyfully calls Kai to look at the new find. Kite, full of pride, shows off his latest purchases: grapes, barrels, glass, and even 2 stallions. Heed was frozen with surprise when it turned out that one of the purchased items was a special sword, and she proudly shows her new sword. Kai teases while she prepares to reveal what truly makes it unique. Kai, with shining eyes, excitedly shows the fiery sword, but Kai thinks the name is too simple. Kite explains that the sword costs 5 gold coins, and the flame in it is a work of magic. Kai is worried he has no magic, but Kai reassures him anyone can use magic. Kai hesitantly touched the hilt, trying to activate the sword, and in an instant tongues of flame burst from the blade. He froze in surprise. Kai, shining with excitement, praises Kai for activating the sword, while they consider how this weapon will be useful in their future plans. Kai threw a brief goodbye to the woman with the tray and went to carry out his next task. Kai follows the woman, lost in her thoughts, as they walk through the village. Kai involuntarily remembered that Scorpa once belonged to Mondial, and the woman thoughtfully said that the town had not changed. Abyss, with fervent enthusiasm, joins Kai's team. An important mission lies ahead, and more allies are joining their cause. The group approaches the ominous house of the slave trader Marina, gathered and tense, each preparing for what lies ahead. The group eagerly discusses their plan, ready to use magic to deal with any resistance that may arise. Approaching the house of the slave traders, the group sees locked doors and a dead silence inside, not a soul. A woman from the house, with a sad voice, explains that the owner is temporarily absent attending to business. The woman whispered that the master had gone to the port city of Namel to observe the war. Kai, hearing about Namel, slammed his hand and immediately understood what an important port city it was. Kai and Sarah discuss the upcoming journey to Godier, and Sarah beams with joy at joining him. Sarah pleadingly asks Kai to take her with him, her voice trembling with anxiety. The collar and its burden weigh on her. Kai hesitated for a moment, but finally allowed Sarah to join his journey. He sincerely valued her company. Later that night, the group settles close together, falls asleep together, and quietly shares this peaceful, cozy moment. Kai, seeing how cramped it was, quietly asks Sarah and the others to spend the night in the adjacent room. After breakfast, the group bustles, preparing to go to Nomel, loudly discussing plans and clever ways to remain unnoticed. When Kai and his companions entered the dining room, someone noticed them and immediately recognized Kai. That face had been seen before. The man who recognized Kai turned out to be a former comrade of the same mage-slave trader. The road passes right next to the Imperial camp, so they decide to go around it. The mercenary, released from his previous position, approaches the group and offers his services in exchange for work. Finally, the mercenary reveals the truth. He is a former mage of the Empire who could not join the war, and now, with heavy breathing, explains his situation. The group watches the mercenary closely and quietly whispers that his offer to join might be a trap. The mercenary smiles and frankly admits this group defeated him. The mercenary confesses. The gut whispers, if we follow that group, a good fight awaits us. Ren and the group discussed tensely how serious this mercenary was. His knowledge of the Empire's geography spoke for itself. The group, though cautious, still decides to take the risk and trusts the mercenary, allowing him to lead them on the road. The group froze and looked at each other. Was hiring this mercenary a mistake? They doubted his true intentions. The mercenary's dark past does not scare everyone. Some still believe he can be trusted, but he can still be dangerous. The group froze, whispering about the mercenary's past, his strange departure, and hints of noble origin. Heated debates raged in the group, how carefully allies should be chosen, because for money they can betray. The group is tormented. Can they really trust this mercenary when his loyalty is highly questionable? A dispute erupted in the group. Is it easier to hide in isolation than to risk trust? But no one is ready to live in loneliness. Although doubts gnawed at their hearts, the group agreed to move on, putting trust first but still wary of the mercenary. At the last moment, the mercenary bursts in, laughing, says he won't get angry and wants to remove his collar. After 10 days on the road, the group finally reaches the bustling port town of Namel. The group enters the market, their eyes lost in the lively streets teeming with traders and townsfolk. Suddenly they are gripped by horror. They do not remember at all what the old man looks like, although they search for him all over the city. The mercenary guesses that the old man is probably sitting in a bar killing time until he organizes his people. A powerful man near the bar counter, angry, slammed a barrel on the table and demands readiness of the Imperial army. The men heatedly discussed how to assemble a fleet, since the Empire has no official fleet at all. A man named Fozil enters the bar, and the burly guy who recognized him looks at him with obvious surprise. Fozel's comrades persistently ask if he will take up arms and go to battle, but he calmly admits he has another matter. The figure in the mask is addressed, and immediately the question hangs in the air: who is he really, while the group looks puzzled. In the bar, an angry man recognizes Fozel and loudly orders his men to seize him immediately. Fozel decisively declared that he now works for this young man, pointing to him his current boss. The group retreats to a quieter corner to quietly discuss matters alone and prepare for the next steps. Fozel is pressured, demanded answers about the collar's spell, and tension grows between him and the burly man. Negotiation flares up. The burly man offers Fozel much more than his current employer to lure him to the other side. The burly man, intrigued by the figure in the mask, offers a deal and brazenly asks, how much is he paid? The burly man aggressively accused Fozel. He steals goods and turns people into obedient slaves, and said this with obvious contempt. The masked figure threateningly warned the burly man, if you refuse to cooperate, you will regret it. The burly man, stunned and broken, thought about how it all happened and realized how serious it was. Having suffered defeat, the burly man hissed a spell to get rid of the one who called Court. Sarah gently calms the group. She does not sense the smell of lies and agrees to look after Fozel. Sarah asks how it went, and the group says that Fozel, although under pressure, answered honestly. Sarah, frightened by how that call affects her, asks if they will still take her if it consumes her will. Kyrie gently reassures Sarah, don't worry, and prepares to help her with the collar. Kai promised to protect Sarah at any cost and swore that if necessary, he would rewind everything that the collar did. Sarah activates the corda spell. The collar explodes with a flash of light, like a sign of freedom. Sarah joyfully exclaimed that the collar was finally removed. She sighed with relief and glowed with happiness, while Kai looked at her. Sarah, overwhelmed with emotions, rushed to hug Kai and exclaimed thank you, which completely confused him. With tears in her eyes, Sarah wonders aloud how Kai can be so kind and thanks him. Kai, embarrassed and nervous, quietly whispers that he loves her too, responding tenderly and shyly in the embrace. Kai, frozen with nerves, tries to explain his feelings, but Sarah interrupts him and also confesses her love. Sarah, as if overwhelmed by a wave of emotions, exclaims, I have madly fallen in love with Kai and have no idea what to do. Sarah, pressed in Kai's embrace, blushes and feels a warm calm knowing that her feelings are mutual. Tense conversation. The man sternly demands to return to him the one who called, although the boy warns that it is dangerous. Tension rises, the characters part ways, and he coldly brushes off the old man's worries. The group enters the market, and the boy notices with surprise 3 powerful mages nearby. The team chatters about the journey, and with each word the power of their mages and the boy's mysterious abilities become clearer. While the team surveys the kingdom, the boy questions the Empire's behavior towards Levered in the kingdom, sowing doubts. The group hurriedly prepares to disperse. Everyone suddenly has urgent matters, and the boy is confused, not understanding what is happening. The boy decided to visit a familiar boat, and the man went on his own business. The group gathers at the market, gazes at the colorful stalls, and puzzles over what to do next. While shopping, whispers reach their ears. The war continues, and people are being recruited into the army again. A loud, drunk soldier interrupted their conversation, and his rowdy behavior made the girl feel extremely awkward. The group finds itself under unwanted attention. Some man claims exclusive rights to the girls, and tension begins to rise among everyone. Tension rises. The angry girl throws her complaints in the man's face. She is furious because she is stuck. The boy abruptly intervenes, loudly exclaiming that the man is a soldier, and insistently demands that he stop his actions. The situation escalates. Threats of violence are heard, and the group tensely prepares to defend themselves. The girl instantly launches a powerful counterattack and stuns everyone with her fierce determination. The girl, burning with rage, sternly warns the soldiers to behave. Her irritation and strength only grow. But when the girl resolutely demands that the men stop, the boy rushes to intervene and everything only intensifies. The fight continues. The soldiers lie unconscious, and a figure approaches them even more authoritative. The officer looked around, assessed the situation, and regretfully admitted that the soldiers were poorly trained. The boy gasped upon hearing the name General Enfield, and suddenly realized that it was someone very close to him. The boy wonders why the girl's father works in the castle. Deep in his heart, he senses that some secrets lie ahead. A powerful explosion threw the boy into the air. Thus began the dramatic turn of events 12 years ago. Even after defeat, the mentor does not give up. He encourages the boy, sincerely believes in his potential, and vows to refine him. The boy resolutely refuses treatment and swears that the scar will become a sign of his determination. The boy confessed, and the mentor only smiled slyly. In that smile flashed a hint of something much deeper. The healer, with his heart in his throat, rushes away, promising to return with a potion to break the daughter's fever. Old friends met. One, with anxiety in his voice, asks about Edward. The other quietly says he has urgent matters. Tense conversation unfolds. The boy froze, as if rooted to the spot, when he learned about the missing general's daughter. The boy, boiling with emotions, loudly demands the truth about the general's daughter and about that loss. In the castle, the air changed. Now only priests can speak with the one who was once a strong general. When the general refused to go to war because of his daughter's illness, people became angry, and anxiety filled the air. Fossil returned. It was clear that the long conversation had unsettled him. Axel sat anxiously waiting for news about what had happened. Faisal freezes in shock. The general says he does not recognize him, and he suspects the general is losing his mind. At the end, Fossil returns and finds the boy, who anxiously asks if his case is still unresolved. The boy, with a tremble in his voice, asks Fossil about General Enfield, sensing that something more is hidden between them, and Fossil seems unwilling to share. The boy could not stand it and impatiently asked about the general, hoping that this was the very person they needed to meet. The dark, playfully sinister figure asks if the boy intends to kill the general, and the air instantly fills with tension. The girl laughed, waving her hand and dismissing the hint of murder, while Fossil anxiously said that their journey was dangerous. The boy asks about the girl's connection to the general. Anxiety tightens in his chest. He suspects she might be the very one he is looking for. As soon as the name Kaidi was spoken, an explosion of anxiety erupted in Fossil. The rumor of her alleged death struck him like an electric shock. The boy and the girl exchanged victorious glances. They realized they had found the person they were searching for. Fossil is a little surprised and irritated by the boy's jokes, but a light and cheerful atmosphere still prevails around. The boy confesses that Fossil once came to his home when they were children, and it is then that their personal connection emerges. The girl, shining with joy, threw herself into Faisal's arms, exclaiming Faisal Nichan, and they embraced tightly and touchingly. Fossil, shocked and overwhelmed with emotions, learns that Kadei is still alive and is unable to comprehend this strange turn of events. The boy and the girl passionately explain to the general that they urgently need his help, revealing the difficult situation they have found themselves in. Fossil agrees to help. He clearly sees how important Kite is and is confident that the general will soon come to his senses. The lonely and steadfast general whispers Edward's name with deep determination, and in this whisper, there is a hint of a dangerous turn. Keed suggests writing a letter to their father. She is confident that he will immediately recognize her handwriting. They devised a plan to deliver the letter and bypass the censorship in the temple, and this filled them with excitement. Keed, with a spark in her eyes, assures the group, finding their father is easy because they know his name. Keed's curiosity about her past flares up, and she teases, dropping hints that a certain person will join them. Keed writes the letter, thoughtfully going over her plans in her head, while others bustle around, preparing for the upcoming journey. The letter reached the palace. Someone reads it grandly, not even guessing who sent it. Tension hangs in the air. Everyone anxiously wonders why Edward has not yet replied to the letter. Libel cannot find peace. Has Edward forgotten about Katie and their promise to meet again? Caddy's friends are worried, and she clenches her jaw and waits tensely because she knows Edward still has not left his post. Milord gently soothes Katie, assuring her that they will do something, and sincerely offers her support. A hurried chase begins. Someone urgently demands to speak with Edward, and chaos swirls around. In the whirl of confusion, they suddenly realized a massive, impenetrable guard is forming around Edward. Even the priest cannot approach him. Tension flared. They talked about the state of Edward's army, and everyone doubted whether he even understood how critical it was. The army is preparing for war. Everything necessary is hastily being equipped on the ships, and urgent orders are coming from everywhere. They heatedly discuss how to meet Edward face to face, realizing that their current approach will not work. The mages have sworn allegiance and are already ready to act, impatiently eager to follow their master. They discussed what they would do next, and despite the Empire being against it, they dared to challenge Edward. Although the mages are powerful, doubts do not recede. They question the balance of power and the very strategy. Preparation for war is complete. The team is gathering their willpower, preparing for the unknown, and will soon set off for Laverda. Tension is rising. They are devising how to draw Edward out of hiding and force him to meet them. The ships are ready to depart, but finding the people seems an insurmountable task to them. Quickly making a plan, they decided to entrust the search for people to the keen eye of Libel. Libel held her breath in shock when she came across something unexpected on the ship that instantly caught their attention. Became clear to them, the ship was almost empty, nearby only a few guards. Orion gives instructions and arranges the team so that they prepare for the next step with perfect precision. The team sets out on a mission, rushing to Tenohira Pioneer Village, tearing their way through the water. Before them stood a huge vessel. In all its grandeur the group froze, captivated by its size and capacity. They heatedly discussed the plan and decided to call Yuri and others let them help them get off the island. While the bustle of preparations is in full swing, the group prepares to receive a bunch of guests, leaving Biss on guard. Tension rises in the castle. There is a commotion. The air trembles with hurried footsteps. Panic swept through the command hall. It was reported that the ships were in flames, and this increased the chaos here. The ships are burning fiercely. Smoke thickly enveloped the air, a signal of a sudden attack. The signal torch of Keed instantly drew attention and forced the enemy forces to stop. They could not move forward into battle. Destructive force burst forward. A powerful explosion struck, and it immediately became clear how fierce the battle was. The enemy mistakenly took Kaid for a witch with silver, devilish hair and felt the power that lived in her. Mysterious figure appears. She radiates an aura of power and confidently takes control of the situation. Kaid felt a sinister premonition and instantly wondered, could this figure be connected to his past? The monitor screen suddenly reveals a close-up of the mysterious man's face. This is Fazl. Everyone cannot believe their eyes when they recognize Edward. He is fully armed and stands surrounded by mages and priests. Tension rises. Kaid's friends call her anxiously, as fear and worry envelop everyone. Panic grips everyone as Keed rushes forward and shouts, "Follow me, we are leaving the village quickly." The group sees Edward on a tall tower, and Kite, with tears in his eyes, shouts to him, "Dad." A young girl watches as a group of noble figures passes by, desperately shouting, "Dad." In the castle, comrades desperately tore Keed away and dragged her off, leaving behind a worried man. And that reckless warrior stubbornly climbs and climbs, testing the allies' patience, while others only watch his antics with distrust. Chaos erupted when the knight charged at his allies and knocked them down, causing panic and loud accusations of betrayal. Edward lies unconscious. Comrades shout loudly for him to wake up, and the tension around only grows. The priest performs a grim spell, and the group wonders, could these be the very threads that bind souls like puppets? The team divides into groups and swiftly devises a plan. Ahead lies a decisive clash with the priest. A fierce battle erupts. The mage challenges Fozl and unleashes a barrage of magic upon him, determined to win. When the enemy mage launched a powerful ice attack, everyone froze, and the battlefield instantly plunged into chaos. The enemy mage summons a vortex of destructive energy. Fear grips Fazl and his team. Edward abruptly interrupts the priest's spell, and confusion breaks out in the group. Everyone realizes that something completely unexpected has happened. Baltzel, determined to stop Edward, tells his comrades to deal with other threats while he takes on Edward himself. The enemies unleashed a combined magical strike of incredible power, and Fazl and his team were forced to go on the defensive. The fight does not cease, and the group, worried, anxiously asks, how much longer will two of their allies hold under this pressure? They bet everything on earth magic to break the enemy formation and thereby weaken Edward's influence on the battlefield. The enemy is gripped by panic. Unexpected power shatters their formation and catches everyone off guard. Fazl and his allies unleashed a devastating joint strike, summoning the sanctuary of the battle maiden upon the enemies. Noticing the enemy's protective shields, the group desperately rushed to break the earth magic that restrained them. The priest retaliates with destructive magic. His attack hits and wild chaos erupts in the castle. In the heat of battle, a voice calls the chieftain. It is a sign that the decisive moment of the clash has come. Fozl and his team froze in surprise when sharp icy shards suddenly rained down from the priest. The brutal attack leaves Fozl wounded. Icy spikes pierce his body, and everyone around is frozen in shock. In shock, his comrades shout, "Fozl," desperately trying to understand why he sacrificed himself. Allies gather their strength and launch a counterattack precise and powerful to gain control over the battlefield. The attack intensifies, and powerful magic bursts forth from the sanctuary of the warrior to protect and strike back. Ren, determined to protect Fozl, prepares a spell and shouts to his comrades, "Buy him time." Tension pierces the air. The group is trapped. Escape is impossible while the battle rages around them. Keed, worried about her friend, asks if everything is all right, but she seems upset about something. Keed looks at the girl, confused, sensing something is wrong with her. His gaze becomes vigilant. The angry and upset girl scolds her father, fiercely accusing him of reckless actions that hurt others. Angry and determined, the girl casts a spell to heal the damage done to her, shouting at those who caused it. The mighty golem awakens. Its gigantic size and strength shake the battlefield, throwing enemies into terror. The enemies resist the golem, but its ruthless power simply shatters them to pieces. When the golem strikes, enemy troops are instantly gripped by panic. They immediately feel the overwhelming might it carries. Frightened enemy soldiers scatter in all directions, desperately trying to break free from the destructive power of the golem, but their retreat is futile. Heed shouts instructions in panic, her voice breaking, insisting that she immediately cancel her power. Her skill activates, shards fall around, and through the dust her unconscious father barely hears her voice. Heed rushes forward, gently slaps him on the face, and assures him that this reunion is not a dream. Confused, he begins to doubt reality itself. She categorically denies death and insists that they are still alive in this world. Holding her tightly, he realizes he has returned, and together they immediately decide. Next, they will save her mother. Kai laughs and jokes about this magical reunion. Fazl, still stunned, slowly introduces himself and asks questions. Kai warmly welcomes him and, smiling, says where they are: the pioneer village Tenohira, a peaceful corner that is slowly growing. Late at night, Rukia quietly sneaks into her brother's room, determined to uncover hidden truths. Since Rukia received God's blessing, her eyes of truth began to reveal eerie secrets. She uncovers the truth: her brother remembers memories from before his infancy, and this confirms one thing: both of them were abandoned as children. There is very little time left before the blessing ceremony, and Rukia is still racking her brain searching for answers about her unusual brother. Now solemnly dressed, Rukia enters the sacred hall, determined to get to the truth about him. Rukia's heart tightens because her brother is absent while the priest prepares to start her ritual. When her cloak is lifted, a mysterious divine mark unexpectedly appears on her chest. The onlookers hold their breath, gripped by panic and disbelief, as the robed figure demands confirmation of the symbol. The man in the robe trembled with awe and fear, calling her appearance the fulfillment of prophecy. They realize 3 divine spirits dwell within Rukia at once, something unprecedented, and it frightens even the highest priests. The man in the robe gives thanks, and Rukia suddenly understands. Her gift is not just a single divine blessing, it is much more powerful. Recalling her past, Rukia boldly utters the full name of God, and behind these words hides her deep intentions. Although surprised, the priests sternly warn her, never say the name of God aloud again. Rukia asks about her missing brother, but the Inquisitor suddenly evades the question and hastily begins to speak about some urgency. The Inquisitor looks at her piercingly and commands, "Forget Kai," without saying a word about where he disappeared. The officials promise Rukia a wonderful future, but something tightens in her chest. Unanswered questions do not give her peace. Lonely and confused, Rukia doubts everything: her brother's fate, her own strength, and the intentions of the church. She, confused and fragile, begs for clarity, and the Inquisitor, hesitating, utters her name. Rukia suddenly ignites her divine power. She is determined to expose the truth hidden in his words. The Inquisitor is gripped by panic. Rukia's eyes suddenly flared up, and she says that divine providence forced her to use it. Rukia sincerely confesses she is losing control, and the priests sternly warn her, "Do not abuse divine power." She learns the bitter truth: her brother's god is considered evil, and such people are expelled from society. Rukia realizes with horror that her brother was taken by another Inquisitor, but to her consolation, the blessed are never killed. She accepts her new life as a nun, and with determination in her heart, vows to work diligently and always be attentive. Rukia, burning with determination, rushes to seek clues, find the special Inquisitor, and learn what happened to her brother. Rukia, with unwavering determination to reunite with her brother, vows to find him at any cost. Her heart burns with resolve. She swears to save him herself, and without hesitation takes on this role. Elsewhere, Kai wakes up in an unfamiliar place, looks up, and gives himself over to quiet, distant thoughts. He suddenly sits up, remembering Leverdu, and quietly asks himself if Rukia is still alive and safe. Next to him, a girl quietly confirmed. It is Rukia, as if hinting that her name is still remembered. Kai woke up and, finding Abyss nearby, was stunned with surprise, while a guest entered the room, awkwardly teasing the whole situation. Although suspecting a strange coincidence of timing, Kai thoughtfully mulled over Abyss's dual form and how often he appeared nearby. He looks out the window, recalls the ceremony, and suddenly realizes that in this world he is now considered an adult. Edward shouted to him, anxiously explaining all the latest changes since the NOMAL incident. Edward's family begins building their home, and Kai, helping with the new settlement, enthusiastically explains what exactly everything will be made from. Kai eagerly explains how the roof tiles are laid and suggests bringing more supplies from the pioneer village. They discuss divine blessings, and Kai cannot help but notice Theirs is completely different, though it comes from the same god. The man begins to doubt the morality of the gods, and Kai cannot understand. Why has no one ever seen them with their own eyes? He challenges the very classification of gods and asks whether any signs can truly separate them from evil beings once and for all. Kai openly talks about his reincarnation, and they both feel divine powers are undeniable, even if you do not believe in them. He doubts the label evil god because he sincerely believes that the temple's prejudice does not define his daughter's blessing. While others are building something, he proudly constructs a shared life in his thoughts, perhaps overestimating Kai's intentions. He insists that Keed stay with him, sincerely regretting that constant work demands had previously distanced them. Suddenly he froze, silenced by shock. Keed had no intention of living with him at all. He is confused and desperate, pleading for answers, but he is coldly told to address Kai directly. Kai persistently advises asking Kai directly, but Edward hesitates. It is hard for him to honestly admit her feelings. Edward glances at Kai and thinks, is her maturity truly sincere, or has life on the island made her emotionally distant? Not daring to ask himself, Edward begs Kai to figure out why Kai Day avoids living together. Edward instantly pushes all the responsibility onto Kai, who reluctantly agrees, while the others tease that Kai Day might get offended. Helping Edward build a new house, he suddenly learns that Kaida will not live there. Kaida decisively announced that she will stay in the estate. She chooses family over life with her brother. She firmly declares her independence, insists that she is already an adult, and refuses to silently obey her brother's decision without having a chance to express her opinion. Although she was teased through Ren, she proudly insists that she is no longer a child who needs constant parental care or rules. Despite Edward's words, Kai stays. Her desire to become stronger fades because warm comfort returns with her relatives. She pretends to be independent, but deep in her heart, she still struggles with attachment to her parents. Kai asks for more winter coats. Krumo agrees, asks for measurements, and assures that everything will be ready in 3 days. During lunch, they notice mysterious silhouettes on the television, and anxiety creeps in when something completely unexpected appears on the screen. Kai secretly contacted someone. They whisper, hiding, because almost no one comes here. The girl suddenly learns that she is both a princess and a burden, and her past again threatens to bring trouble to her future. Suddenly they realized Kai's foresight was deeper than they expected, and his sharp mind was subtly hidden behind a simple, casual appearance. Kai clumsily eavesdrops. Others allow it. They see that he understands nothing, but believe in his intentions. They notice Yuri's silent efforts. His diplomacy subtly diffuses tension between the royal wingfolk and guards. Brilliant on the outside, Kai avoids bloodshed. Despite all his strength, in the last battle he restrained himself from killing. The general doubts her intentions. He knows this meeting is not just an offer to become Kai's mentor. She rejects apologies as if she wants to preserve her pain. The meaning of that battle still weighs on her. He suspects her motives are revenge and that she acts through Kai. She is silent, and her expression hides true feelings. She refuses to take revenge. The only thing she wants is to forget everything: the past, the pain, the empire. She quietly admits her helplessness, unable to act, but torn by one question: what good can she still bring in the future? Grief covers her like a cold wave. Memories of losses do not let go, and forgetting seems impossible until something new takes their place. She pours out all her frustration accumulated from unspoken feelings, and he, though he sees what she feels, still runs away from this question. Kai becomes increasingly confused. She says she trusts Keed's father, but is afraid to speak openly about her personal struggle. She is convinced he lacks ambition, but still trusts him. He brought his whole family to the island. He swears to protect Kai. She quietly says yes, and they separate the divine power from the corrupt temple authority and from faith itself. Finally, she dares to say what gnaws at her. The mercenary whom Kai trusts unconditionally may harbor danger. Although he was once a mercenary for a slave trader, Fossil's skills and his peaceful arrival make people accept him cautiously and sow doubts in them. They say Kai and Fossil seem very close, but Fossil still keeps his distance from others. He says it is envy. She first trembled with surprise, then slowly realized her discomfort is her own feelings. She admits Kai's smile towards Fossil stings her, and jealousy grows as doubts turn inward. Kai downplays their closeness, and Fossil's loyalty is defended resolutely. Despite suspicions, there is no evidence of betrayal or espionage. To protect Kaidi, he spread false rumors that he killed his wife and quietly left everything behind. She learns that he once asked for her hand, but political tension with the emperor forced him to leave quietly. The prince, rejected by Princess Mondiala, exploded with rage and unleashed a wave of destruction. She finally feels this war started because she was rejected, and he was convinced the real target was her. The prince hid his proud intentions. His orders fell directly on her, and she, overwhelmed by fear, had to save herself by fleeing. They broke free from the empire, but fell into the hands of slave traders, so it became clear they were not intended to be exterminated. She doubts the role of the prince. She does not want to believe that her homeland was destroyed out of petty envy. On Kai's advice, she restrains the desire for revenge, but the very thought of another person pulling the strings does not give her peace. Although she is outwardly restrained, inside bursts a darker impulse demanding justice, punishment, and accountability for the stolen future. Kai silently watches, worried. Her inner struggle and pain awaken even deeper anxieties in him. They both nod. Danger lies ahead, so this conversation must be kept secret to avoid arousing suspicion. The group was turning over in their minds what they had overheard, and Kai thoughtfully asks himself, was this too much information? Kai admits she still burns with revenge, and he understands she will not forget with words alone. He decides to frankly tell everything to Yuri and the people of Mondial. In the castle hall, people were bustling and arguing. Supplies were melting away before their eyes, and materials for construction were lacking. Meanwhile, Yuri worked on the drawings until exhausted, resolutely determined to help during the leader's temporary absence. Gathering all his thoughts together, he set off for the pioneer settlement, hoping to finally find real ways to solve their problems. When he came, Kai brought ripe grapes and, smiling proudly, told that they grew without problems and that the early harvest was successful. The taste of the grapes was rich and intense. The skin was tough. Although it had flaws, in future cultivation it promised a generous yield. Kai asked, can wine be made? The girls, full of enthusiasm, immediately suggested fermenting the grapes. They rushed inside at once to change clothes, and he was struck by their zeal and sudden bustle with costumes. The girls in dresses stepped into the barrels and joyfully stomped the grapes with their feet to extract the juice. One asked about the clothing, and another said that it was what created the right rustic atmosphere. They laughed, slipping and wildly stomping, while he doubted whether this traditional method was really practical. After stomping the grapes, they scooped the juice directly from the barrel and offered it to Kai. He hesitated, then took a sip. She reassured him the juice was pure, even though it was pressed by feet. The taste was warm and almost imperceptible, so they decided to let it ferment more and try adding sugar. While preparing the barrel, one girl suddenly froze, was overwhelmed by the feeling that she had forgotten something very important. After a few weeks, they returned, nervously preparing to open the barrel and inspect it. The barrel exploded deafeningly, juice splattered in all directions, and it completely caught them by surprise. She was soaked to the bone and stood stunned, realizing too late. She forgot to release the gas that accumulated during fermentation. They remembered that the wine must first ferment and then go into the barrel. This mistake soaked their clothes and spoiled their mood. Having learned from the mistake, they carefully tried again, letting the wine ferment properly before putting it into storage, while others again enthusiastically stomped the grapes with their feet. Finally, they succeeded. The sisters proudly tasted their wine and sincerely rejoiced their efforts had finally borne fruit. When the wine became a real hit, everyone burst into celebration. The village gained experience and rose to the next level again. The announcement thundered. The village reached level 35, and as a local feature, knives were now added. New travel opportunity opened. Villagers could now go out to study beyond the village and return with new skills. Kai realized that better rural technology would benefit the entire island, so he planned his next trip to the town. A new elf came to the village, and Anil quietly smiled, feeling the arrival of her long-awaited companion. Enel proudly declared herself the eldest, and Chromo, who had already fallen sweetly asleep, was introduced as the middle sister. The third sister, CL, manages the shelter, mysterious and invisible, and people felt her only faintly. They confirmed that she had not yet arrived, and Elle, barely holding back a smile, described Seal as a reclusive homebody who rarely leaves the house. The next morning, Kai and Anil ran outside, as if someone had just warned them about some surprise near the city. They arrived at a huge, unfamiliar house, probably the very one connected with the long-awaited arrival of CL. Cayenne and Elle could not believe their eyes. The house turned out to be gigantic and completely different. It had changed beyond recognition. Or they entered, calling for CL, not knowing at all what kind of meeting or which sister to expect. Kai froze in shock. Inside was a cozy room with video games and relaxed elven sisters. CL lost in a game and groaned, while NL calmly explained their strange setup, including retro consoles. CL shyly lightly tapped the couch, and L nudged her to properly greet the guests. CL solemnly introduced herself as an elf advisor on housing matters and sincerely thanked them for everything. When Kai introduced himself and Yuri, CL quietly nodded in response, remaining calm and reserved. Kai asked if her powers made the house bigger, and CL quietly, briefly nodded in confirmation. She showed her assistants gnome-like spirits. They quickly build things but only affect her personal space. The retro console turned out to be a replica that revived gaming memories, and Kai eagerly agreed to play. The retro game screen lit up, and a melody flowed from the speakers, luring them into a simulated adventure. Kai handed Yuri the controller, and CL said they could play simultaneously. Yuri was breathless from the moving images, and Kai explained how the game worked and how the playing field was arranged. CL suggested Yuri play as Guan Yu. Kai took Zheng Fei, and the game instantly ignited. Yuri, nervous and confused, struggled with the controls, and CL reassured her. She would learn as soon as she started playing. Kai helps Yuri amid the gaming chaos. She gets lost in the controls, enemies press from all sides, and she doubts, is this cruelty even real? After several hours of fighting, Yuri triumphantly raised her fist. Joy overwhelmed her. She finally defeated the enemy general. Yuri joyfully celebrates the victory, shining with confidence. Kai watches, impressed by how quickly she adapted to the games. When level 2 starts, Yuri bursts in, glowing with excitement, and Kai wonders, does this really help her relieve stress? Training begins. Villagers gather around, 2 women tense as they prepare magic, and others hold their breath and watch. She defends with all her might, as the instructor aims a focused magical explosion directly at her. Observer, she retaliated with water magic, but missed, and her laughter scattered when the failed attack splashed everyone around. The instructor strictly explains, by order of the village elder, they are learning how to safely extinguish magic with water. Suddenly all the girls attack at once. Craving revenge, the teacher is stunned, shouting in panic for Edward to come quickly to help. While the others were relaxing, the main character suddenly announced that during the winter holidays he would go to investigate a mysterious place. Hearing this, a man spoke. On the northern side of the island, there are ancient ruins that were rarely explored before. They realized these ruins are over 1,000 years old, possibly from that war between gods and demons. Although the island belonged to the temple, there was no mention anywhere of those ruins. Their origin seemed extremely suspicious. She confessed once the island was a place where the blessed Almira were cast. Even a sleeping replicant was among them. The group eagerly agreed to explore the ruins. They were burning with desire to find out what secrets the temple tried to hide. They decided the leader roles Ren, and the warrior set out to escort, and the rest stayed to hold the defense. Frightened by hidden traps, the leader asked her to continue their mission if danger arose. Under the weight of duty, she dived into memories of him, of her past, and of those she loved. He regained her trust again. Sarah tore her away and dragged her off, ignoring the panic about what would happen next. The little creature bumped into a broken entrance, and in a moment the group ran up and cautiously began to move forward. A strange man filled the air with his presence. Everyone froze when an unnatural force disturbed the surrounding energy field. Magical distortion struck their senses, and they understood. Something was deliberately distorting the mana, preventing the abyss from entering safely. Despite the risk, they rushed forward, and the leader warned, "Run if something goes wrong." He laughed, joking about ancient traps, and the others swore to protect him even from mechanical guards buried in the ruins. In the laboratory, he was horrified by the mass production. Dozens of abyss-level dolls could simply tear their group apart. Although they joked about the flags of death, each comrade promised to protect the others under any circumstances. The torch cast light ahead, and they cautiously sniffed the air, catching hints of poisonous gases before moving deeper. The gas was confirmed flammable. The air changed, and he caught a stream hinting at another room ahead. They stepped into a huge underground hall. Strange mechanisms and relics of ancient times were spread around. They searched the room, suspecting a research base, but found neither active defense nor any signs of military presence. When they came across waterproof materials and entire systems, they suddenly realized this structure used an extremely advanced ancient technology. Further explorations encountered piled-up boxes and shaky passages. Excavating here was too risky. Everything could collapse. Suddenly, an enemy figure jumped out behind Kai, and everyone panicked. It turned out to be a dangerous threat. Abyss intervened in time, broke through the enemies, and fell. Everyone stood stunned and frightened. They carefully examined the fallen figure. Although it resembled Abyss, it felt disturbingly artificial and lifeless. Kai brought to the village a doll that was silent and unresponsive, quietly hoping that in this mana-free zone it would be safer. The curious elfess stared intently at the doll, puzzled that it did not react at all. She realized this body was not a replicant, but rather an unfinished, soulless prototype, a mechanical doll. She added, real beings emit energy, and there was not a trace of life in this doll. She dismissed the theory about sleep mode. If that were true, Kai would have already felt residual energy. Confident in her opinion, the elfess herself offered to personally care for the doll, which did not respond in any way. Meanwhile, the team rummaged through unfamiliar devices. There were no documents anywhere, so they assumed either everything was digital or it had already been destroyed. Kai was caught near the suitcases, but decisively said that there was no trap in them, and without hesitation immediately began to open one. In the case rested a flawless combat suit, exactly the same one in which Abyss usually went into battle. They confirmed the outfit really suited the Abyss's, so they hid another set of her unique clothing as a backup. In each case lay similar clothes, and more strangely it remained clean, as if preserved by some unknown method. She remembered nothing, but the connection with that ruin seemed to whisper about a deep, forgotten origin. They guessed that she was a person from ancient times, whom magic had preserved in a millennial sleep. The deeper the ruins stretched inside, the more Kai felt that many secrets were still hidden all over the island. At night, Kai and his companions return home. The girls who waited for them greet them with warm hugs and smiles. They gather again inside, and a wave of relief covers everyone, especially the girl who waited anxiously. Outside, a quiet girl asks Kai about the journey. He gently reassures her and offers something. Kai extends a box to her. She is interested and agrees to open it while he watches with a happy smile. She opens the box and with surprise sees clothes inside. Kai smiles and says it is a heavenly gift for her. Kai accidentally gives her a doll costume. He confused the name, Celestial, with something else. Biss explains that Celestial is a magical replica, just like her, and these words open Kai's eyes. Insight comes and anxiety grows. Kai leads them outside and, as if revealing a secret, shows a human-sized celestial doll brought from the place he visited. They argue about the lifespan of replicants. Abyss firmly states, after death they do not become something else, they simply lose their form, not what some believed. Abyss quietly admits that she has never seen a real celestial being, but hides her data deep within herself. Kai suspects that the truth about celestials and abysses scattered across ancient ruins may be hidden within the temple walls. He is frightened by the thought that the doctrine's teachings might be wrong, and that someone could use its replicas for evil. Although Abyss cannot wear celestial clothing, another costume fits her perfectly, and she gratefully accepts the gift. The night quiets and the group returns inside, warmed by the heat and finally relieved after the tense conversation. Winter has come. After wandering the ruins, the group happily plays peaceful snowball fights and warms up with warm company under the soft snowfall. Winter fun slowly fades, and with the approach of spring, preparations for the temple's arrival begin to boil. Kai thought anxiously, will the temple's ship come? Abyss recalls the years when the ship never came. Abyss quietly asks if he will go look for a family for one more child, and Kai without hesitation promises to help again. Abyss doubts Kai's feelings, and he evades the topic and waves his hand. After all, 3 years have passed. A meeting is unlikely to happen now. Kai insists that time does not matter, but Abyss feels the lie in his words. She gently reaches for his hand. Kai admits that he wants to see his relatives, but helping others is more important to him. Abyss proposes a deal. If no new children appear, they will go look for his family. Kai agrees he really wants Abyss to meet them too, and they promise to visit his past together. Kai thought about how his family is growing and imagined how his father and sister would react to it. After a few days, the winged messenger spotted the temple ship they had been waiting for so long was finally descending from the sky. The signals of the winged scout fell silent. Finally, the long-awaited ship appeared at the edge of the island. To their surprise, an adult disembarked. Abyss was puzzled. Adults had never been left behind before. Kai coordinates a carefully thought-out plan, and Ren and the rest stand ready, prepared to act if danger suddenly flares up. They cautiously sneak up to the woman in the mask, and Kai whispers that he will not hurt her while untying the ropes. Kai removes the bandage from his eyes. A mechanical click sounds, as if some mechanism or hidden threat was concealed beneath it. The mysterious woman, as if with regret, explains, her mask is a magical artifact, bound to her forever, and it cannot be removed. She asks with surprise where she has ended up, and says that this is an island where a powerful witch was once sealed. Kai is stunned, and Ren carefully examines her body, searching for divine marks to make sure it is her. They come across a sign, foreign and completely unlike theirs. Kai presses her, demanding that she reveal the name of her god. Finally, she answers she is Etern, blessed by the god of time, and no one else knows this. She nostalgically recalls her faithful service in the cathedral, which lasted centuries and which she has just passed on to her successor. Kai thought she was expelled. She laughs bitterly, clutching the burning pain of betrayal inside her. Although she obeyed unquestioningly, she admits she felt abandoned. Her faith and common sense nearly collapsed under the pressure. The calm within her cracked, and she burst into tears, shouting about 500 years of unrecognized service. Kai and Ren froze in disbelief. They were shocked by her age and how much time it took. Loudly sobbing, the woman in the mask panics, convinced that her life ended in disgrace and exile. Kai and Ren told about their village, and she is shocked on this island people live peacefully. She begins to doubt their humanity. She is frightened by the island's curse. Kai persistently demands details about the sealed witch. Broken and exhausted, she agrees to speak. Despair overwhelms her, and she gives in. Kai asks if witches differ from demons, and she insists the witch is real and legendary. 700 years ago, a powerful witch threw the whole world into chaos with her forbidden blessings. Distributing powers indiscriminately, she undermined the fragile balance the temple raised knights to seal her influence. The hero does not trust the temple's cunning methods and suspects that children were deliberately abandoned near dangerous remnants. The girl in the mask revealed her fear, and a divine return flared up, and in the slain, the blessed power awakened again. When the blessed are killed, cursed energy bursts out of them, their resentment spreads in waves, and death turns into a dangerous risk. When asked what would happen if she died, the girl confidently threatens to unleash destructive magic that manipulates time. Realizing the scale, the protagonist asks herself, would it have caused less harm if the monster had killed her? He sees in this threat an echo of that past fury, magic that exploded from death turned resentment into a destructive life force. A distant island seems to wash away the traces of their deeds, and the temple hides in isolation to avoid killing directly and to evade accusations. Finally, the group understands the temple's plan, which had been unfolding for years, but where exactly the witch hid remains a mystery. Rosa says that the 4 magnificent cathedrals still send their power. This might reveal where the witch is hidden. Kai and Ren finally pretend to be simple islanders, carefully hiding where they really came from. Rosa smiles as if revealing a little secret. She gives her full name Rosalind and allows them to simply call her Rosa. She held her breath, holding his hand, doubting. Is the island safe, and are those rumors about strange magic true? He quietly but with iron confidence reassured her, explaining that he and Abbas had gotten rid of most of the dangerous creatures. Interested, he pointed to the bandage on her eyes and asked if it really worked as a magical item. She whispered that it was placed centuries ago, and no one remembers how to remove it anymore. He asked if she believed. She admitted her father, a priest, always valued practicality over strict religious dogmas. For centuries, she faithfully fulfilled her role, and over time, people began to honor her as if she were a saint. He doubted her youthful appearance, and she quietly confessed that divine blessing allows her to stop time. Her role was to stop time for the sake of the sleeping saint, hidden deep within the temple. She called that sleeping figure the eternally resting man. Supposedly, he was sealed for a century. She stopped time again and again for the saint, slept beside him, and was barely conscious the whole time. She clarified, when she is awake, only her time freezes, although the feeling is like a dream. The identity of the saint is still hidden supposedly. His eternal sleep saved the world from disaster. The temple turned away from her. He shared a dream to create a new nation. He offered her a home among exiles, warmly introduced himself, and pronounced her name. Surrounded by various companions, Rosa finally relaxed and smiled for the first time in a century of loneliness. Rosa came together with Kai and a monk, while Kai prepared to make his delicate request. Kai was about to remove Rosa's blindfold and was already calling healing magic, just in case he succeeded. Rosa turned toward Kai's voice, surprised and interested, when he gently called her closer. Enthralled, Rosa, learning about his exploits, praised Kai and called him king and hero. Kai, cheerful and a bit embarrassed, tried to restrain her excitement before saying that he wanted to try something important. Kai announced that he would remove Rosi's blindfold. She panicked and warned that there was a deadly trap there. Despite the danger, Kai asked Kite for help, and Rosa nervously closed her eyes, fearing what would happen next. He'd whispered her spell, Transient Life, directed the magic at the blindfold, and safely neutralized its curse. The mechanism clicked, the lock opened, and Kaid, having ensured Rosa's safety, ordered her to be careful and stay aside. The blindfold slowly slipped off Rosa's face, revealing her weakened, uncharacteristic, and stunned face. As soon as her eyes adjusted, magical creatures burst out with joyful cries, and her vision began to awaken again. For the first time in a century, Rosa finally saw sunlight with her own eyes. Flooded with tears, she quietly gasped. Emotions surged, and the whole world unfolded before her. Joyfully, Rosa confirmed that she could see, shouting Kai's name with surprise and sincere gratitude. Kai greeted her again with a warm smile, and she looked admiringly at the community she had finally joined. Rosa tightly hugged a plush animal to herself, and Kai invited her to eat and settle in. Rosa, seeing the abundant, freshly prepared meat dishes, could not hide her admiration and surprise. She eagerly savored the warmth and taste, while in her mind there was only a memory of the cold food from the temple. Rosa thoughtfully felt gratitude. She was expelled, yes, but now she was free, happy, and surrounded by people who could become friends. Kai froze, stunned by something invisible, and the mood instantly changed. Another unexpected moment was approaching. When Rosa remembered Rukia, the successor, with a triple blessing, it ignited in Kai a growing anxiety and a strong emotional surge. Kai, frightened, urgently demanded Rukia's full name and past, and his voice rose higher and higher from the increasing horror. Rosa suddenly recalled, her name is Rukia, she is from Ravelda, and it seems she is about 15 years old. Suddenly Kai realized that Rukia faced centuries of loneliness, a blindfold in the darkness under the temple, like Rosa. Filled with determination, Kai firmly promised to save Rukia so that she would not repeat Rosa's tragic fate. Kai said this in a firm voice. Rukia is family. Rosa, embarrassed, tried to understand where such a sudden emotional outburst came from. Suddenly Rosa understood. Kai is Rukia's brother, about whom she had spoken so often but kept secret. Rukia searched everywhere for answers, relying on blessings to uncover her brother's fate. Rosa explained the cathedral isolation protocol. If it is sealed, no one will be able to reach Rukia for 2 years. Kai asked Rosa if she would run away from her fate, and her silent pain answered for her. Rosa, with a voice full of tears, confessed that she wanted to run away, but stayed to protect her sister who was looking for her. Kai became resolute. He sincerely believed that only he could save Rukia from the fate that condemned her to imprisonment. Later Kai spoke with comrades, and the girl with fox ears again could not hold back. She asked where he was from. Kai doubted whether she really knew how to multiply. She blushed, waved it off with a joke, and was a little embarrassed. At that moment she coquettishly offered to show him, and the serious tone became playful, suggestive. The fox girl clearly understands. He said nothing indecent, but others still start teasing him. The group sets off aboard the Golden Hind, a huge living ship that swiftly rushes them to the next point. Abyss calculates the route. At this speed, they will reach Milwaukee in 7 days. During the journey, the hero, not hiding his curiosity, asks Rosa about her ability to control the flow of time without turning it back. Rosa asks for something fragile, and he hands over a Haniwa statuette from the village nearby. A red-haired girl is amazed. Rosa whispers the spell, Principle of Permanence, and the statue fills with stabilizing magic, preparing for a special display. Haniwa begins to shine with gold, and Rosa says that objects in which magic has stopped time become completely unbreakable. Rosa proudly boasts of her skill in making weapons stronger. Once she enhanced tools for tasks that lasted years. The main hero asks if Rosa ever enchanted a collar. Her past magical deeds raise suspicion. Rosa recalls blessing a bracelet. Now it has faded. He suspects that temples give cursed tools to merchants. He lunged at her and demanded the truth about those who know about her powers, as well as about the dangerous man sealed underground. Rosa lists the few who are aware of her power: the Pope, the Archbishop, the Cardinal, and the Inquisitor. The main hero nodded and confirmed. The Inquisitor is the one and only, and Rosa exclaimed with a sparkle in her eyes that he is literally special, a rare, elite representative. He guessed the Inquisitor's name, and Rosa immediately recognized him. She was surprised that he knows that infamous guy. They whisper that Klauser is the only Inquisitor of the highest rank, supposedly truly a blessed person. Rosa admits that brought her to this island, and although he smiles, behind that smile hide eerie, almost divine abilities. He cannot comprehend whether might suddenly appear in Milwaukee. Rosa admits she does not know exactly where he is. Watches over duties blessed by time, but he is unpredictable and can suddenly appear at a ritual requiring actions from Rukia. Rosa talks about her loneliness. She has spoken to almost no one, except has been in a sleep for decades and woke only for a moment. She smiles gently, accepting her fate. He quietly sympathizes and feels the loneliness hidden beneath her calm. Clenching his fist, he pondered. Accepting fate seems easier, but real changes begin with quiet resistance. Clenching his fist, he loudly declares his determination. He refuses to give up and will no longer accept helplessness. Diving into the past, he suddenly remembered that person. He will have to protect her as soon as the slightest clue appears. He stands on the deck and shouts toward the horizon, "I swear I will save Rukia at any cost." Golden Hinds boldly sailed through the endless sea, carrying determination to the unknown shores ahead. After 7 days, they approach Milwaukee, and the crew anxiously checks the map to make sure the course is correct. They carefully study the map. To the east, Rukia Cathedral, towering on the very border of the lands of several powerful regional factions. Only pilgrims freely travel between countries, living proof that the authority of the temple extends through torn political borders. He imagines how during temple border checks priests utter divine blessings that instantly expose infiltrators and spies. They are easily called fugitives, and that unusual composition of the group can lead people to false thoughts about their blessings. Their goal is to gather information, and without experts from the temple, they clearly see that Rose's knowledge is already outdated. He distributes roles in the team, choosing the girl blessed with the shield, gives their group respect among other pilgrims. Abyss asks to join. At first, he seats her on the bench, unsure how she will fit in. He hastily blurts out, "On the bench" means a reserve, not excluded. Abyss froze in shock, not knowing how to perceive this role. A separate group decides that mages better not go there, because they fear enemies will notice them at the posts at the temple entrance. Detection magic does not notice Ren. Her power is born outside the known systems in this world. They prepare to quietly disembark by boat, and he asks the guards who are knowledgeable about local religious customs. In the twilight, they come ashore in small groups. The team prepares camouflage and adjusts clothing. Through the rocky terrain, they were led to the temple gates, where they merged into the queue of pilgrims. Finally, the group arrives at the holy city Milvalk. Ahead, spread a sprawling temple complex that takes their breath away. The morning crowds confused them, and Rhea rushed forward in her chest, burned the desire to scout that strange gathering of pilgrims. Rhea confidently returns with news. The locals praise her bravery and are delighted by her swift, decisive actions. They learn all these unusually large crowds this year are due to a grand celebration called the Millennium Festival. The city is a true magnet for tourists. Pilgrims usually visit both cathedrals, peek into galleries and nearby museums. They realized the huge crowds will distract the guards, so by posing as pilgrims, it will be easier for them to wander and explore the place unnoticed. He firmly warns the group, "Don't disperse," and everyone immediately huddles together, ready to move through Milwaukee. Confined to bed, he watched on TV the crowd near the shrine, like a scene from another life. Years later, finding himself there alone, he felt, this chaos is twice as overwhelming as he had imagined. The locals said that the real crowd gathers only in summer, and this is just the beginning of the celebrations. While studying at Honor to pass Demon War, he suddenly realized that this holiday has very ancient historical roots. Although pilgrims were given free accommodation, he doubted they would have even a little privacy during such a celebration. When the crowd surged, they stepped aside and moved through the city looking for a quiet corner to spend the night. The group claimed a room and made it their temporary base for future investigations. The leadership distributed the tasks. Some were sent to comb through the cathedral, while others were allowed to explore freely. The main character sent them on errands, while they shop, subtly gather information, and stay vigilant. One called for restraint, while others hoped that the girls truly enjoyed their first walk outside the island. The group headed to the cathedral, and one girl quietly responded. Her thoughts wandered far away and were restless. In the crowd, a boy noticed her silence and, unable to hold back, whispered, "What has been on your mind lately?" She confessed. For the first time, she calmly walks beside him amid the noisy city. He fell silent in surprise, but she quietly confirmed it. Her words carried quiet sincerity and feeling. She teased him as if he adored another girl, embarrassed him, and then quietly laughed at his denials. With her head held proudly high, she said she understood Sarah's behavior, teasing him with sharp remarks and sly confidence. Another girl teased her for being talkative. She blushed shyly, and her friend jokingly scolded her. He sincerely explained that after removing Sarah's collar, she felt relief, and insisted that nothing indecent happened between them. The topic changed, teasing continued, and he again felt as if his serious words were simply brushed off. Suddenly she rushed and embraced him, as if accusing him of secrecy, while another girl quietly threw a bold challenge. Approaching the Cathedral of St. Perry, they excitedly and lively talked about how it holds a magical prison of a sealed witch. The boy explained that their goal was elsewhere, but they learned that both saints died protecting the seal. They arrived at the Grand Cathedral of St. Arthur, the founder of the mighty faith of folly. The interior touched her most delicate soul strings. She recalled the temple's advice to visit it during pilgrimage. The boy stood silently before the statue, while thoughts about faith, power, and the presence of divinity raged in his mind. He pondered how many innocents gave their lives to maintain this revered and unquestioned religious authority. Seeing officials calmly eating, anger flared within him. He vowed to punish those who profited from sacrifice. When his rage reached its peak, he approached the priests, ready to act immediately without hesitation or mercy. He had not yet moved when Ren suddenly intervened. Her face was impassive, but a terrifying determination blazed in her eyes. Frightened and uncertain, he whispered her name, trembling under the pressure of her silent gaze. Ren, without hesitation, proposed to erase everything, certain that with one command, everything would vanish in moments. He was silent. The choice tormented him, and another girl looked at him with quiet anxiety. He rejected revenge, said directly that he did not hate everything and would not become what he despised. He felt the true cost of the uprising. Even the innocent would suffer, so he decided to restrain himself, thinking about the consequences awaiting in the future. He sincerely hoped that the authorities here would tolerate them. They just wanted to live quietly on the island. In the middle of the crowd, someone quietly prayed to God, and suddenly an invisible voice answered from the unknown. The memory comes alive. A year ago, carriages entered Milwaukee, a holy city girded by knights. Enthralled children stuck their heads out of the carriage, their eyes shining with the grandeur of the city, although they were gently admonished. One girl, filled with nostalgia, recalled her childhood and confessed that she once lived near Milwaukee and often visited there with her family. They savored the conversation about food, but Rukia suddenly seemed to become alienated, and this quietly worried her companions. Rukia assured them that she was fine, but the others firmly promised to protect her at any cost. She openly spoke about her father after 2 years in the monastery. Her heart was torn with longing for him. Friends encouraged her, saying that the father surely worried about the daughter who was left behind. She firmly repeated once again, for her, the most important thing is family, and someone in Milwaukee might know where her brother is. A new figure appeared, the special Grand Inquisitor Vclosser, and behind his calm, confident mask hid unknown intentions. The large square in the capital was bustling with life, while preparations for departure quietly progressed. Rukia stood silently, and every thought of hers returned to the village she was soon to leave behind. Her friends noticed that she was somewhat distant and gently teased her, trying to lighten the farewell moment. Rukia, touched by their care, admitted that she was sad and suddenly realized how close they had all become. They hugged tightly and promised to meet under the guise of pilgrimages so as not to lose their emotional connection. Rukia does not hide the truth. The archbishop summoned her, and she knows she will not stay here long. Despite the news, she promises to visit them someday in their distant homeland herself. Preparing to leave, Rukia quietly whispers that this might be their last meeting. Determined, Rukia promised that she would find where her brother is as soon as possible, and soon they would be together again. She feels that something deeper is hidden behind this, why her blessing was accepted, but her brothers were condemned by the officials. Led through the quiet corridors of the temple, Rukia sincerely believes that within its walls lie the answers about her brother's fate. She meets Vclosser, an influential inquisitor sent to guide her in fulfilling her sacred duties. V orders her to hide her face and adds, "No one must learn about this mission." Nervous but obedient, Rukia pulls the blindfold over her eyes, suppressing the anxiety about what lies ahead. Unable to use her powers, Rukia descends deeper and deeper, blindly led by the secret passages of the temple. The woman in the mask warmly greets V, completely unaware that he has returned with a person extremely important to the affairs of the temple. V solemnly introduces Rukia as the long-awaited successor, hinting that the previous bishop was removed by force. The woman in the mask, Rosa, enthusiastically welcomes Rukia. She recognized her as the appointed sacred heir. Rosa reveals a secret. Rukia is the first blessed heir, connected with the mysterious blessing of time. Having kept it to herself for a whole century, Rosa joyfully exclaims that she waited 500 years for Rukia's arrival. V quietly tells Rukia her task to use time magic to preserve the magical sleep of the patroness. She must constantly freeze time, briefly awakening before each exhale and again, endlessly repeating this cycle underground. Blind, with eyes tied and a broken heart, Rukia realizes this burden condemns her to 500 long years of solitude. Trapped within the temple walls, Rukia sees how her search for her brother has stalled. The days drag on, and there is no progress. After a year, Rukia silently casts the time spell, and from this begins her duty. Rukia reaches a new level of mastery. She stops time for 2 years, even for ceremonial attire. Rosa, with a firm, serious expression, says, caring for and preserving sacred relics is also one of the secret daily duties blessed by time. Although Rosa is freed, Rukia learns, now she must remain underground and bear this eternal burden. Rosa encourages her, insists not to give up, and reminds her that life can always be started anew if there is will. Rukia, with a heavy heart, accepts her new burden, and Rosa departs with V finally freed after centuries of captivity. Determined and impatient, Rukia persistently demands access to the prisoner until the temple forces her to fall silent. Y enters pretending to be official, extends her papers under the pretext of needing to contact her father. Here he coldly orders her to sever all ties and forge a letter to hide that she is being held against her will. Sensing suspicion, Rukia sharply releases her eye of truth and aims it directly at Y's hand. Spells trigger. Suddenly a lightning vision emerges, and in it a shocked face she had long dreamed of seeing, her brother. Rukia froze from the terrible truth. Her brother is dead. V killed him 3 years ago. V whispered that her brother and Rosa are dangerous. They were eliminated so that future calamities would not awaken. Rukia, shattered by this news, hears that she still has to fulfill her eternal duty underground. V emotionally pressures her, voice full of tension, says that the fate of the world depends on whether she seals the holy patron. Rukia froze in shock, and Weiss, with cruel delight, smiles, admiring her despair. Vi steps back, coldly ordering Ruki to prepare a letter and take her magical bandage. The door closed, leaving Rukia alone in oppressive silence. Her fate seems locked and leaves no chance for escape. Rukia fell to the floor and sobs. It seems to her that without the presence of her brother or the truth, her world has lost all its weight. She sinks deeper into despair, feeling that the light in her heart has completely gone out. The priestess with a bandage over her eyes impatiently goes outside, happy and excited. Finally, she will feel the world on the surface. Her companion suggests using divine magic to search through her memories and find out where this bandage over her eyes came from. Having received permission, she prepares to set out on the investigation with a trembling in her chest, hoping to finally find at least some clue about her brother. Activating divine power, she channeled energy through their clasped palms and summoned the Eye of Truth. A mighty surge bursts from her as ancient, sealed memories awaken, radiating incredible magical power. As the divine power began to fade, her eyes opened wide. What she saw simply stunned her. She apologizes, unable to help or find her brother, and feels the failure suffocating her. She saw only isolation, a priestess trapped in loneliness, meekly accepting her eternal fate. Despair haunts her, and she is terrified that the same dark void and hopelessness inside will consume her. She clutches her chest and vows to meet that mysterious man and find out where her brother is. A small winged girl intently activates her divine vision, divine sharp eye, to find someone. She scours the city, says where she came across one person, but no trace of Rukia Husqvarna. Kai sincerely thanks her for her efforts. The royal guards have just returned, and plans begin to fall into place again. The residents come smiling and joyful, sincerely giving Kai and others a homemade souvenir, carefully wrapped in cloth. Inside, a sweet treat on a stick that delights everyone, and for a moment relieves the tension of their search. They tell where this dish comes from, an old recipe from Millwall, where sweet beans and nostalgic dango reign. Kai suddenly realized, this is dango with red bean paste. They finally found it together. Elves joyfully celebrate the discovery of rice dishes. Each flavor seems to return them to their native roots. Kai teased them about their obsession with rice. It exploded, but quickly calmed down and assured him that she is learning to grow rice. They decided to send someone from the pioneer settlement outside to see with their own eyes how rice is grown. Kai dives into the past, and thoughts of Rukia and their younger sister weigh on him like a heavy stone on his chest. He repents, filled with new determination, decides to save Rukia. She encourages him and gives her trust. She believes in his future, and with a passionate voice, asserts that his strength will pave a bright path forward. Kai realizes that his inner strength surpasses everyone, even the most powerful mages. Within him pulses a unique, incomparable power. With a heart full of gratitude and inspiration, Kai thanks everyone, then gathers the group to return and organize plans. The group carefully studies the route along the river, preparing to sneak into St. Arthur's Cathedral. Inside, they carefully study the cathedral map and make sure that its gigantic, labyrinthine plan reliably hides Rukia. They are gnawed by anxiety. What if he is already acting somewhere? Won't this complicate their rescue? During the conversation, it unexpectedly emerged that V returned by boat, but the difference in speeds whispers. He set off earlier than they thought. They suspect that V is pulling the strings of Rukia's mission behind the scenes, using his position and access. They panic that the Inquisitor will trace the divine power to the island, and then they will be exposed. A bold plan was voiced, to bring V directly to the island and deal with him there. Kai realized they only want to temporarily detain V to buy time until the situation calms down. She made it clear that the offense still smolders within her, and Kai cautiously weighs the plan and keeps it as a last resort. Kai secretly follows V because he believes that every step he takes will lead them to Rukia. The group, united and whispering, began to plan. They intend to sneak into the forbidden zone of the cathedral under cover. They will change into custom-made priestly uniforms to get inside. One girl confidently takes her place. Kai quietly volunteered. This amused the others, while they continued selecting participants for the secret infiltration operation. Biss dramatically raises her hand and insists only she can handle this dangerous operation. Kai agreed to take Abyss into the team, and when he confirmed her role in the mission, she froze in amazement. Kai carefully assigns people to roles, insists on strong security for the cathedral, and looks for allies who can withstand magical blessings. REVOL was tasked with finding VEIE before departure. The mission was confirmed for tomorrow. Now, as rain falls over Milwaukee, the group silently prepares in the darkness. Morning quietly entered the tavern, and Kai slowly woke up still sleepy and tired after the previous boat trip. Everyone puts on masks. They feel uneasy in the priest's robes, but the group is fully ready to sneak inside. Kai urgently asked where V was, and Reveal activated her divine ability to scan the surroundings. The message confirmed, V is in the eastern temple of the cathedral. Kai tensed, feeling that action was needed immediately. Kai sent Shinobi-kun to plan an exit mark. He prepared Reveal for instant transfer to the island. Just stepping onto the island, the cheerful elf suddenly jumped up to Kai with excitement. Kai dodged the approach in the air, and the girl pouted in irritation and insisted that she brought him incredible news. And now everyone enthusiastically congratulated Kai on reaching level 40, celebrating with theatrical flair and a genuine explosion of joy. Kai doubted the speed, but Anal explained Rice's power and finally showed the long-awaited teleportation device. When the exits in all directions started working, Kai sincerely thanked Enel for this crucial upgrade. Kai urgently rushed away with this revelation, and El, although wanting to say more, restrained himself and postponed the conversation. While Reveal was carrying Kai away, El quietly smiled and, standing behind, warmly whispered him good luck. Kai stepped to the foot of the huge cathedral. Shadows quickly slid around while Shinobi-kun firmly stuck the teleportation stake. The group entered that unusually large cathedral. It impressed with its size. There was no visible way to go, so wandering aimlessly seemed pointless. One of them, as if led by a sharp memory of a familiar figure, confidently stepped forward, and they moved deeper inside, cautious but determined. Soon they came across a dome-shaped structure. Its amazing resemblance to the island ruins immediately suggested it was of great importance. Realizing that this was the entrance to an underground chamber, they fell silent and moved quietly, avoiding unnecessary clashes so that. To get inside, one of them boldly slipped past the guards, pretending to be an inquisitor sent by Lord Bai. The guard froze under pressure. The group cleverly cornered him with confusing facts, and the mention of ancient changes confused him even more. Other guards argued among themselves. One was enchanted, admiring the beauty of the girl. Another tried to find any reason to justify her appearance, and eventually they reluctantly allowed her to pass. Hans whispered so quietly that no one could hear, praising Kai for his convincing act. His performance skillfully fooled the guards. Meanwhile, underground, a figure in a robe sensed their approach, and recognizing that there were several of them, rushed to warn his comrades about the danger. Without wasting time, a girl named Celis, with her eyes blindfolded, was ordered to go on reconnaissance. She nodded in response and silently moved forward to meet the strangers. In a secluded room, a man in a robe assigned the girl with the blindfold a new role from then on. Her duties were confined to that room alone. First of all, he prepared a magical blindfold, the very same one that Rosalind once wore. Meanwhile, Kai's group was cautiously making their way down the corridor when Ren suddenly sensed someone's presence ahead and stopped the team. No one knew who it could be. Tension reached its limit. Kai ordered Abyss to release her lightning as soon as danger appeared. The risk of an ambush could not be ignored. Their fears came alive when a figure in a cloak emerged from the shadows, and Abyss without hesitation responded to the threat and released an electric discharge toward the intruder. A powerful shockwave erupted as Abyss unleashed her lightning spell at the cloaked invader, and the energy filled the corridor with blinding force. To everyone's surprise, the magic suddenly ceased in midair. Abyss froze, and Kai struggled to comprehend this unexpected turn. The group gathered again, intently staring at the enemy. They realized that the goal was not just to escort the priest. Skillfully applied magic revealed a hidden power. A cloaked figure stepped forward. She recognized the Abyss technique. This ancient spell drawing had not appeared for 1,000 years. Suddenly, a girl with horns emerged from under the hood, and her appearance exactly matched that mysterious figure once seen in the ruins. Celestial instantly recognized the horned girl, an artificial being, a replicant. The stranger smiled slyly, and recalling their long separation, confirmed it. Their confrontation intensified. Celestial was stunned that the other had survived the day of destruction, while the replicant mocked the thought of its own annihilation with cold contempt. Kai stepped forward sharply and demanded passage. The replicant, obediently following its master's orders, did not allow outsiders, and through Crosser's anxiety, one name surfaced. Kai recoiled when she realized whom she served. The woman confirmed her loyalty and with eerie familiarity acknowledged, "The Abyss is here." Confident and unwavering, the replicant turned out to be a combat model, and Celestial, unshaken, said, "I will break through, even if I have to fight." Kai insisted, showing that there were more of them, but the replicant only smiled mockingly, rejected the offer, and left no chance for peaceful passage. Electricity sparkled around her, and with wild confidence she declared her power, and her stunning energy clearly showed she was not going to retreat. Yuri stepped forward, invoked a powerful spell, Sanctuary of the Valkyrie, and unleashed a divine blast to suppress the replicant's power. They quickly coordinated the team. Ren was preparing to give his all, Ebis prepared her magic, and together they were going to truly press the opponent. Unmoved, the replicant mockingly warned them that no shield would protect them forever, and rushed forward, ready for the decisive battle. Bis cast a counterspell and caught the replicant by surprise. Shock pierced her when she realized that her magic had been completely nullified. Both opponents raised their hands and unleashed a barrage of mana. Their strike shook the air, but a sudden manipulation of power by Ren turned the tide of the battle. While the enemy staggered, Ren stepped forward. Engulfed in flames, her presence grew, and she declared herself the great magus of infernal flame. Mocking the title, the replicant lunged forward with fury. Sparks flew as their powers collided, and an explosive wave filled the chamber. In the heat of the fight, Ren smiled confidently and delivered a powerful blow. It hit and shook the replicant mid-attack. Ren unleashed a massive wave of fire that devoured the battlefield and forced the replicant to retreat before her overwhelming power. Trying to counterattack, the horned girl summoned her own lightning. The attack was fierce, but desperation seeped into every move she made. Ren's sudden strike shattered her defense and threw her to the ground. Stunned and confused, the replicant found herself in an unfamiliar place. Her powers seemed to have evaporated, and in a moment her body completely failed. While she lay unconscious, Kai stood nearby and ordered her to rest. A new girl approached, her eyes wide with what she saw. Then she confirmed this was real. The group held their breath around the fallen replicant lying unconscious, and Kai entrusted her to Enel, hoping that in Tenohira she would be protected. He hesitated for a long time, but finally, though reluctantly, agreed. Usually they do not allow entry there, but an artificial person can be admitted as an exception under special conditions. Kai sincerely praised everyone for the teamwork, and after the battle sternly reminded that there was no time to waste. Ahead loomed a sealed chamber exactly as Rosa had described. The door was locked from the inside and seemed to be waiting for someone to break through. The magical blindfold tightens on Rosa's eyes, and memories come alive. Images of warm meals, shared laughter, and sleeping next to her brother flood back, and she painfully longs for the days when they were together. Tears roll down her cheeks. She calls for her brother. As soon as the blindfold was removed from her eyes, her emotions exploded outward, and a sudden knock on the door startled the mage. Finally, the group reached the end of the underground passage. Tense and anxious, they hurriedly decided to use Rosa's ability to open the sealed chamber. Their arrival surprised Rosa. She immediately noticed the one guarding them and reacted instantly. Katie steps forward, gathers her strength, and touches the gates. Light scatters outward, and everyone tenses. The barrier resisted so fiercely that everyone thought probably there is a protective spell here. Kaide's attempt to open the door failed, and they were gripped by anxiety. One girl suggests summoning the replicant celestial, a magical construct once created to ward off uninvited guests, and she believes its copy can still follow certain commands. Doubts whisper in their ears. Will this replica obey? But the leader still proposes to use the same dummy they previously found in the ruins. As soon as it was activated, the replica appeared before them, and the team held their breath, watching carefully as it scanned the surroundings. They beg it for help, and surprisingly, it agrees, speaking in an unusual tone. It is ready to open the door, which will be a turning point in their progress. Planning the approach, the group decides that Selly should speak, and suddenly notices the intercom on the door. To speak, you need to press the button. When everything was ready, they gave Sellies the command to speak, while one of them quietly and persistently whispers to Rosa to stay hidden and that no one should find out she is still alive. Keelas approaches the console and transmits the prepared message. Her voice sounds through the device, and on the other side the mage responds with slight suspicion. Suddenly a command sounded. Abyss, without hesitation, releases a powerful magical blast directly towards the enemy. The mage was hit with full force. The blow broke through his defense and shook him with a powerful explosion of destructive energy. To their surprise, the enemy stood firm. The magical attack bounced off without causing him harm, and his suspicions about the approaching threat were confirmed. Recognition suddenly flashed within him when the two sides exchanged words, and the main hero instantly remembered their previous encounter. Although they broke through, the enemy stands calmly, mockingly smiling at their efforts, and coldly states that after such a breach, the security will have to be strengthened. Pretending to be submissive, the mage agrees to surrender not because he lost, but as part of his strategy. Meanwhile, the squad figures out where they are and rushes to search. The room seems unchanged, but Rukia, whom they were looking for, is not here, and doubts creep in. Did they arrive in time? The group freezes. Someone among them senses a foreign presence in the adjacent room, and the frightened young leader rushes to the sealed door and anxiously calls Ru. He bursts into the room. In the dim light sits a solitary figure, silently, and when their eyes meet, the air fills with embarrassment and tension. Wrapped in tattered rags, the man looks exhausted and emaciated, with a sharp, wary expression on his face. When asked who he is, the man snorted, bitterness in his voice, and he accuses them of hypocrisy for locking him up. A wave of shock runs through the group. Someone recognizes this man. Shortly before the infiltration, a figure in a cloak sneaked up to the console and mimicked a voice command, and the wizard inside, confused by its untimeliness, granted access, suspecting nothing. Inside, high-ranking clergy suddenly appeared, and one of them, resembling the Pope, smiled sinisterly and announced that the council had decided to awaken the Holy Guardian. The mage froze for a moment before this radical step. Ancient legends flashed through his mind. Elsewhere, Rosa stood silently, and when she realized that her magical role was no longer needed, she accepted it with sadness. At the very peak of the festival, the old priest raised his voice and proclaimed that their next step was to remove the witch's seal and destroy her, and thus their dangerous plan began. Smiling sinisterly, the senior priest throws the truth in their face. The awakening of the Holy Guardian was just a cover. The key to their plan is Rosa. Her thrice-blessed body hides a divine rebound and a furious surge of power that explodes at the moment of her death. Rosa's face darkened suddenly. The truth pierced her. Her death would awaken a devastating power. On her knees in chains, she loudly confesses betrayal. She was destined to sit behind bars forever, and now she is forced to become a victim. The priest disdainfully brushed off her despair and called it noble martyrdom, while another mage, disappointed, could not hold back. To them she is just an expense in their grand plan, one that can be mercilessly sacrificed. Rosa stands next to the body of the Holy Guardian, her face frozen like stone. She rejects the title of priestess, no longer wanting to be part of their plans. Anger and determination flashed in her eyes. She warns them, "Do not manipulate me anymore," and the people around begin to feel her power changing. Rage explodes in Rosa. She unleashes a forbidden spell, a scythe that reaps souls, and the room shudders as the attack bursts among her enemies. Strange markings come to life, and a mysterious symbol grows on the surface, perhaps a sign of the spell or its price. Shock washed over her face. The spell did not go as she expected. Instead of her target, another person took all the power. The mage showed the magical ring, the one that saved him from Rosa's deadly spell, and with a sly grin and noticeable surprise, looked at how she was ready without hesitation to cast such a powerful spell. To ease the tension, the group decides to calm Rosa. The Pope says her agitation is just a consequence of the awakening of her holy patron. As Celes approaches, Rosa surprisingly feels something alien. The aura is different, darker, unfamiliar. Celes firmly refuses to be a demon. Instead, she clearly states her name, gently embraces Rosa on command, and whispers a sleep spell. As soon as the situation was temporarily under control, the high priest ordered in the next command to return later and prepare for the awakening of the guardian saints. Everyone was stunned when the man, believed to be the sealed keeper, rose from sleep. He modestly rejects this title. Under a barrage of questions, he finally utters his real name, Arthur. Throwing off his cloak, he reveals a divine mark on his body, and Arthur says that he is not a saint, but an apostle of Aramira, the god creator. Kai gathered allies to decide what to do next. Tension hung in the air, and everyone silently awaited his decision, their eyes fixed on him. Kai, full of determination, loudly declared that his plan had not changed. He would find Rukia and save her. The group quickly assembled to leave the city and return to the island. Kai, holding vital documents in his hands, suggested capturing the prisoner to have leverage later in talks with the temple. Turning on the portal device, Kai firmly squeezed her hand and with one command threw them into displacement. They safely ended up outside. Kai explained the final step, only he could reopen the sealed room. Vren was ordered to escort Bay and the Holy Guardian back to the island through the northern exit, while one of the comrades suggested taking on the guards to avoid suspicion. With one deft gesture, Kai activated the device and instantly crafted a plausible excuse to explain why the other was absent. Kai briefly ordered the guard to maintain order until they returned. Behind his calm expression hid the urgency of the mission. Somewhere else, a prisoner came outside into a modest, unfamiliar place. He was overwhelmed with disappointment. He was not rescued, just relocated. This situation annoyed him, but at the same time a slight relief spread in his chest, finally breathing fresh air again, even in isolation. Thinking about his weakness, the man realized it had already been 10 years since he was kidnapped. Time took its toll. In the small hut, he terribly wanted to be close to his loved ones again. All he truly longed for was to see his family at least one more time. Somewhere aside, Kai stood, deep in thought uncertainty, and the burden of unspoken responsibility weighed on him. Yuri, sensing his anxiety, asked where Rukia was, and Rosa sincerely admitted that she had no idea where she could be. The crisis intensified. The ancient holy guardian awoke, and Rukia, who was supposed to take on an important duty, suddenly disappeared. The anxiety from the thought that Rukia might have vanished into the unknown gripped Kai. He realized there was no time to waste. Rosa suggested pressing Bei to extract information from him. Yuri asked to hold back. The air was tense, and despite this, Kai agreed, because he knew well what was at stake. Suffocating silence hung between Kai and Yuri, and their faces showed an inner conflict. Determination clashed with hesitation. Yuri suddenly doubted Kai's intentions. When they get what they need, what will happen to the prisoner? Will they use him, release him, or destroy him? She warned, any contact with that man risks exposing their secrets. The consequences of this decision will spread far beyond a single interrogation. Kai tensely pondered the risks of the interrogation. If they did not intend to kill the prisoner, letting him learn too much about them could turn into a threat. Yuri doubted his plan. Kai admitted he did not intend to kill that man. She was not surprised. She had anticipated his decision, and it annoyed her. She coldly reminded him that Bai was responsible for his exile. Yuri pressed further. Didn't Kai hate him? Her gaze narrowed when she questioned his motives. Kai calmly dismissed the hatred. He blamed the system, not Bai. What truly troubled him was something else: Bai's unpredictability and those mysterious intentions. Kai doubted Yuri's feelings. If all this was hatred, shouldn't she also hate those who devised this plan? Yuri fell silent for a moment, then barely smiled and silently admitted he was right. Irritation burst out in her, and she exclaimed that she did not like bisexuals. His calm only worsened the situation, while Kai thought everything was fine between them. She sharply objected. Bai rejected Rukia without any hesitation, as if she weighed nothing at all. Meanwhile, Kai had a connection with her even before all this began. Irritation was carefully hidden, probably out of respect for Bai's age and experience. The plan was agreed upon. The interrogation would be conducted with extreme caution. Support was promised, but a strict order was given to remain silent unless absolutely necessary. Bound under close supervision, they remained isolated and by themselves. Outside, silent guards watched over the building to prevent any mistakes. Osa greeted Kai with lively, joyful energy when he entered the room. Bailey was tied to the bed, and he was quickly checked in. The interrogation began immediately. Kai strictly ordered Bai to remain silent until addressed. When questioned directly, he introduced himself. An inquisitor of a special class of the central cathedral, he said this with pride and a barely concealed challenge. When questioned in more detail, Bai finally revealed his divine connection. The blessing came from the goddess Fortuna, associated with fate itself. His strength is not in the body, but in prophecy. With a light smile, he said that he sees the future of the world, knowledge that instills fear and brings danger. When they learned about Bai's divine power, a chill ran through the room. His gift allowed him to look into events that reshaped the world. He did not see personal details, but only large-scale changes. Doubt gripped the air. Kai indeed questioned his claim. Who would voluntarily go into captivity? Bai smiled slyly, hinting that this was part of a larger path. Suspicion flared in Kai as soon as he remembered another man, and Bai's mood instantly cooled. The confident smile was replaced by sharp anxiety, because he realized that someone important had been moved. Shock said that man, as explained, was the keystone that held the balance of the world. Kai pressed further. If Bai truly saw the future, he must have known what awaited that keystone. Bai insisted that they had not gone far. He sincerely believed that they were still in the cathedral, although the room looked miserable. Accusations swirled in the air. Kai suspected that someone from inside was leaking information, but calmly replied that any military operation requires support from within. With a smile gathering the facts together, it became clear. Someone leaked information, even the status of the Forbidden Island, which caused. Caught off guard, panic flared inside Kai. With one grimace, he could reveal the truth, but barely restrained himself. Rosa screamed in shock. Kai, understanding nothing, hit his head on a chair, and Bai's deduction proved too accurate. His smile said he knew everything.